Book 2, Chapter 14 of The Fruit of the Tree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fruit of the Tree by Edith Wharton, Book 2, Chapter 14. Justine Brent, her household duties discharged, had gone upstairs to her room, a little turret chamber projecting above the wide terrace below, from which the sounds of lively intercourse now rose increasingly to her window. Bessy, she knew, would have preferred to have her remain with the party from whom these evidences of gaiety proceeded. Mrs. Amherst had grown to depend on her friend's nearness. She liked to feel that Justine's quick hand and eye were always in waiting on her impulses, prompt to interpret and execute them without any exertion of her own. Bessy combined great zeal in the pursuit of sport, a tireless passion for the saddle, the golf course, the tennis court, with an almost oriental inertia within doors, an indolence of body and brain that made her shrink from the active obligations of hospitality, though she had grown to depend more and more on the distractions of a crowded house. But Justine, though grateful, and anxious to show her gratitude, was unwilling to add to her other duties that of joining in the amusements of the house party. She made no pretense of effacing herself when she thought her presence might be useful, but even if she had cared for the diversions in favour at Lynbrook, a certain unavowed pride would have kept her from participating in them on the same footing with Bessy's guests. She was not in the least ashamed of her position in the household, but she chose that every one else should be aware of it, that she should not for an instant be taken for one of the nomadic damsels who form the camp followers of the great army of pleasure. Yet even on this point her sensitiveness was not exaggerated. Adversity has a deft hand at gathering loose strands of impulse into character, and Justine's early contact with different phases of experience had given her a fairly clear view of life in the round, what might be called the sound working topography of its relative heights and depths. She was not seriously afraid of being taken for anything but what she really was, and still less did she fear to become, by force of propinquity and suggestion, the kind of being for whom she might be temporarily taken. When, at Bessy's summons, she had joined the latter at her camp in the Adirondacks, the transition from a fatiguing case at Hanaford to a life in which sylvan freedom was artfully blent with the most studied personal luxury had come as a delicious refreshment to body and brain. She was weary, for the moment, of ugliness, pain, and hard work, and life seemed to recover its meaning under the aspect of a graceful leisure. Lynbrook also, whither she had been persuaded to go with Bessy at the end of their woodland cure, had at first amused and interested her. The big house on its spreading terraces, with windows looking over bright gardens to the hazy distances of the plains, seemed a haven of harmless ease and gaiety. Justine was sensitive to the finer graces of luxurious living, to the warm lights on old pictures and bronzes, the soft mingling of tints in faded rugs and panellings of time-warmed oak. And the existence to which this background formed a setting seemed at first to have the same decorative qualities. It was pleasant for once to be among people whose chief business was to look well and take life lightly, and Justine's own buoyancy of nature won her immediate access among the amiable persons who peopled Bessy's week-end parties. If they had only abounded a little more in their own line, she might have succumbed to their spell. But it seemed to her that they missed the poetry of their situation, transacting their pleasures with the dreary method and shortness of view of a race tethered to the ledger. Even the verbal flexibility which had made her feel that she was in a world of freer ideas soon revealed itself as a form of flight from them, in which the race was distinctly to the swift, and Justine's phase of passive enjoyment passed with the return of her physical and mental activity. She was a creature tingling with energy, a little fleeting particle of the power that moves the sun and the other stars, and the deadening influences of the life at Lynbrook roused these tendencies to greater intensity, as a suffocated person will suddenly develop abnormal strength in the struggle for air. She did not, indeed, regret having come. She was glad to be with Bessy, partly because of the childish friendship which had left such deep traces in her lonely heart, and partly because what she had seen of her friend's situation stirred in her all the impulses of sympathy and service. But the idea of continuing in such a life, of sinking into any of the positions of semi-dependence that an adroit and handsome girl may create for herself in a fashionable woman's train, this possibility never presented itself to Justine till Mrs. Ansell that afternoon had put it into words. And to hear it was to revolt from it with all the strength of her inmost nature. The thought of the future troubled her, not so much materially, for she had a light, bird-like trust in the morrow's fare, but because her own tendencies seemed to have grown less clear, because she could not rest in them for guidance as she had once done. The renewal of bodily activity had not brought back her faith in her calling. Her work had lost the light of consecration. She no longer felt herself predestined to nurse the sick for the rest of her life, and in her inexperience she reproached herself with this instability. Youth and womanhood were in fact crying out in her for their individual satisfaction, but instincts as deep-seated protected her from even a momentary illusion as to the nature of this demand. She wanted happiness and a life of her own as passionately as young flesh and blood had ever wanted them, but they must come bathed in the light of imagination and penetrated by the sense of larger affinities. She could not conceive of shutting herself into a little citadel of personal well-being while the great tides of existence rolled on unheeded outside. Whether they swept treasure to her feet or strewed her life with wreckage, she felt even now that her place was there, on the banks, in sound and sight of the great current, and just in proportion as the scheme of life at Lynbrook succeeded in shutting out all sense of that vaster human consciousness, so did its voice speak more thrillingly within her. Somewhere she felt, but alas, still out of reach, was the life she longed for, a life in which high chances of doing should be mated with the finer forms of enjoying. But what title had she to a share in such an existence? Why, none but her sense of what it was worth, and what did that count for in a world which used all its resources to barricade itself against all its opportunities? She knew there were girls who sought, by what is called a good marriage, an escape into the outer world, of doing and thinking, utilizing an empty brain and full pocket as the key to these envied fields. Some such chance the life at Lynbrook seemed likely enough to offer. One is not, at Justine's age and with her penetration, any more blind to the poise of one's head than to the turn of one's ideas, but here the subtler obstacles of taste and pride intervened. Not even Bessy's transparent manoeuvrings, her tender solicitude for her friend's happiness, could for a moment weaken Justine's resistance. If she must marry without love, and this was growing conceivable to her, she must at least merge her craving for personal happiness in some view of life in harmony with hers. A tap on her door interrupted these musings, to one aspect of which Bessy Amherst's entrance seemed suddenly to give visible expression. "Why did you run off, Justine? You promised to be downstairs when I came back from tennis." "Till you came back, wasn't it, dear?" Justine corrected with a smile, pushing her armchair forward as Bessy continued to linger irresolutely in the doorway. "I saw that there was a fresh supply of tea in the drawing room, and I knew you would be there before the omnibus came from the station." "Oh, I was there, but everybody was asking for you." "Everybody?" Justine gave a mocking lift to her dark eyebrows. "Well, Westy Gaines, at any rate, the moment he set foot in the house," Bessy declared with a laugh as she dropped into the armchair. Justine echoed the laugh, but offered no comment on the statement which accompanied it; and for a moment both women were silent, Bessy tilting her pretty discontented head against the back of the chair so that her eyes were on a level with those of her friend, who leaned near her in the embrasure of the window. "I can't understand you, Justine. You know well enough what he's come back for." "In order to dazzle Hanaford with the fact that he's been staying at Lynbrook." "Nonsense! The novelty of that is worn off. He's been here 3 times since we came back." "You are admirably hospitable to your family." Bessy let her pretty ringed hands fall with a discouraged gesture. "Why do you find him so much worse than other people?" Justine's eyebrows rose again. "In the same capacity? You speak as if I had boundless opportunities of comparison." "Well, you've Dr. Wyant," Mrs. Amherst suddenly flung back at her. Justine coloured under the unexpected thrust, but met her friend's eyes steadily. "As an alternative to Westy? Well, if I were on a desert island. But I'm not," she concluded with a careless laugh. Bessy frowned and sighed. "You can't mean that of the two " She paused, and then went on doubtfully. "It's because he's cleverer?" "Dr. Wyant?" Justine smiled. "It's not making an enormous claim for him." "Oh, I know Westy's not brilliant, but stupid men are not always the hardest to live with." She sighed again, and turned on Justine a glance charged with conjugal experience. Justine had sunk into the window seat, her thin hands clasping her knee in the attitude habitual to her meditative moments. "Perhaps not," she assented. "But I don't know that I should care for a man who made life easy. I should want someone who made it interesting." Bessy met this with a pitying exclamation. "Don't imagine you invented that. Every girl thinks it. Afterwards she finds out that it's much pleasanter to be thought interesting herself." She spoke with a bitterness that issued strangely from her lips. It was this bitterness which gave her soft personality the sharp edge that Justine had felt in it on the day of their meeting at Hanaford. The girl, at first, had tried to defend herself from these scarcely veiled confidences, distasteful enough in themselves, and placing her, if she listened, in an attitude of implied disloyalty to the man under whose roof they were spoken. But a precocious experience of life had taught her that emotions too strong for the nature containing them turn, by some law of spiritual chemistry, into a rankling poison, and she had therefore resigned herself to serving as a kind of outlet for Bessy's pent-up discontent. It was not that her friend's grievance appealed to her personal sympathies. She had learned enough of the situation to give her moral assent unreservedly to the other side. But it was characteristic of Justine that where she sympathized least she sometimes pitied most. Like all quick spirits, she was often intolerant of dullness; yet when the intolerance passed it left a residue of compassion for the very incapacity at which she chafed. It seemed to her that the tragic crises in wedded life usually turned on the stupidity of one of the two concerned, and of the two victims of such a catastrophe she felt most for the one whose limitations had probably brought it about. After all, there could be no imprisonment as cruel as that of being bounded by a hard small nature. Not to be penetrable at all points to the shifting lights, the wandering music of the world, she could imagine no physical disability as cramping as that. How the little parched soul, in solitary confinement for life, must pine and dwindle in its blind cranny of self-love. To be one's self wide open to the currents of life does not always contribute to an understanding of narrower natures. but in Justine the personal emotions were enriched and deepened by a sense of participation in all that the world about her was doing, suffering and enjoying; and this sense found expression in the instinct of ministry and solace. She was by nature a redresser, a restorer, and in her work, as she had once told Amherst, the longing to help and direct, to hasten on by personal intervention time's slow and clumsy processes, had often been in conflict with the restrictions imposed by her profession. But she had no idle desire to probe the depths of other lives, and where there seemed no hope of serving, she shrank from fruitless confidences. She was beginning to feel this to be the case with Bessy Amherst. To touch the rock was not enough, if there were but a few drops within it; yet in this barrenness lay the pathos of the situation. And after all, may not the scanty spring be fed from a fuller current? "I'm not sure about that," she said, answering her friend's last words after a deep pause of deliberation. "I mean, about its being so pleasant to be found interesting. I'm sure the passive part is always the dull one. Life has been a great deal more thrilling since we found out that we revolved about the sun, instead of sitting still and fancying that all the planets were dancing attendance on us. After all, they were not, and it's rather humiliating to think how the morning stars must have laughed together about it." There was no self-complacency in Justine's eagerness to help. It was far easier for her to express it in action than in counsel, to grope for the path with her friend than to point the way to it; and when she had to speak she took refuge in figures to escape the pedantry of appearing to advise. But it was not only to Mrs. Dressel that her parables were dark. The blank look in Bessy's eyes soon snatched her down from the height of metaphor. "I mean," she continued with a smile, "that, as human nature is constituted, it has got to find its real self, the self to be interested in, outside of what we conventionally call self, the particular Justine or Bessy who is clamouring for her particular morsel of life. You see, self isn't a thing one can keep in a box. Bits of it keep escaping and flying off to lodge in all sorts of unexpected crannies. We come across scraps of ourselves in the most unlikely places, as I believe you would in Westmore if you'd only go back there and look for them." Bessy's lip trembled and the colour sprang to her face, but she answered with a flash of irritation: "Why doesn't he look for me there, then, if he still wants to find me?" "Ah, it's for him to look here, to find himself here," Justine murmured. "Well, he never comes here. That's his answer." He will, only when he does, let him find you." "Find me? I don't understand. How can he, when he never sees me? I'm no more to him than the carpet on the floor." Justine smiled again. "Well, be that then. The thing is to be." "Under his feet? Thank you. Is that what you mean to marry for? It's not what husbands admire in one, you know." "No." Justine stood up with a sense of stealing discouragement. "But I don't think I want to be admired." "Ah, that's because you know you are," broke from the depths of the other's bitterness. The tone smote Justine, and she dropped into the seat at her friend's side, silently laying a hand on Bessy's feverishly clasped fingers. "Oh, don't let us talk about me," complained the latter, from whose lips the subject was never long absent. "And you mustn't think I want you to marry Justine, not for myself, I mean. I'd so much rather keep you here. I feel much less lonely when you're with me. But you say you won't stay, and it's too dreadful to think of your going back to that dreary hospital." "But you know the hospital's not dreary to me," Justine interposed. "It's the most interesting place I've ever known." Mrs. Amherst smiled indulgently on this extravagance. "A great many people go through the craze for philanthropy," she began in the tone of mature experience; but Justine interrupted her with a laugh. "Philanthropy? I'm not philanthropic. I don't think I ever felt inclined to do good in the abstract, any more than to do ill. I can't remember that I ever planned out a course of conduct in my life. It's only," she went on, with a puzzled frown, as if honestly trying to analyze her motives, "it's only that I'm so fatally interested in people that before I know it I've slipped into their skins, and then, of course, if anything goes wrong with them, it's just as if it had gone wrong with me, and I can't help trying to rescue myself from their troubles. I suppose it's what you'd call meddling, and so should I, if I could only remember that the other people were not myself." Bessy received this with the mild tolerance of superior wisdom. Once safe on the tried ground of traditional authority, she always felt herself Justine's superior. "That's all very well now. You see the romantic side of it," she said, as if humouring her friend's vagaries. "But in time you'll want something else. You'll want a husband and children, a life of your own, and then you'll have to be more practical. It's ridiculous to pretend that comfort and money don't make a difference. And if you married a rich man, just think of what a lot of good you could do. Westy will be very well off, and I'm sure he'd let you endow hospitals and things. Think how interesting it would be to build a ward in the very hospital where you'd been a nurse. I read something like that in a novel the other day. It was beautifully described. All the nurses and doctors that the heroine had worked with were there to receive her, and her little boy went about and gave toys to the crippled children." If the speaker's concluding instance hardly produced the effect she had intended, it was perhaps only because Justine's attention had been arrested by the earlier part of the argument. It was strange to have marriage urged on her by a woman who had twice failed to find happiness in it. Strange, and yet how vivid a sign that, even to a nature absorbed in its personal demands, not happiness but completeness is the inmost craving. A life of your own. That was what even Bessy, in her obscure way, felt to be best worth suffering for. And how was a spirit like Justine's, thrilling with youth and sympathy, to conceive of an isolated existence as the final answer to that craving? A life circumscribed by one's own poor personal consciousness would not be life at all. Far better the adventure of the diver than the shivering alone on the bank. Bessy, reading encouragement in her silence, returned her hand-clasp with an affectionate pressure. "You would like that, Justine," she said, secretly proud of having hit on the convincing argument. "To endow hospitals with your cousin's money? No, I should want something much more exciting." Bessy's face kindled. "You mean travelling abroad, and I suppose New York in winter?" Justine broke into a laugh. "I was thinking of your cousin himself when I spoke," and to Bessy's disappointed cry, "Then it is Dr. Wyant after all!" she answered lightly and without resenting the challenge. "I don't know. Suppose we leave it to the oracle." "The oracle?" "Time. His question and answer department is generally the most reliable in the long run." She started up, gently drawing Bessy to her feet. "And just at present he reminds me that it's nearly 6, and that you promised Cicely to go and see her before you dress for dinner." Bessy rose obediently. "Does he remind you of your promises too? You said you'd come down to dinner tonight." "Did I?" Justine hesitated. "Well, I'm coming," she said, smiling and kissing her friend. End of Book 2, Chapter 14. Book 2, Chapter 15 of The Fruit of the Tree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fruit of the Tree by Edith Wharton, Book 2, Chapter 15. When the door closed on Mrs. Amherst, a resolve which had taken shape in Justine's mind during their talk together made her seat herself at her writing table, where, after a moment's musing over her suspended pen, she wrote and addressed a hurried note. This business dispatched, she put on her hat and jacket, and letter in hand passed down the corridor from her room and descended to the entrance hall below. She might have consigned her missive to the post box, which conspicuously tendered its services from a table near the door, but to do so would delay the letter's dispatch till morning, and she felt a sudden impatience to see it start. The tumult on the terrace had transferred itself within doors, and as Justine went down the stairs she heard the click of cues from the billiard room, the talk and laughter of belated bridge players, the movement of servants gathering up teacups and mending fires. She had hoped to find the hall empty, but the sight of Westy Gaines's figure looming watchfully on the threshold of the smoking room gave her, at the last bend of the stairs, a little start of annoyance. He would want to know where she was going, he would offer to go with her, and it would take some time, and not a little emphasis, to make him understand that his society was not desired. This was the thought that flashed through Justine's mind as she reached the landing, but the next moment it gave way to a contradictory feeling. Westy Gaines was not alone in the hall. From under the stairway rose the voices of a group ensconced in that popular retreat about a chessboard, and as Justine reached the last turn of the stairs she perceived that Mason Winch, an earnest youth with advanced views on political economy, was engaged, to the diversion of a circle of spectators, in teaching the Telfer girls chess. The futility of trying to fix the spasmodic attention of this effervescent couple, and their instructor's grave unconsciousness of the fact, constituted for the lookers-on the peculiar diversion of the scene. It was of course inevitable that young Winch, on his arrival at Lynbrook, should have succumbed at once to the tumultuous charms of the Telfer manner, which was equally attractive to inarticulate youth and to tired and talked-out middle age, but that he should have perceived no resistance in their minds to the deliberate processes of the game of chess was, even to the Telfers themselves, a source of unmitigated gaiety. Nothing seemed to them funnier than that any one should credit them with any mental capacity, and they had inexhaustibly amusing ways of drawing out and showing off each other's ignorance. It was on this scene that Westy's appreciative eyes had been fixed till Justine's appearance drew them to herself. He pronounced her name joyfully and moved forward to greet her, but as their hands met she understood that he did not mean to press his company upon her. Under the eye of the Lynbrook circle he was chary of marked demonstrations, and even Mrs. Amherst's approval could not, at such moments, bridge over the gap between himself and the object of his attentions. A Gaines was a Gaines in the last analysis, and apart from any pleasing accident of personality, but what was Miss Brent but the transient vehicle of those graces which Providence has provided for the delectation of the privileged sex? These influences were visible in the temperate warmth of Westy's manner, and in his way of keeping a backward eye on the mute interchange of comment about the chessboard. At another time his embarrassment would have amused Justine, but the feelings stirred by her talk with Bessy had not subsided, and she recognized with a sting of mortification the resemblance between her view of the Lynbrook set and its estimate of herself. If Bessy's friends were negligible to her, she was almost non-existent to them, and as against herself they were overwhelmingly provided with tangible means of proving their case. Such considerations at a given moment may prevail decisively even with a nature armed against them by insight and irony, and the mere fact that Westy Gaines did not mean to join her, and that he was withheld from doing so by the invisible pressure of the Lynbrook standards, had the effect of precipitating Justine's floating intentions. If anything further had been needed to hasten this result, it would have been accomplished by the sound of footsteps which, overtaking her a dozen yards from the house, announced her admirer's impetuous if tardy pursuit. The act of dismissing him, though it took but a word and was effected with a laugh, left her pride quivering with a hurt the more painful because she would not acknowledge it. That she should waste a moment's resentment on the conduct of a person so unimportant as poor Westy showed her in a flash the intrinsic falseness of her position at Lynbrook. She saw that to disdain the life about her had not kept her intact from it, and the knowledge made her feel anew the need of some strong decentralizing influence, some purifying influx of emotion and activity. She had walked on quickly through the clear October twilight, which was still saturated with the afterglow of a vivid sunset, and a few minutes brought her to the village stretching along the turnpike beyond the Lynbrook gates. The new post office dominated the row of shabby houses and stores set disjointedly under reddening maples, and its arched doorway formed the centre of Lynbrook's evening intercourse. Justine, hastening toward the knot of loungers on the threshold, had no consciousness of anything outside her own thoughts, and as she mounted the steps she was surprised to see Dr. Wyant detach himself from the group and advance to meet her. "May I post your letter?" he asked, lifting his hat. His gesture uncovered the close curling hair of a small delicately finished head just saved from effeminacy by the vigorous jut of heavy eyebrows meeting above full grey eyes. The eyes again, at first sight, might have struck one as too expressive, or as expressing things too purely decorative for the purposes of a young country doctor with a growing practice, but this estimate was corrected by an unexpected abruptness in their owner's voice and manner. Perhaps the final impression produced on a close observer by Dr. Stephen Wyant would have been that the contradictory qualities of which he was compounded had not yet been brought into equilibrium by the hand of time. Justine, in reply to his question, had drawn back a step, slipping her letter into the breast of her jacket. "That is hardly worth while, since it was addressed to you," she answered with a slight smile, as she turned to descend the post office steps. Wyant, still carrying his hat, and walking with quick uneven steps, followed her in silence till they had passed beyond earshot of the loiterers on the threshold. Then, in the shade of the maple boughs, he pulled up and faced her. "You've written to say that I may come tomorrow?" Justine hesitated. "Yes," she said at length. "Good God, you give royally!" he broke out, pushing his hand with a nervous gesture through the thin dark curls on his forehead. Justine laughed, with a trace of nervousness in her own tone. "And you talk, well, imperially. Aren't you afraid to bankrupt the language?" "What do you mean?" he said, staring. "What do you mean? I have merely said that I would see you tomorrow." "Well," he retorted, "that's enough for my happiness." She sounded her light laugh again. "I'm glad to know you're so easily pleased." "I'm not. But you couldn't have done a cruel thing without a struggle, and since you're ready to give me my answer tomorrow, I know it can't be a cruel one." They had begun to walk onward as they talked, but at this she halted. "Please don't take that tone. I dislike sentimentality," she exclaimed, with a tinge of imperiousness that was a surprise to her own ears. It was not the first time in the course of her friendship with Stephen Wyant that she had been startled by this intervention of something within her that resisted and almost resented his homage. When they were apart, she was conscious only of the community of interests and sympathies that had first drawn them together. Why was it then, since his looks were of the kind generally thought to stand a suitor in good stead, that whenever they had met of late she had been subject to these rushes of obscure hostility, the half physical, half moral shrinking from some indefinable element in his nature against which she was constrained to defend herself by perpetual pleasantry and evasion? To Wyant, at any rate, the answer was not far to seek. His pale face reflected the disdain in hers as he returned ironically, "A thousand pardons. I know I'm not always in the key." "The key?" "I haven't acquired the Lynbrook tone. You must make allowances for my lack of opportunity." The retort on Justine's lips dropped to silence, as though his words had in fact brought an answer to her inward questioning. Could it be that he was right, that her shrinking from him was the result of an increased sensitiveness to faults of taste that she would once have despised herself for noticing? When she had first known him in her work at St. Elizabeth's some 3 years earlier, his excesses of manner had seemed to her merely the boyish tokens of a richness of nature not yet controlled by experience. Though Wyant was somewhat older than herself, there had always been an element of protection in her feeling for him, and it was perhaps this element which formed the real ground of her liking. It was, at any rate, uppermost as she returned, with a softened gleam of mockery. "Since you are so sure of my answer, I hardly know why I should see you tomorrow." "You mean me to take it now?" he exclaimed. "I don't mean you to take it at all till it's given. Above all, not to take it for granted." His jutting eyebrows drew together again. I can't split hairs with you. Won't you put me out of my misery?" She smiled, but not unkindly. "Do you want an anesthetic?" "No, a clean cut with the knife." "You forget that we're not allowed to dispatch hopeless cases. More's the pity." He flushed to the roots of his thin hair. "Hopeless cases? That's it, then. That's my answer?" They had reached the point where, at the further edge of the straggling settlement, the tiled roof of the railway station fronted the post office cupola, and the shriek of a whistle now reminded Justine that the spot was not propitious to private talk. She halted a moment before speaking. "I have no answer to give you now but the one in my note, that I'll see you tomorrow." "But if you're sure of knowing tomorrow, you must know now." Their eyes met, his eloquently pleading, hers kind but still impenetrable. "If I knew now, you should know too. Please be content with that," she rejoined. "How can I be, when a day may make such a difference, when I know that every influence about you is fighting against me?" The words flashed a refracted light far down into the causes of her own uncertainty. "Ah," she said, drawing a little away from him, "I'm not so sure that I don't like a fight." "Is that why you won't give in?" He moved toward her with a despairing gesture. "If I let you go now, you're lost to me." She stood her ground, facing him with a quick lift of the head. "If you don't let me go, I certainly am," she said, and he drew back, as if conscious of the uselessness of the struggle. His submission, as usual, had a disarming effect on her irritation, and she held out her hand. "Come tomorrow at 3," she said, her voice and manner suddenly seeming to give back the hope she had withheld from him. He seized on her hand with an inarticulate murmur, but at the same moment a louder whistle and the thunder of an approaching train reminded her of the impossibility of prolonging the scene. She was ordinarily careless of appearances, but while she was Mrs. Amherst's guest she did not care to be seen romantically loitering through the twilight with Stephen Wyant, and she freed herself with a quick good-bye. He gave her a last look, hesitating and imploring. Then, in obedience to her gesture, he turned away and strode off in the opposite direction. As soon as he had left her, she began to retrace her steps toward Lynbrook House, but instead of traversing the whole length of the village, she passed through a turnstile in the park fencing, taking a more circuitous but quieter way home. She walked on slowly through the dusk, wishing to give herself time to think over her conversation with Wyant. Now that she was alone again, it seemed to her that the part she had played had been both inconsistent and undignified. When she had written to Wyant that she would see him on the morrow, she had done so with the clear understanding that she was to give, at that meeting, a definite answer to his offer of marriage; and during her talk with Bessy she had suddenly, and as it seemed to her irrevocably, decided that the answer should be favourable. From the first days of her acquaintance with Wyant she had appreciated his intelligence and had been stimulated by his zeal for his work. He had remained only 6 months at St. Elizabeth's, and though his feeling for her had even then been manifest, it had been kept from expression by the restraint of their professional relation, and by her absorption in her duties. It was only when they had met again at Lynbrook that she had begun to feel a personal interest in him. His youthful promise seemed nearer fulfillment than she had once thought possible, and the contrast he presented to the young men in Bessy's train was really all in his favour. He had gained strength and steadiness without losing his high flashes of enthusiasm, and though even now she was not in love with him, she began to feel that the union of their common interests might create a life full and useful enough to preclude the possibility of vague repinings. It would, at any rate, take her out of the stagnant circle of her present existence, and restore her to contact with the fruitful energies of life. All this had seemed quite clear when she wrote her letter. Why then had she not made use of their chance encounter to give her answer, instead of capriciously postponing it? The act might have been that of a self-conscious girl in her teens, but neither inexperience nor coquetry had prompted it. She had merely yielded to the spirit of resistance that Wyant's presence had of late aroused in her, and the possibility that this resistance might be due to some sense of his social defects, his lack of measure and facility, was so humiliating that for a moment she stood still in the path, half meaning to turn back and overtake him. As she paused, she was surprised to hear a man's step behind her, and the thought that it might be Wyant's brought about another revulsion of feeling. What right had he to pursue her in this way, to dog her steps even to the Lynbrook grounds? She was sure that his persistent attentions had already attracted the notice of Bessy's visitors, and that he should thus force himself on her after her dismissal seemed suddenly to make their whole relation ridiculous. She turned about to rebuke him, and found herself face to face with John Amherst. End of Book 2, Chapter 15. Book 2, Chapter 16 of The Fruit of the Tree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fruit of the Tree by Edith Wharton, Book 2, Chapter 16. Amherst, on leaving the train at Lynbrook, had paused in doubt on the empty platform. His return was unexpected, and no carriage awaited him, but he caught the signal of the village cab-driver's ready whip. Amherst, however, felt a sudden desire to postpone the moment of arrival, and consigning his luggage to the cab, he walked away toward the turnstile through which Justine had passed. In thus taking the longest way home he was yielding another point to his reluctance. He knew that at that hour his wife's visitors might still be assembled in the drawing-room, and he wished to avoid making his unannounced entrance among them. It was not till now that he felt the embarrassment of such an arrival. For some time past he had known that he ought to go back to Lynbrook, but he had not known how to tell Bessy that he was coming. Lack of habit made him inexpert in the art of easy transitions, and his inability to bridge over awkward gaps had often put him at a disadvantage with his wife and her friends. He had not yet learned the importance of observing the forms which made up the daily ceremonial of their lives, and at present there was just enough soreness between himself and Bessy to make such observances more difficult than usual. There had been no open estrangement, but peace had been preserved at the cost of a slowly accumulated tale of grievances on both sides. Since Amherst had won his point about the mills, the danger he had foreseen had been realized. His victory at Westmore had been a defeat at Lynbrook. It would be too crude to say that his wife had made him pay for her public concession by the private disregard of his wishes, and if something of this sort had actually resulted, his sense of fairness told him that it was merely the natural reaction of a soft nature against the momentary strain of self-denial. At first he had been hardly aware of this consequence of his triumph. The joy of being able to work his will at Westmore obscured all lesser emotions, and his sentiment for Bessy had long since shrunk into one of those shallow pools of feeling which a sudden tide might fill, but which could never again be the deep perennial spring from which his life was fed. The need of remaining continuously at Hanaford while the first changes were making had increased the strain of the situation. He had never expected that Bessy would stay there with him, had perhaps at heart hardly wished it, and her plan of going to the Adirondacks with Miss Brent seemed to him a satisfactory alternative to the European trip she had renounced. He felt as relieved as though someone had taken off his hands the task of amusing a restless child, and he let his wife go without suspecting that the moment might be a decisive one between them. But it had not occurred to Bessy that anyone could regard 6 weeks in the Adirondacks as an adequate substitute for a summer abroad. She felt that her sacrifice deserved recognition, and personal devotion was the only form of recognition which could satisfy her. She had expected Amherst to join her at the camp, but he did not come, and when she went back to Long Island she did not stop to see him, though Hanaford lay in her way. At the moment of her return the work at the mills made it impossible for him to go to Lynbrook, and thus the weeks drifted on without their meeting. At last, urged by his mother, he had gone down to Long Island for a night, but though on that occasion he had announced his coming, he found the house full, and the whole party except Mr. Langhope in the act of starting off to a dinner in the neighbourhood. He was of course expected to go too, and Bessy appeared hurt when he declared that he was too tired and preferred to remain with Mr. Langhope; but she did not suggest staying home herself, and drove off in a mood of exuberant gaiety. Amherst had been too busy all his life to know what intricacies of perversion a sentimental grievance may develop in an unoccupied mind, and he saw in Bessy's act only a sign of indifference. The next day she complained to him of money difficulties, as though surprised that her income had been suddenly cut down, and when he reminded her that she had consented of her own will to this temporary reduction, she burst into tears and accused him of caring only for Westmore. He went away exasperated by her inconsequence, and bills from Lynbrook continued to pour in on him. In the first days of their marriage Bessy had put him in charge of her exchequer, and she was too indolent, and at heart perhaps too sensitive, to ask him to renounce the charge. It was clear to him, therefore, how little she was observing the spirit of their compact, and his mind was tormented by the anticipation of financial embarrassments. He wrote her a letter of gentle expostulation, but in her answer she ignored his remonstrance, and after that silence fell between them. The only way to break this silence was to return to Lynbrook, but now that he had come back he did not know what step to take next. Something in the atmosphere of his wife's existence seemed to paralyze his will power. When all about her spoke a language so different from his own, how could he hope to make himself heard? He knew that her family and her immediate friends, Mr. Langhope, the Gaineses, Mrs. Ansell and Mr. Tredegar, far from being means of communication, were so many sentinels ready to raise the drawbridge and stop the portcullis at his approach. They were all in league to stifle the incipient feelings he had roused in Bessy, to push her back into the deadening routine of her former life, and the only voice that might conceivably speak for him was Miss Brent's. The case which, unexpectedly presented to her by one of the Hope Hospital physicians, had detained Justine at Hanaford during the month of June, was the means of establishing a friendship between herself and Amherst. They did not meet often, or get to know each other very well, but he saw her occasionally at his mother's and at Mrs. Dressel's, and once he took her out to Westmore to consult her about the emergency hospital which was to be included among the first improvements there. The expedition had been memorable to both, and when, some 2 weeks later, Bessy wrote suggesting that she should take Miss Brent to the Adirondacks, It seemed to Amherst that there was no one whom he would rather have his wife choose as her companion. He was much too busy at the time to cultivate or analyze his feelings for Miss Brent. He rested vaguely in the thought of her, as of the nicest girl he had ever met, and was frankly pleased when accident brought them together. But the seeds left in both their minds by these chance encounters had not yet begun to germinate. So unperceived had been their gradual growth in intimacy that it was a surprise to Amherst to find him suddenly thinking of her as a means of communication with his wife. But the thought gave him such encouragement that, when he saw Justine in the path before him, he went toward her with unusual eagerness. Justine, on her part, felt an equal pleasure. She knew that Bessy did not expect her husband, and that his prolonged absence had already been the cause of malicious comment at Lynbrook, and she caught at the hope that this sudden return might betoken a more favourable turn of affairs. "Oh, I am so glad to see you!" she exclaimed, and her tone had the effect of completing his reassurance, his happy sense that she would understand and help him. "I wanted to see you too," he began confusedly; then, conscious of the intimacy of the phrase, he added with a slight laugh: "The fact is, I'm a culprit looking for a peacemaker." "A culprit?" "I've been so tied down at the mills that I didn't know till yesterday just when I could break away, and in the hurry of leaving—" He paused again, checked by the impossibility of uttering, to the girl before him, the little conventional falsehoods which formed the small currency of Bessy's circle. Not that any scruple of probity restrained him. In trifling matters he recognized the usefulness of such encounters in the social game, but when he was with Justine he always felt the obscure need of letting his real self be seen. "I was stupid enough not to telegraph," he said, "and I'm afraid my wife will think me negligent. She often has to reproach me for my sins of omission, and this time I know they are many." The girl received this in silence, less from embarrassment than from surprise, for she had already guessed that it was as difficult for Amherst to touch even lightly on his private affairs as it was instinctive with his wife to pour her grievances into any willing ear. Justine's first thought was one of gratification that he should have spoken, and of eagerness to facilitate the saying of whatever he wished to say; but before she could answer he went on hastily: "The fact is, Bessy does not know how complicated the work at Westmore is, and when I caught sight of you just now I was thinking that you were the only one of her friends who has any technical understanding of what I am trying to do, and who might consequently help her to see how hard it is for me to take my hand from the plough." Justine listened gravely, longing to cry out her comprehension and sympathy, but restrained by the sense that the moment was a critical one, where impulse must not be trusted too far. It was quite possible that a reaction of pride might cause Amherst to repent even so guarded an avowal, and if that happened he might never forgive her for having encouraged him to speak. She looked up at him with a smile. "Why not tell Bessy yourself? Your understanding of the case is a good deal clearer than mine or anyone else's." "Oh, Bessy is tired of hearing about it from me. And besides—" She detected a shade of disappointment in his tone, and was sorry she had said anything which might seem meant to discourage his confidence. It occurred to her also that she had been insincere in not telling him at once that she had already been let into the secret of his domestic differences. She felt the same craving as Amherst for absolute openness between them. "I know," she said almost timidly, "that Bessy has not been quite content of late to have you give so much time to Westmore, and perhaps she herself thinks it is because the work there does not interest her, but I believe it is for a different reason." "What reason?" he asked with a look of surprise. "Because Westmore takes you from her, because she thinks you are happier there than at Lynbrook." The day had faded so rapidly that it was no longer possible for the speakers to see each other's faces, and it was easier for both to communicate through the veil of deepening obscurity. "But, good heavens, she might be there with me! She's as much needed there as I am!" Amherst exclaimed. "Yes, but you must remember that it's against all her habits. and against the point of view of everyone about her, that she should lead that kind of life. And meanwhile
Well?
meanwhile, isn't it expedient that you should, a little more, lead hers?" Always the same answer to his restless questioning, his mother's answer, the answer of Bessy and her friends. He had somehow hoped that the girl at his side would find a different solution to the problem, and his disappointment escaped in a bitter exclamation. "But Westmore is my life, hers too if she knew it. I can't desert it now without being as false to her as to myself." As he spoke, he was overcome once more by the hopelessness of trying to put his case clearly. How could Justine, for all her quickness and sympathy, understand a situation of which the deeper elements were necessarily unknown to her? The advice she gave him was natural enough, and on her lips it seemed not the counsel of a shallow expediency, but the plea of compassion and understanding. But she knew nothing of the long struggle for mutual adjustment which had culminated in this crisis between himself and his wife, and she could therefore not see that, if he yielded his point and gave up his work at Westmore, the concession would mean not renewal but destruction. He felt that he should hate Bessy if he won her back at that price, and the violence of his feeling frightened him. It was, in truth, as he had said, his own life that he was fighting for. If he gave up Westmore, he could not fall back on the futile activities of Lynbrook, and fate might yet have some lower alternative to offer. He could trust to his own strength and self-command while his energies had a normal outlet, but idleness and self-indulgence might work in him like a dangerous drug. Justine kept steadily to her point. "Westmore must be foremost to both of you in time. I don't see how either of you can escape that. But the realization of it must come to Bessy through you, and for that reason I think you ought to be more patient, that you ought even to put the question aside for a time and enter a little more into her life while she is learning to understand yours." As she ended, it seemed to her that what she said was trite and ineffectual, and yet that it might have passed the measure of discretion, and, torn between two doubts, she added hastily: "But you have done just that in coming back now. That is the real solution of the problem." While they spoke they passed out of the wood path they had been following, and rounding a mass of shrubbery emerged on the lawn below the terraces. The long bulk of the house lay above them, dark against the lingering gleam of the west, with brightly lit windows marking its irregular outline, and the sight produced in Amherst and Justine a vague sense of helplessness and constraint. It was impossible to speak with the same freedom, confronted by that substantial symbol of the accepted order, which seemed to glare down on them in a massive disdain of their puny efforts to deflect the course of events, and Amherst, without reverting to her last words, asked after a moment if his wife had many guests. He listened in silence while Justine ran over the list of names: the Telfer girls and their brother, Mason Winch and Westy Gaines, a cluster of young bridge-playing couples, and, among the last arrivals, the Fenton Carburys and Ned Beaufort. The names were all familiar to Amherst. He knew they represented the flower of week-end fashion, but he did not remember having seen the Carburys among his wife's guests, and his mind paused on the name, seeking to regain some lost impression connected with it. But it evoked, like the others, merely the confused sense of stridency and unrest which he had brought away from his last Lynbrook visit, and this reminiscence made him ask Miss Brent, when her list was ended, if she did not think that so continuous a succession of visitors was too tiring for Bessy. "I sometimes think it tires her more than she knows, but I hope she can be persuaded to take better care of herself now that Mrs. Ansell has come back." Amherst halted abruptly. "Is Mrs. Ansell here?" "She arrived from Europe today." "And Mr. Langhope too, I suppose?" "Yes, he came from Newport about 10 days ago." Amherst checked himself, conscious that his questions betrayed the fact that he and his wife no longer wrote to each other. The same thought appeared to strike Justine, and they walked across the lawn in silence, hastening their steps involuntarily, as though to escape the oppressive weight of the words which had passed between them. But Justine was unwilling that this fruitless sense of oppression should be the final outcome of their talk, and when they reached the upper terrace she paused and turned impulsively to Amherst. As she did so, the light from an uncurtained window fell on her face, which glowed with the inner brightness kindled in it by moments of strong feeling. "I am sure of one thing. Bessy will be very, very glad that you have come," she exclaimed. "Thank you," he answered. Their hands met mechanically, and she turned away and entered the house. End of Book 2, Chapter 16. Book 2, Chapter 17 of The Fruit of the Tree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fruit of the Tree by Edith Wharton, Book 2, Chapter 17. Bessy had not seen her little girl that day, and filled with compunction by Justine's reminder, she hastened directly to the schoolroom. Of late, in certain moods, her maternal tenderness had been clouded by a sense of uneasiness in the child's presence, for Cicely was the argument most effectually used by Mr. Langhope and Mr. Tredegar in their efforts to check the triumph of Amherst's ideas. Bessy, still unable to form an independent opinion on the harassing question of the mills, continued to oscillate between the views of the contending parties, now regarding Cicely as an innocent victim and herself as an unnatural mother, sacrificing her child's prospects to further Amherst's enterprise, and now conscious of a vague animosity against the little girl as the chief cause of the dissensions which had so soon clouded the skies of her second marriage. Then again, there were moments when Cicely's rosy bloom reminded her bitterly of the child she had lost, the son on whom her ambitions had been fixed. It seemed to her now that if their boy had lived she might have kept Amherst's love and have played a more important part in his life, and brooding on the tragedy of the child's sickly existence, she resented the contrast of Cicely's brightness and vigour. The result was that in her treatment of her daughter she alternated between moments of exaggerated devotion and days of neglect, never long happy away from the little girl, yet restless and self-tormenting in her presence. After her talk with Justine she felt more than usually disturbed, as she always did when her unprofitable impulses of self-exposure had subsided. Bessy's mind was not made for introspection, and chance had burdened it with unintelligible problems. She felt herself the victim of circumstances to which her imagination attributed the deliberate malice that children ascribe to the furniture they run against in playing. This helped her to cultivate a sense of helpless injury, and to disdain in advance the advice she was perpetually seeking. How absurd it was, for instance, to suppose that a girl could understand the feelings of a married woman! Justine's suggestion that she should humble herself still further to Amherst merely left in Bessy's mind a rankling sense of being misunderstood and undervalued by those to whom she turned in her extremity, and she said to herself, in a phrase that sounded well in her own ears, that sooner or later every woman must learn to fight her battles alone. In this mood she entered the room where Cicely was at supper with her governess, and enveloped the child in a whirl of passionate caresses. But Cicely inherited the soberer Westmore temper, and her mother's spasmodic endearments always had a repressive effect on her. She dutifully returned a small fraction of Bessy's kisses, and then, with an air of relief, addressed herself once more to her bread and marmalade. "You don't seem a bit glad to see me," Bessy exclaimed, while the little governess made a nervous pretense of being greatly amused at this prodigious paradox, and Cicely, setting down her silver mug, asked judicially, "Why should I be gladder than other days? It isn't a birthday." This Cordelia-like answer cut Bessy to the quick. "You horrid child, to say such a cruel thing, when you know I love you better and better every minute! But you don't care for me any longer because Justine has taken you away from me." This last charge had sprung into her mind in the act of uttering it, but now that it was spoken, it instantly assumed the proportions of a fact, and seemed to furnish another justification for her wretchedness. Bessy was not naturally jealous, but her imagination was thrall to the spoken word, and it gave her a sudden incomprehensible relief to associate Justine with the obscure causes of her suffering. "I know she's cleverer than I am, and more amusing, and can tell you about plants and animals and things, and I dare say she tells you how tiresome and stupid I am." She sprang up suddenly, abashed by Cicely's astonished gaze, and by the governess's tremulous attempt to continue to treat the scene as one of mamma's most successful pleasantries. "Don't mind me. My head aches horribly. I think I'll rush off for a gallop on impulse before dinner. Miss Dill, Cicely's nails are a sight. I suppose that comes of grubbing up wildflowers." And with this parting shot at Justine's pursuits, she swept out of the schoolroom, leaving pupil and teacher plunged in a stricken silence, from which Cicely at length emerged to say, with the candour that Miss Dill dreaded more than any punishable offence, "Mother's prettiest, but I do like Justine the best." It was nearly dark when Bessy mounted the horse which had been hastily saddled in response to her order, but it was her habit to ride out alone at all hours, and of late nothing but a hard gallop had availed to quiet her nerves. Her craving for occupation had increased as her life became more dispersed and agitated, and the need to fill every hour drove her to excesses of bodily exertion, since other forms of activity were unknown to her. As she cantered along under the twilight sky, with a strong sea breeze in her face, the rush of air and the effort of steadying her nervous thoroughbred filled her with a glow of bodily energy from which her thoughts emerged, somewhat cleansed of their bitterness. She had been odious to poor little Cicely, for whom she now felt a sudden remorseful yearning, which almost made her turn her horse's head homeward, that she might dash upstairs and do penance beside the child's bed. And that she should have accused Justine of taking Cicely from her! It frightened her to find herself thinking evil of Justine. Bessy, whose perceptions were keen enough in certain directions, knew that her second marriage had changed her relation to all her former circle of friends. Though they still rallied about her, keeping up the convenient habit of familiar intercourse, she had begun to be aware that their view of her had in it an element of criticism and compassion. She had once fancied that Amherst's good looks, and the other qualities she had seen in him, would immediately make him free of the charmed circle in which she moved, but she was discouraged by his disregard of his opportunities, and above all by the fundamental differences in his view of life. He was never common or ridiculous, but she saw that he would never acquire the small social facilities. He was fond of exercise, but it bored him to talk of it. The men's smoking-room anecdotes did not amuse him. He was unmoved by the fluctuations of the stock market. He could not tell one card from another, and his perfunctory attempts at billiards had once caused Mr. Langhope to murmur in his daughter's hearing, "Ah, that's the test. I always said so." Thus debarred from what seemed to Bessy the chief points of contact with life, how could Amherst hope to impose himself on minds versed in these larger relations? As the sense of his social insufficiency grew on her, Bessy became more sensitive to that latent criticism of her marriage which, intolerable thought, involved a judgment on herself. She was increasingly eager for the approval and applause of her little audience, yet increasingly distrustful of their sincerity, and more miserably persuaded that she and her husband were the butt of some of their most effective stories. She knew also that rumours of the disagreement about Westmore were abroad, and the suspicion that Amherst's conduct was the subject of unfriendly comment provoked in her a reaction of loyalty to his ideas. From this turmoil of conflicting influences only her friendship with Justine Brent remained secure, though Justine's adaptability made it easy for her to fit into the Lynbrook life. Bessy knew that she stood as much outside of it as Amherst. She could never, for instance, be influenced by what Maria Ansell and the Gaineses and the Telfers thought. She had her own criteria of conduct, unintelligible to Bessy, but giving her an independence of mind on which her friend leaned in a kind of blind security. And that even her faith in Justine should suddenly be poisoned by a jealous thought seemed to prove that the consequences of her marriage were gradually infecting her whole life. Bessy could conceive of masculine devotion only as subservient to its divinity's least wish, and she argued that if Amherst had really loved her he could not so lightly have disturbed the foundations of her world. And so her tormented thoughts, perpetually circling on themselves, reverted once more to their central grievance, the failure of her marriage. If her own love had died out it would have been much simpler. She was surrounded by examples of the mutual evasion of a troublesome tie. There was Blanche Carbury, for instance, with whom she had lately struck up an absorbing friendship. It was perfectly clear that Blanche Carbury wondered how much more she was going to stand. But it was the torment of Bessy's situation that it involved a radical contradiction, that she still loved Amherst, though she could not forgive him for having married her. Perhaps what she most suffered from was his too prompt acceptance of the semi-estrangement between them. After nearly 3 years of marriage she had still to learn that it was Amherst's way to wrestle with the angel till dawn, and then to go about his other business. Her own mind could revolve in the same grievance as interminably as a squirrel in its wheel, and her husband's habit of casting off the accepted fact seemed to betoken poverty of feeling. If only he had striven a little harder to keep her, if, even now, he would come back to her, and make her feel that she was more to him than those wretched mills. When she turned her mare toward Lynbrook, the longing to see Amherst was again uppermost. He had not written for weeks. She had been obliged to tell Maria Ansell that she knew nothing of his plans, and it mortified her to think that everyone was aware of his neglect. Yet even now, if on reaching the house she should find a telegram to say that he was coming, the weight of loneliness would be lifted, and everything in life would seem different. Her high-strung mare, scenting the homeward road, and excited by the fantastic play of wayside lights and shadows, swept her along at a wild gallop with which the fevered rush of her thoughts kept pace, and when she reached the house she dropped from the saddle with aching wrists and brain benumbed. She entered by a side door to avoid meeting anyone, and ran upstairs at once, knowing that she had barely time to dress for dinner. As she opened the door of her sitting room, someone rose from the chair by the fire, and she stood still, facing her husband. It was the moment both had desired, but when it came it found them tongue-tied and helpless. Bessy was the first to speak. "When did you get here? You never wrote me you were coming." Amherst advanced toward her, holding out his hand. "No, you must forgive me. I've been very busy," he said. Always the same excuse, the same thrusting at her of the hateful fact that Westmore came first, and that she must put up with whatever was left of his time and thoughts. "You are always too busy to let me hear from you," she said coldly, and the hand which had sprung toward his fell back to her side. Even then, if he had only said frankly, "It was too difficult, I didn't know how," the note of truth would have reached and moved her. But he had striven for the tone of ease and self-restraint that was habitual among her friends, and as usual his attempt had been a failure. "I am sorry. I'm a bad hand at writing," he rejoined, and his evil genius prompted him to add, "I hope my coming is not inconvenient." The colour rose to Bessy's face. "Of course not. But it seems rather odd to our visitors that I should know so little of your plans." At this he humbled himself still further. "I know I don't think enough about appearances. I'll try to do better the next time." Appearances! He spoke as if she had been reproaching him for a breach of etiquette. It never occurred to him that the cry came from her humiliated heart. The tide of warmth that always enveloped her in his presence was receding, and in its place a chill fluid seemed to creep up slowly to her throat and lips. In Amherst, meanwhile, the opposite process was taking place. His wife was still to him the most beautiful woman in the world, or rather, perhaps, the only woman to whose beauty his eyes had been opened. That beauty could never again penetrate to his heart, but it still touched his senses, not with passion, but with a caressing kindliness, such as one might feel for the bright movements of a bird or a kitten. It seemed to plead with him not to ask of her more than she could give, to be content with the outward grace, and not seek in it an inner meaning. He moved toward her again, and took her passive hands in his. "You look tired. Why do you ride so late?" "Oh, I just wanted to give Impulse a gallop. I hadn't time to take her out earlier, and if I let the grooms exercise her, they'll spoil her mouth." Amherst frowned. "You ought not to ride that mare alone at night. She shies at everything after dark." "She's the only horse I care for. The others are all cows," she murmured, releasing her hands impatiently. "Well, you must take me with you next time you ride her." She softened a little in spite of herself. Riding was the only amusement he cared to share with her, and the thought of a long gallop across the plains at his side brought back the warmth to her veins. "Yes, we'll go tomorrow. How long do you mean to stay?" she asked, looking up at him eagerly. He was pleased that she should wish to know, yet the question embarrassed him, for it was necessary that he should be back at Westmore within 3 days, and he could not put her off with an evasion. Bessy saw his hesitation, and her colour rose again. "I only asked," she explained, "because there is to be a fancy ball at the Hunt Club on the 20th, and I thought of giving a big dinner here first." Amherst did not understand that she too had her inarticulate moments, and that the allusion to the fancy ball was improvised to hide an eagerness to which he had been too slow in responding. He thought she had inquired about his plans only that he might not again interfere with the arrangements of her dinner table. If that was all she cared about, it became suddenly easy to tell her that he could not stay, and he answered lightly: "Fancy balls are a little out of my line, but at any rate I shall have to be back at the mills the day after tomorrow." The disappointment brought a rush of bitterness to her lips. "The day after tomorrow? It seems hardly worth while to have come so far for 2 days." "Oh, I don't mind the journey. And there are 1 or 2 matters I must consult you about." There could hardly have been a more ill-advised answer, but Amherst was reckless now. If she cared for his coming only that he might fill a place at a fancy-dress dinner, he would let her see that he had come only because he had to go through the form of submitting to her certain measures to be taken at Westmore. Bessy was beginning to feel the physical reaction of her struggle with the mare. The fatigue which at first had deadened her nerves now woke them to acuter sensibility, and an appealing word from her husband would have drawn her to his arms. But his answer seemed to drive all the blood back to her heart. "I don't see why you still go through the form of consulting me about Westmore, when you have always done just as you pleased there, without regard to me or Cicely." Amherst made no answer, silenced by the discouragement of hearing the same old grievance on her lips; and she too seemed struck, after she had spoken, by the unprofitableness of such retorts. "It doesn't matter. Of course I'll do whatever you wish," she went on listlessly. "But I could have sent my signature, if that is all you came for." "Thanks," said Amherst coldly. "I shall remember that the next time." They stood silent for a moment, he with his eyes fixed on her, she with averted head, twisting her riding whip between her fingers; and then she said suddenly: "We shall be late for dinner," and passing into her dressing room she closed the door. Amherst roused himself as she disappeared. "Bessy!" he exclaimed, moving toward her; but as he approached the door he heard her maid's voice within, and turning away he went to his own room. Bessy came down late to dinner, with vivid cheeks and an air of improvised ease, and the manner of her entrance, combined with her husband's unannounced arrival, produced in their observant guests the sense of latent complications. Mr. Langhope, though evidently unaware of his son-in-law's return till they greeted each other in the drawing-room, was too good a card-player to betray surprise, and Mrs. Ansell outdid herself in the delicate art of taking everything for granted. But these very dissimulations sharpened the perception of the other guests, whom long practice had rendered expert in interpreting such signs. Of all this Justine Brent was aware, and conscious also that, by every one but herself, the suspected estrangement between the Amhersts was regarded as turning merely on the question of money. To the greater number of persons present there was, in fact, no other conceivable source of conjugal discord, since every known complication could be adjusted by means of the universal lubricant. It was this unanimity of view which bound together in the compactness of a new feudalism the members of Bessy Amherst's world, which supplied them with their passwords and social tests, and defended them securely against the insidious attack of ideas. The genius of history, capriciously directing the antics of its marionettes, sometimes lets the drama languish through a series of unrelated episodes, and then, suddenly quickening the pace, packs into one scene the stuff of a dozen. The chance meeting of Amherst and Justine, seemingly of no significance to either, contained the germ of developments of which both had begun to be aware before the evening was over. Their short talk, the first really intimate exchange of words between them, had the effect of creating a sense of solidarity that grew apace in the atmosphere of the Lynbrook dinner-table. Justine was always reluctant to take part in Bessy's week-end dinners, but as she descended the stairs that evening she did not regret having promised to be present. She frankly wanted to see Amherst again. His tone, his view of life, reinforced her own convictions, restored her faith in the reality and importance of all that Lynbrook ignored and excluded. Her extreme sensitiveness to surrounding vibrations of thought and feeling told her, as she glanced at him between the flowers and candles of the long dinner-table, that he too was obscurely aware of the same effect, and it flashed across her that they were unconsciously drawn together by the fact that they were the only two strangers in the room. Every one else had the same standpoint, spoke the same language, drew on the same stock of illusions, used the same weights and measures in estimating persons and actions. Between Mr. Langhope's indolent acuteness of mind and the rudimentary processes of the rosy Telfers there was a difference of degree, but not of kind. If Mr. Langhope viewed the spectacle more objectively, it was not because he had outlived the sense of its importance, but because years of experience had familiarized him with its minutest details, and this familiarity with the world he lived in had bred a profound contempt for any other. In no way could the points of contact between Amherst and Justine Brent have been more vividly brought out than by their tacit exclusion from the currents of opinion about them. Amherst, seated in unsmiling endurance at the foot of the table between Mrs. Ansell, with her carefully distributed affabilities, and Blanche Carbury, with her reckless hurling of conversational pebbles, seemed to Justine as much of a stranger as herself among the people to whom his marriage had introduced him. So strongly did she feel the sense of their common isolation that it was no surprise to her, when the men reappeared in the drawing-room after dinner, to have her host thread his way, between the unfolding bridge tables, straight to the corner where she sat. Amherst's methods in the drawing-room were still as direct as in the cotton mill. He always went up at once to the person he sought, without preliminary waste of tactics, and on this occasion Justine, without knowing what had passed between himself and Bessy, suspected from the appearance of both that their talk had resulted in increasing Amherst's desire to be with someone to whom he could speak freely and naturally on the subject nearest his heart. She began at once to question him about Westmore, and the change in his face showed that his work was still a refuge from all that made life disheartening and unintelligible. Whatever convictions had been thwarted or impaired in him, his faith in the importance of his task remained unshaken, and the firmness with which he held to it filled Justine with a sense of his strength. The feeling kindled her own desire to escape again into the world of deeds, yet by a sudden reaction it checked the growing inclination for Stephen Wyant that had resulted from her revolt against Lynbrook. Here was a man as careless as Wyant of the minor forms, yet her appreciation of him was not affected by the lack of adaptability that she accused herself of criticizing in her suitor. She began to see that it was not the sense of Wyant's social deficiencies that had held her back, and the discovery at once set free her judgment of him, enabling her to penetrate to the real causes of her reluctance. She understood now that the flaw she felt was far deeper than any defect of manner. It was the sense in him of something unstable and incalculable, something at once weak and violent, that was brought to light by the contrast of Amherst's quiet resolution. Here was a man whom no gusts of chance could deflect from his purpose, while she felt that the career to which Wyant had so ardently given himself would always be at the mercy of his passing emotions. As the distinction grew clearer, Justine trembled to think that she had so nearly pledged herself, without the excuse of love, to a man whose failings she could judge so lucidly. But had she ever really thought of marrying Wyant? While she continued to talk with Amherst, such a possibility became more and more remote, till she began to feel it was no more than a haunting dream. But her promise to see Wyant the next day reminded her of the nearness of her peril. How could she have played with her fate so lightly, she who held her life so dear because she felt in it such untried powers of action and emotion? She continued to listen to Amherst's account of his work with enough outward self-possession to place the right comment and put the right question, yet conscious only of the quiet strength she was absorbing from his presence, of the way in which his words, his voice, his mere nearness were slowly steadying and clarifying her will. In the smoking room, after the ladies had gone upstairs, Amherst continued to acquit himself mechanically of his duties against the incongruous background of his predecessor's remarkable sporting prints, for it was characteristic of his relation to Lynbrook that his life there was carried on in the setting of foils and boxing gloves, firearms and racing trophies, which had expressed Dick Westmore's ideals. Never very keenly alive to his material surroundings, and quite unconscious of the irony of this proximity, Amherst had come to accept his wife's guests as unquestioningly as their background, and with the same sense of their being an inevitable part of his new life. Their talk was no more intelligible to him than the red and yellow hieroglyphics of the racing prints, and he smoked in silence while Mr. Langhope discoursed to Westy Gaines on the recent sale of Chinese porcelains, at which he had been lucky enough to pick up the set of Ming for his daughter, and Mason Winch expounded to a group of languid listeners the essential dependence of the laboring man on the prosperity of Wall Street. In a retired corner, Ned Beaufort was imparting facts of a more personal nature to a chosen following, who hailed with suppressed enjoyment the murmured mention of proper names; and now and then Amherst found himself obliged to say to Fenton Carbury, who with one accord had been left on his hands, "Yes, I understand the flat-tread tire is best," or "There's a good deal to be said for the low-tension magneto," but all the while his conscious thoughts were absorbed in the remembrance of his talk with Justine Brent. He had left his wife's presence in that state of moral lassitude when the strongest hopes droop under the infection of indifference and hostility, and the effort of attainment seems out of all proportion to the end in view. But as he listened to Justine, all his energies sprang to life again. Here at last was someone who felt the urgency of his task. Her every word and look confirmed her comment of the afternoon: "Westmore must be foremost to you both in time. I don't see how either of you can escape it." She saw it, as he did, to be the special outlet offered for the expression of what he was worth to the world, and with the knowledge that one other person recognized his call, it sounded again loudly in his heart. Yes, he would go on, patiently and persistently, conquering obstacles, suffering delay, enduring criticism, hardest of all, bearing with his wife's deepening indifference and distrust. Justine had said, "Westmore must be foremost to you both," and he would prove that she was right. Spite of the powers leagued against him, he would win over Bessy in the end. Those observers who had been struck by the length and animation of Miss Brent's talk with her host, and among whom Mrs. Ansell and Westy Gaines were foremost, would hardly have believed how small a part her personal charms had played in attracting him. Amherst was still under the power of the other kind of beauty, the soft graces personifying the first triumph of sex in his heart, and Justine's dark slenderness could not at once dispel the milder image. He watched her with pleasure while she talked, but her face interested him only as the vehicle of her ideas. She looked as a girl must look who felt and thought as she did. He was aware that everything about her was quick and fine and supple, and that the muscles of character lay close to the surface of feeling, but the interpenetration of spirit and flesh that made her body seem like the bright projection of her mind left him unconscious of anything but the oneness of their thoughts. So these two, in their hour of doubt, poured strength into each other's hearts, each unconscious of what they gave, and of its hidden power of renewing their own purposes. End of Book 2, Chapter 17. Book 2, Chapter 18 of The Fruit of the Tree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fruit of the Tree by Edith Wharton, Book 2, Chapter 18. If Mr. Langhope had ever stooped to such facile triumphs as that summed up in the convenient "I told you so," he would have loosed the phrase on Mrs. Ansell in the course of a colloquy which these two, the next afternoon, were at some pains to defend from the incursions of the Lynbrook house party. Mrs. Ansell was the kind of woman who could encircle herself with privacy on an excursion boat and create a nook in a hotel drawing-room. But it taxed even her ingenuity to segregate herself from the Telfers. When the feat was accomplished, and it became evident that Mr. Langhope could yield himself securely to the joys of confidential discourse, he paused on the brink of disclosure to say, "It's as well I saved that Ming from the ruins." "What ruins?" she exclaimed, her startled look giving him the full benefit of the effect he was seeking to produce. He addressed himself deliberately to the selecting and lighting of a cigarette. "Truscomb is down and out. Resigned, the wise it call. And the alterations at Westmore are going to cost a great deal more than my experienced son-in-law expected. This is Westy's morning budget. He and Amherst had it out last night. I tell my poor girl that at least she'll lose nothing when the bibelots I've bought for her go up the spout." Mrs. Ansell received this with a troubled countenance. "What has become of Bessy? I've not seen her since luncheon." "No, she and Blanche Carbury have motored over to dine with the Nick Ledgers at Islip." "Did you see her before she left?" "For a moment, but she said very little. Westy tells me that Amherst hints at leasing the New York house. One can understand that she's left speechless." Mrs. Ansell, at this, sat bolt upright. "The New York house!" But she broke off to add, with seeming irrelevance, "If you knew how I detest Blanche Carbury." Mr. Langhope made a gesture of semi-acquiescence. "She is not the friend I should have chosen for Bessy, but we know that Providence makes use of strange instruments." "Providence and Blanche Carbury?" She stared at him. "Ah, you are profoundly corrupt." "I have the coarse masculine habit of looking facts in the face. Womanlike, you prefer to make use of them privately, and cut them when you meet in public." "Blanche is not the kind of fact I should care to make use of under any circumstances whatever." "No one asks you to. Simply regard her as a force of nature.
Let her alone, and don't put up too many lightning rods."
She raised her eyes to his face. "Do you really mean that you want Bessy to get a divorce?"
"Your style is elliptical, dear Maria. But divorce does not frighten me very much. It has grown almost as painless as modern dentistry."
"It's our odious insensibility that makes it so." Mr. Langhope received this with the mildness of suspended judgment.
"How else then do you propose that Bessy shall save what is left of her money?"
"I would rather see her save what is left of her happiness. Bessy will never be happy in the new way."
"What do you call the new way?"
"Launching one's boat over a human body, or several, as the case may be."
"But don't you see that, as an expedient to bring this madman to reason?"
"I've told you that you don't understand him." Mr. Langhope turned on her with what would have been a show of temper in any one less provided with shades of manner.
"Well, then, explain him, for God's sake."
"I might explain him by saying that she's still in love with him."
If you're still imprisoned in the old formulas."
Mrs. Ansell confronted him with a grave face. "Isn't that precisely what Bessy is? Isn't she one of the most harrowing victims of the plan of bringing up our girls in the double bondage of expediency and unreality, corrupting their bodies with luxury and their brains with sentiment, and leaving them to reconcile the two as best they can, or lose their souls in the attempt?" Mr. Langhope smiled.
"I may observe that, with my poor child so early left alone to me, I supposed I was doing my best in committing her guidance to some of the most admirable women I know."
"Of whom I was one, and not the least lamentable example of the system. Of course, the only thing that saves us from their vengeance," Mrs. Ansell added, "is that so few of them ever stop to think."
"And yet, as I make out, it's precisely what you would have Bessy do."
"It's what neither you nor I can help her doing. You've given her just acuteness enough to question, without consecutiveness enough to explain. But if she must perish in the struggle, and I see no hope for her," cried Mrs. Ansell, starting suddenly and dramatically to her feet, "at least let her perish defending her ideals and not denying them, even if she has to sell the New York house and all your china pots into the bargain." Mr. Langhope, rising also, deprecatingly lifted his hands.
"If that's what you call saving me from her vengeance, sending the crockery crashing round my ears—"
And as she turned away without any pretense of capping his pleasantry, he added with a gleam of friendly malice,
"I suppose you're going to the Hunt Ball as Cassandra?"
Amherst, that morning, had sought out his wife with the definite resolve to efface the unhappy impression of their previous talk. He blamed himself for having been too easily repelled by her impatience. As the stronger of the two, with the power of a fixed purpose to sustain him, he should have allowed for the instability of her impulses, and above all for the automatic influences of habit. Knowing that she did not keep early hours, he delayed till 10 o'clock to present himself at her sitting-room door; but the maid who answered his knock informed him that Mrs. Amherst was not yet up. His reply that he would wait did not appear to hasten the leisurely process of her toilet, and he had the room to himself for a full half-hour. Many months had passed since he had spent so long a time in it, and though habitually unobservant of external details, he now found an outlet for his restlessness in mechanically noting the intimate appurtenances of Bessy's life. He was at first merely conscious of a soothing harmony of line and colour, extending from the blurred tints of the rug to the subdued gleam of light on old picture frames and on the slender flanks of porcelain vases; but gradually he began to notice how every chair and screen and cushion, and even every trifling utensil on the inlaid writing-desk, had been chosen with reference to the whole composition, and to the minutest requirements of a fastidious leisure. A few months ago this studied setting, if he had thought of it at all, would have justified itself as expressing the pretty woman's natural affinity with pretty toys;
But now it was the cost of it that struck him. He was beginning to learn from Bessy's bills that no commodity is taxed as high as beauty, and the beauty about him filled him with sudden repugnance, as the disguise of the evil influences that were separating his wife's life from his. But with her entrance he dismissed the thought, and tried to meet her as if nothing stood in the way of their full communion. Her hair, still wet from the bath, broke from its dryad-like knot in dusky rings and spirals threaded with gold, and from her loose flexible draperies, and her whole person as she moved, there came a scent of youth and morning freshness. Her beauty touched him, and made it easier for him to humble himself. "I was stupid and disagreeable last night. I can never say what I want when I have to count the minutes, and I've come back now for a quiet talk," he began. A shade of distrust passed over Bessy's face. "About business?" she asked, pausing a few feet away from him. "Don't let us give it that name." He went up to her and drew her two hands into his. "You used to call it our work. Won't you go back to that way of looking at it?" Her hands resisted his pressure. "I didn't know then that it was going to be the only thing you cared for." But for her own sake he would not let her go on. "Some day I shall make you see how much my caring for it means my caring for you. But meanwhile," he urged, "won't you overcome your aversion to the subject, and bear with it as my work if you no longer care of it as yours?" Bessy, freeing herself, sat down on the edge of the straight-backed chair near the desk, as though to mark the parenthetical nature of the interview. "I know you think me stupid, but wives are not usually expected to go into all the details of their husband's business. I have told you to do whatever you wish at Westmore, and I can't see why that is not enough." Amherst looked at her in surprise. Something in her quick mechanical utterance suggested that not only the thought but the actual words she spoke had been inspired, and he fancied he heard in them an echo of Blanche Carbury's tones. Though Bessy's intimacy with Mrs. Carbury was of such recent date, fragments of unheeded smoking-room gossip now recurred to confirm the vague antipathy which Amherst had felt for her the previous evening. "I know that among your friends wives are not expected to interest themselves in their husband's work, and if the mills were mine I should try to conform to the custom, though I should always think it a pity that the questions that fill a man's thoughts should be ruled out of his talk with his wife. But as it is, I am only your representative at Westmore, and I don't see how we can help having the subject come up between us." Bessy remained silent, not as if acquiescing in his plea, but as though her own small stock of arguments had temporarily failed her; and he went on, enlarging on his theme with a careful avoidance of technical terms, and with a constant effort to keep the human and personal side of the question before her. She listened without comment, her eyes fixed on a little jewelled letter-opener, which she had picked up from the writing-table, and which she continued to turn in her fingers while she spoke. The full development of Amherst's plans at Westmore, besides resulting, as he had foreseen, in Truscomb's resignation, and in Halford Gaines's outspoken resistance to the new policy, had necessitated a larger immediate outlay of capital than the first estimates demanded, and Amherst, in putting his case to Bessy, was prepared to have her meet it on the old ground of the disapproval of all her advisers. But when he had ended she merely said, without looking up from the toy in her hand, "I always expected that you would need a great deal more money than you thought." The comment touched him at his most vulnerable point. "But you see why. You understand how the work has gone on growing." His wife lifted her head to glance at him for a moment. "I am not sure that I understand," she said indifferently. "But if another loan is necessary, of course I will sign the note for it." The words checked his reply by bringing up, before he was prepared to deal with it, the other and more embarrassing aspect of the question. He had hoped to reawaken in Bessy some feeling for the urgency of his task before having to take up the subject of its cost. but her cold anticipation of his demands as part of a disagreeable business to be dispatched and put out of mind doubled the difficulty of what he had left to say, and it occurred to him that she had perhaps foreseen and reckoned on this result. He met her eyes gravely. "Another loan is necessary, but if any proper provision is to be made for paying it back, your expenses will have to be cut down a good deal for the next few months." The blood leapt to Bessy's face. "My expenses? You seem to forget how much I've had to cut them down already." "The household bills certainly don't show it. They are increasing steadily, and there have been some very heavy incidental payments lately." "What do you mean by incidental payments?" "Well, there was the pair of cobs you bought last month." She returned to a resigned contemplation of the letter opener. "With only one motor, one must have more horses, of course." "The stables seemed fairly full before. But if you required more horses, I don't see why, at this particular moment, it was also necessary to buy a set of Chinese vases for $2,500. Bessy, at this, lifted her head with an air of decision that surprised him. Her blush had faded as quickly as it came, and he noticed that she was pale to the lips. "I know you don't care about such things, but I had an exceptional chance of securing the vases at a low price. They are really worth twice as much, and Dick always wanted a set of Ming for the drawing-room mantelpiece." Richard Westmore's name was always tacitly avoided between them, for in Amherst's case the disagreeable sense of dependence on a dead man's bounty increased that feeling of obscure constraint and repugnance which any reminder of the first husband's existence is wont to produce in his successor. He reddened at the reply, and Bessy, profiting by an embarrassment which she had perhaps consciously provoked, went on hastily, as if by rote. "I have left you perfectly free to do as you think best at the mills, but this perpetual discussion of my personal expenses is very unpleasant to me, as I am sure it must be to you, and in future I think it would be much better for us to have separate accounts." "Separate accounts?" Amherst echoed in genuine astonishment. "I should like my personal expenses to be under my own control again. I have never been used to accounting for every penny I spend." The vertical lines deepened between Amherst's brows. "You are of course free to spend your money as you like, and I thought you were doing so when you authorized me, last spring, to begin the changes at Westmore." Her lip trembled. "Do you reproach me for that? I didn't understand. You took advantage." "Oh!" he exclaimed. At his tone the blood rushed back to her face. "It was my fault, of course. I only wanted to please you." Amherst was silent, confronted by the sudden sense of his own responsibility. What she said was true. He had known, when he exacted the sacrifice, that she made it only to please him on an impulse of reawakened feeling, and not from any real recognition of a larger duty. The perception of this made him answer gently: "I am willing to take any blame you think I deserve, but it won't help us now to go back to the past. It is more important that we should come to an understanding about the future. If by keeping your personal account separate you mean that you wish to resume control of your whole income, then you ought to understand that the improvements at the mills will have to be dropped at once, and things there go back to their old state." She started up with an impatient gesture. "Oh, I should like never to hear of the mills again!" He looked at her a moment in silence. "Am I to take that as your answer?" She walked toward her door without returning his look. "Of course," she murmured, "you will end by doing as you please." The retort moved him, for he heard in it the cry of her wounded pride. He longed to be able to cry out in return that Westmore was nothing to him, that all he asked was to see her happy. But it was not true, and his manhood revolted from the deception. Besides, its effect would be only temporary, would wear no better than her vain efforts to simulate an interest in his work. Between them forever were the insurmountable barriers of character, of education, of habit, and yet it was not in him to believe that any barrier was unsurmountable. "Bessy," he exclaimed, following her, "don't let us part in this way." She paused with her hand on the dressing-room door. "It is time to dress for church," she objected, turning to glance at the little gilt clock on the chimney-piece. For church? Amherst stared, wondering that at such a crisis she should have remained detached enough to take note of the hour. "You forget," she replied with an air of gentle reproof, "that before we married I was in the habit of going to church every Sunday." "Yes, to be sure. Would you not like me to go with you?" he rejoined gently, as if roused to the consciousness of another omission in the long list of his social shortcomings, for church-going at Lynbrook had always struck him as a purely social observance. But Bessy had opened the door of her dressing-room. "I much prefer that you should do what you like," she said as she passed from the room. Amherst made no further attempt to detain her, and the door closed on her as though it were closing on a chapter in their lives. "That's the end of it," he murmured, picking up the letter opener she had been playing with, and twirling it absently in his fingers. But nothing in life ever ends, and the next moment a new question confronted him. How was the next chapter to open? End of Book 2, Chapter 18. Book 3, Chapter 19 of The Fruit of the Tree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fruit of the Tree by Edith Wharton, Book 3, Chapter 19. It was late in October when Amherst returned to Lynbrook. He had begun to learn, in the interval, the lesson most difficult to his direct and trenchant nature, that compromise is the law of married life. On the afternoon of his talk with his wife he had sought her out, determined to make a final effort to clear up the situation between them, but he learned that, immediately after luncheon, she had gone off in the motor with Mrs. Carbury and 2 men of the party, leaving word that they would probably not be back till evening. It cost Amherst a struggle, when he had humbled himself to receive this information from the butler, not to pack his portmanteau and take the first train for Hanaford, but he was still under the influence of Justine Brent's words, and also of his own feeling that, at this juncture, a break between himself and Bessy would be final. He stayed on accordingly, enduring as best he might the mute observation of the household and the gentle irony of Mr. Langhope's attentions, and before he left Lynbrook 2 days later a provisional understanding had been reached. His wife proved more firm than he had foreseen in her resolve to regain control of her income, and the talk between them ended in reciprocal concessions, Bessy consenting to let the town house for the winter and remain at Lynbrook, while Amherst agreed to restrict his improvements at Westmore to such alterations as had already been begun, and to reduce the expenditure on these as much as possible. It was virtually the defeat of his policy, and he had to suffer the decent triumph of the Gaineses, as well as the bitterer pang of his foiled aspirations. In spite of the opposition of the directors, he had taken advantage of Truscomb's resignation to put Duplain at the head of the mills, but the new manager's outspoken disgust at the company's change of plan made it clear that he would not remain long at Westmore, and it was one of the miseries of Amherst's situation that he could not give the reasons for his defection, but must bear to figure in Duplain's terse vocabulary as a quitter. The difficulty of finding a new manager expert enough to satisfy the directors, yet in sympathy with his own social theories, made Amherst fear that Duplain's withdrawal would open the way for Truscomb's reinstatement, an outcome on which he suspected Halford Gaines had always counted, and this possibility loomed before him as the final defeat of his hopes. Meanwhile the issues ahead had at least the merit of keeping him busy. The task of modifying and retrenching his plans contrasted drearily with the hopeful activity of the past months, but he had an iron capacity for hard work under adverse conditions, and the fact of being too busy for thought helped him to wear through the days. This pressure of work relieved him, at first, from too close consideration of his relation to Bessy. He had yielded up his dearest hopes at her wish, and for the moment his renunciation had set a chasm between them; but gradually he saw that, as he was patching together the ruins of his Westmore plans, so he must presently apply himself to the reconstruction of his married life. Before leaving Lynbrook he had had a last word with Miss Brent, not a word of confidence, for the same sense of reserve kept both from any explicit renewal of their moment's intimacy, but one of those exchanges of commonplace phrase that circumstances may be left to charge with special meaning. Justine had merely asked if he were really leaving, and, on his assenting, had exclaimed quickly, "But you will come back soon?" "I shall certainly come back," he answered, and after a pause he added, "I shall find you here? You will remain at Lynbrook?" On her part there was a shade of hesitation; then she said with a smile, "Yes, I shall stay." His look brightened. "And you'll write me if if Bessy should not be well?" "I will write you," she promised; and a few weeks after his return to Hanaford he had, in fact, received a short note from her. Its ostensible purpose was to reassure him as to Bessy's health, which had certainly grown stronger since Dr. Wyant had persuaded her, at the close of the last house party, to accord herself a period of quiet; but, the writer added, now that Mr. Langhope and Mrs. Ansell had also left, the quiet was perhaps too complete, and Bessy's nerves were beginning to suffer from the reaction. Amherst had no difficulty in interpreting this brief communication. "I have succeeded in dispersing the people who are always keeping you and your wife apart. Now is your chance. Come and take it." That was what Miss Brent's letter meant, and his answer was a telegram to Bessy announcing his return to Long Island. The step was not an easy one, but decisive action, however hard, was always easier to Amherst than the ensuing interval of readjustment. To come to Lynbrook had required a strong effort of will, but the effort of remaining there called into play less disciplined faculties. Amherst had always been used to doing things; now he had to resign himself to enduring the state of things. The material facilities of the life about him, the way in which the machinery of the great empty house ran on like some complex apparatus working in the void, increased the exasperation of his nerves. Dr. Wyant's suggestion, which Amherst suspected Justine of having prompted, that Mrs. Amherst should cancel her autumn engagements and give herself up to a quiet outdoor life with her husband, seemed to present the very opportunity these two distracted spirits needed to find and repossess each other. But though Amherst was grateful to Bessy for having dismissed her visitors, partly to please him, as he guessed, yet he found the routine of the establishment more oppressive than when the house was full. If he could have been alone with her in a quiet corner, the despised cottage at Westmore even, he fancied they might still have been brought together by restricted space and the familiar exigencies of life. All the primitive necessities which bind together, through their recurring daily wants, natures fated to find no higher point of union, had been carefully eliminated from the life at Lynbrook, where material needs were not only provided for, but anticipated by a hidden mechanism that filled the house with a perpetual sense of invisible attendance. Though Amherst knew that he and Bessy could never meet in the region of great issues, he thought he might have regained the way to her heart, and found relief in his own inaction, in the small ministrations of daily life; but the next moment he smiled to picture Bessy in surroundings where clocks were not wound of themselves, and the doors did not fly open at her approach. Those thick crowding cares and drudgeries which serve as merciful screens between so many discordant natures would have been as intolerable to her as was to Amherst the great glare of leisure in which he and she were now confronted. He saw that Bessy was in the state of propitiatory eagerness which always followed on her gaining a point in their long duel, and he could guess that she was tremulously anxious not only to make up to him, by all the arts she knew, for the sacrifice she had exacted, but also to conceal from every one the fact that, As Mr. Langhope bluntly put it, he had been brought to terms. Amherst was touched by her efforts, and half ashamed of his own inability to respond to them. But his mind, released from its normal preoccupations, had become a dangerous instrument of analysis and disintegration, and conditions which, a few months before, he might have accepted with the wholesome tolerance of the busy man, now pressed on him unendurably. He saw that he and his wife were really face to face for the first time since their marriage. Hitherto something had always intervened between them, first the spell of her grace and beauty, and the brief joy of her participation in his work, then the sorrow of their child's death, and after that the temporary exhilaration of carrying out his ideas at Westmore. But now that the last of these veils had been torn away, they faced each other as strangers. The habit of keeping factory hours always drove Amherst forth long before his wife's day began, and in the course of one of his early tramps he met Miss Brent and Cicely setting out for a distant swamp where rumour had it that a rare native orchid might be found. Justine's sylvan tastes had developed in the little girl a passion for such pillaging expeditions, and Cicely, who had discovered that her stepfather knew almost as much about birds and squirrels as Miss Brent did about flowers, was not to be appeased till Amherst had scrambled into the pony cart, wedging his long legs between a fern box and a lunch basket, and balancing a Scotch terrier's telescopic body across his knees. The season was so mild that only one or two light windless frosts had singed the foliage of oaks and beeches, and gilded the roadsides with a smooth carpeting of maple leaves. The morning haze rose like smoke from burnt-out pyres of sumac and sugar maple. A silver bloom lay on the furrows of the ploughed fields, and now and then, as they drove on, the wooded road showed at its end a tarnished disk of light, where sea and sky were merged. At length they left the road for a winding track through scrub oaks and glossy thickets of mountain laurel. The track died out at the foot of a wooded knoll, and clambering along its base they came upon the swamp. There it lay in charmed solitude, shut in by tawny growth of larch and swamp maple, its edges burnt out to smouldering shades of russet, ember red and ashen gray, while the quaking centre still preserved a jewel-like green. Where hidden lanes of moisture wound between islets tufted with swamp cranberry, and with the charred browns of fern and wild rose and bay. Sodden earth and decaying branches gave forth a strange sweet odor, as of the aromatic essences embalming a dead summer, and the air charged with this scent was so still that the snapping of witch hazel pods, the drop of a nut, the leap of a startled frog, pricked the silence with separate points of sound. The pony made fast, the terrier released, and fern box and lunch basket slung over Amherst's shoulder, the three explorers set forth on their journey. Amherst, as became his sex, went first, but after a few absent-minded plunges into the sedgy depths between the islets, he was ordered to relinquish his command and fall to the rear, where he might perform the humbler service of occasionally lifting Cicely over unspannable gulfs of moisture. Justine, leading the way, guided them across the treacherous surface as fearlessly as a kingfisher, lighting instinctively on every grass tussock and submerged tree stump of the uncertain path. Now and then she paused, her feet drawn close on their narrow perch, and her slender body swaying over as she reached down for some rare growth detected among the withered reeds and grasses. Then she would right herself again by a backward movement as natural as the upward swing of a branch, so free and flexible in all her motions that she seemed akin to the swaying reeds and curving brambles which caught at her as she passed. At length the explorers reached the mossy corner where the orchids grew, and Cicely, securely balanced on a fallen tree trunk, was allowed to dig the coveted roots. When they had been packed away, it was felt that this culminating moment must be celebrated with immediate libations of jam and milk, and having climbed to a dry slope among the pepper bushes, the party fell on the contents of the lunch basket. It was just the hour when Bessy's maid was carrying her breakfast tray, with its delicate service of old silver and porcelain, into the darkened bedroom at Lynbrook; but early rising and hard scrambling had whetted the appetites of the naturalists, and the nursery fare which Cicely spread before them seemed a sumptuous reward for their toil. "I do like this kind of picnic much better than the ones where mother takes all the footmen, and the mayonnaise has to be scraped off things before I can eat them," Cicely declared, lifting her foaming mouth from a beaker of milk. Amherst, lighting his pipe, stretched himself contentedly among the pepper bushes, steeped in that unreflecting peace which is shed into some hearts by communion with trees and sky. He too was glad to get away from the footmen and the mayonnaise, and he imagined that his stepdaughter's exclamation summed up all the reasons for his happiness. The boyish woodcraft which he had cultivated in order to encourage the same taste in his factory lads came to life in this sudden return to nature, and he redeemed his clumsiness in crossing the swamp by spying a marsh wren's nest that had escaped Justine, and detecting in a swiftly flitting olive-brown bird a belated tanager in autumn incognito. Cicely sat rapt while he pictured the bird's winter pilgrimage, with glimpses of the seas and islands that fled beneath him till his long southern flight ended in the dim glades of the equatorial forests. "Oh, what a good life! How I should like to be a wander-bird, and look down people's chimneys twice a year!" Justine laughed, tilting her head back to catch a last glimpse of the tanager. The sun beamed full on their ledge from a sky of misty blue, and she had thrown aside her hat, uncovering her thick waves of hair, blue-black in the hollows, with warm rusty edges where they took the light. Cicely dragged down a plumy spray of traveller's joy and wound it above her friend's forehead, and thus wreathed, with her bright pallor relieved against the dusky autumn tints, Justine looked like a wood spirit who had absorbed into herself the last golden juices of the year. She leaned back laughing against a tree trunk, pelting Cicely with witch hazel pods, making the terrier waltz for scraps of gingerbread, and breaking off now and then to imitate, with her clear full notes, the call of some hidden marsh bird, or the scolding chatter of a squirrel in the scrub oaks. "Is that what you'd like most about the journey, looking down the chimneys?" Amherst asked with a smile. "Oh, I don't know. I should love it all. Think of the joy of skimming over half the earth, seeing it born again out of darkness every morning. Sometimes when I've been up all night with a patient, and have seen the world come back to me like that, I've been almost mad with its beauty. And then the thought that I've never seen more than a little corner of it makes me feel as if I were chained. But I think if I had wings I should choose to be a house swallow, and then, after I'd had my fill of wonders, I should come back to my familiar corner, and my house full of busy humdrum people, to fly low to warn them of rain, and to wheel up high to show them it was good haying weather, and know what was going on in every room in the house, and every house in the village, and all the while I should be hugging my wonderful big secret, the secret of snow plains and burning deserts, and coral islands and buried cities, and should put it all into my chatter under the eaves that the people in the house were always too busy to stop and listen to. And when winter came I'm sure I should hate to leave them, even to go back to my great Brazilian forests full of orchids and monkeys." "But, Justine, in winter you could take care of the monkeys," the practical Cicely suggested. "Yes, and that would remind me of home," Justine cried, swinging about to pinch the little girl's chin. She was in one of the buoyant moods when the spirit of life caught her in its grip, and shook and tossed her on its mighty waves as a sea-bird is tossed through the spray of flying rollers. At such moments all the light and music of the world seemed distilled into her veins, and forced up in bubbles of laughter to her lips and eyes. Amherst had never seen her thus, and he watched her with the sense of relaxation which the contact of limpid gaiety brings to a mind obscured by failure and self-distrust. The world was not so dark a place after all, if such springs of merriment could well up in a heart as sensitive as hers to the burden and toil of existence. "Isn't it strange," she went on with a sudden drop to gravity, that the bird whose wings carry him furthest and show him the most wonderful things is the one who always comes back to the eaves and is happiest in the thick of everyday life? Her eyes met Amherst's. "It seems to me," he said, "that you're like that yourself, loving long flights, yet happiest in the thick of life." She raised her dark eyebrows laughingly. "So I imagine, but then you see I've never had the long flight." Amherst smiled. "Ah, there it is. One never knows. One never says, 'This is the moment,' because, however good it is, it always seems the door to a better one beyond. Faust never said it till the end, when he'd nothing left of all he began by thinking worth while, and then with what a difference it was said." She pondered. Yes, but it was the best after all, the moment in which he had nothing left. "Oh," Cicely broke in suddenly, "do look at the squirrel up there. See, Father, he's off. Let's follow him." As she crouched there, with head thrown back, and sparkling lips and eyes, her fair hair, of her mother's very hue, making a shining haze about her face, Amherst recalled the winter evening at Hopewood, when he and Bessy had tracked the gray squirrel under the snowy beeches. Scarcely 3 years ago, and how bitter memory had turned. A chilly cloud spread over his spirit, reducing everything once more to the leaden hue of reality. "It's too late for any more adventures. We must be going," he said. End of Book 3, Chapter 19. Book 3, Chapter 20 of The Fruit of the Tree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fruit of the Tree by Edith Wharton, Book 3, Chapter 20. Amherst's morning excursions with his stepdaughter and Miss Brent renewed themselves more than once. He welcomed any pretext for escaping from the unprofitable rounds of his thoughts, and these woodland explorations, with their gay rivalry of search for some rare plant or elusive bird, and the contact with the child's happy wonder, and with the morning brightness of Justine's mood, gave him his only moments of self-forgetfulness. But the first time that Cicely's chatter carried home an echo of their adventures, Amherst saw a cloud on his wife's face. Her resentment of Justine's influence over the child had long since subsided, and in the temporary absence of the governess she was glad to have Cicely amused, but she was never quite satisfied that those about her should have pursuits and diversions in which she did not share. Her jealousy did not concentrate itself on her husband and Miss Brent. Amherst had never shown any inclination for the society of other women, and if the possibility had been suggested to her, she would probably have said that Justine was not in his style. So unconscious is a pretty woman apt to be of the versatility of masculine tastes. But Amherst saw that she felt herself excluded from amusements in which she had no desire to join, and of which she consequently failed to see the purpose, and he gave up accompanying his stepdaughter. Bessy, as if in acknowledgment of his renunciation, rose earlier in order to prolong their rides together. Dr. Wyant had counselled her against the fatigue of following the hounds, and she instinctively turned their horses away from the course the hunt was likely to take; but now and then the cry of the pack, or the flash of red on a distant slope, sent the blood to her face and made her press her mare to a gallop. When they escaped such encounters she showed no great zest in the exercise, and their rides resolved themselves to a spiritless middle-aged jog along the autumn lanes. In the early days of their marriage the joy of a canter side by side had merged them in a community of sensation beyond need of speech; but now that the physical spell had passed, they felt the burden of a silence that neither knew how to break. Once only a moment's friction galvanized these lifeless rides. It was one morning when Bessy's wild mare Impulse, under-exercised and overfed, suddenly broke from her control, and would have unseated her but for Amherst's grasp on the bridle.
"The horse is not fit for you to ride," he exclaimed, as the hot creature, with shudders of defiance rippling her flanks, lapsed into sullen subjection. "It's only because I don't ride her enough," Bessy panted. "That new groom is ruining her mouth." "You must not ride her alone, then." "I shall not let that man ride her." "I say you must not ride her alone." "It's ridiculous to have a groom at one's heels." "Nevertheless you must, if you ride impulse." Their eyes met, and she quivered and yielded like the horse. "Oh, if you say so." She always hugged his brief flashes of authority. "I do say so. You promise me?" "If you like." Amherst had made an attempt to occupy himself with the condition of Lynbrook, one of those slovenly villages, without individual character or the tradition of self-respect, which spring up in America on the skirts of the rich summer colonies. But Bessy had never given Lynbrook a thought, and he realized the futility of hoping to interest her in its mongrel population of day labourers and publicans so soon after his glaring failure at Westmore. The sight of the village irritated him whenever he passed through the Lynbrook gates, but having perforce accepted the situation of prince consort, without voice in the government, he tried to put himself out of relation with all the questions which had hitherto engrossed him, and to see life simply as a spectator. He could even conceive that, under certain conditions, there might be compensations in the passive attitude, but unfortunately these conditions were not such as the life at Lynbrook presented. The temporary cessation of Bessy's week-end parties had naturally not closed her doors to occasional visitors, and glimpses of the autumnal animation of Long Island passed now and then across the Amhersts' horizon. Blanche Carbury had installed herself at Mapleside, a fashionable colony halfway between Lynbrook and Clifton, and even Amherst, unused as he was to noting the seemingly inconsecutive movements of idle people, could not but remark that her visits to his wife most invariably coincided with Ned Beaufort's cantering over unannounced from the Hunt Club, where he had taken up his autumn quarters. There was something very likeable about Beaufort, to whom Amherst was attracted by the fact that he was one of the few men of Bessy's circle who knew what was going on in the outer world. Throughout an existence which one divined to have been both dependent and desultory, he had preserved a sense of wider relations, and acquired a smattering of information, to which he applied his only independent faculty, that of clear thought. He could talk intelligently, and not too inaccurately, of the larger questions which Lynbrook ignored, and a gay indifference to the importance of money seemed the crowning grace of his nature, till Amherst suddenly learned that this attitude of detachment was generally ascribed to the liberality of Mrs. Fenton Carbury. "Everybody knows she married Fenton to provide for Ned," someone let fall in the course of one of the smoking-room dissertations on which the host of Lynbrook had such difficulty in fixing his attention, and the speaker's matter-of-course tone and the careless acquiescence of his hearers were more offensive to Amherst than the fact itself. In the first flush of his disgust he classed the story as one of the lies bred in the malarious air of after-dinner gossip, but gradually he saw that, whether true or not, it had sufficient circulation to cast a shade of ambiguity on the persons concerned. Bessy alone seemed deaf to the rumours about her friend. There was something captivating to her in Mrs. Carbury's slang and noise, in her defiance of decorum and contempt of criticism. "I like Blanche because she doesn't pretend," was Bessy's vague justification of the lady. But in reality she was under the mysterious spell which such natures cast over the less venturesome imaginations of their own sex. Amherst at first tried to deaden himself to the situation, as part of the larger coil of miseries in which he found himself, but all his traditions were against such tolerance, and they were roused to revolt by the receipt of a newspaper clipping, sent by an anonymous hand, enlarging on the fact that the clandestine meetings of a fashionable couple were being facilitated by the connivance of a Long Island chatelaine. Amherst, hot from the perusal of this paragraph, sprang into the first train and laid the clipping before his father-in-law, who chanced to be passing through town on his way home from the Hudson to the hot springs. Mr. Langhope, ensconced in the cushioned privacy of the reading-room at the Amsterdam Club, where he had invited his son-in-law to meet him, perused the article with the cool eye of the collector to whom a new curiosity is offered. "I suppose," he mused, "that in the time of the Pharaohs the morning papyrus used to serve up this kind of thing." And then, as the nervous tension of his hearer expressed itself in an abrupt movement, he added, handing back the clipping with a smile, "What do you propose to do? Kill the editor and forbid Blanche and Beaufort the house?" "I mean to do something," Amherst began, suddenly chilled by the realization that his wrath had not yet shaped itself into a definite plan of action. "Well, it must be that or nothing," said Mr. Langhope, drawing his stick meditatively across his knee. "And of course, if it's that, you'll land Bessy in a devil of a mess." Without giving his son-in-law time to protest, he touched rapidly but vividly on the inutility and embarrassment of libel suits, and on the devices whereby the legal means of vindication from such attacks may be turned against those who have recourse to them, and Amherst listened with a sickened sense of the incompatibility between abstract standards of honour and their practical application. "What should you do, then?" he murmured, as Mr. Langhope ended with his light shrug and a "See Tredegar if you don't believe me." And his father-in-law replied with an evasive gesture, "Why, leave the responsibility where it belongs." "Where it belongs?" "To Fenton Carbury, of course. Luckily it's nobody's business but his, and if he doesn't mind what is said about his wife, I don't see how you can take up the cudgels for her without casting another shade on her somewhat checkered reputation." Amherst stared. "His wife? What do I care what's said of her? I'm thinking of mine." "Well, if Carbury has no objection to his wife's meeting Beaufort, I don't see how you can object to her meeting him at your house. In such matters, as you know, it has mercifully been decided that the husband's attitude shall determine other people's. Otherwise we should be deprived of the legitimate pleasure of slandering our neighbours." Mr. Langhope was always careful to temper his explanation with an "as you know." He would have thought it ill-bred to omit this parenthesis in elucidating the social code to his son-in-law. "Then you mean that I can do nothing?" Amherst exclaimed. Mr. Langhope smiled. "What applies to Carbury applies to you. By doing nothing you establish the fact that there's nothing to do, just as you create the difficulty by recognizing it." Then he added, as Amherst sat silent, "Take Bessy away, and they'll have to see each other elsewhere." Amherst returned to Lynbrook with the echoes of this casuistry in his brain. It seemed to him but a part of the ingenious system of evasion whereby a society bent on the undisturbed pursuit of amusement had contrived to protect itself from the intrusion of the disagreeable, a policy summed up in Mr. Langhope's concluding advice that Amherst should take his wife away. Yes, that was wealth's contemptuous answer to every challenge of responsibility. Duty, sorrow, and disgrace were equally to be evaded by a change of residence, and nothing in life need be faced and fought out while one could pay for a passage to Europe. In a calmer mood Amherst's sense of humour would have preserved him from such a view of his father-in-law's advice, but just then it fell like a spark on his smouldering prejudices. He was clear-sighted enough to recognize the obstacles to legal retaliation, but this only made him the more resolved to assert his will in his own house. He no longer paused to consider the possible effect of such a course on his already strained relations with his wife. The man's will rose in him and spoke. The scene between Bessy and himself was short and sharp, and it ended in a way that left him more than ever perplexed at the ways of her sex. Impatient of preamble, he had opened the attack with his ultimatum. The suspected couple were to be denied the house. Bessy flamed into immediate defense of her friend, but to Amherst's surprise she no longer sounded the note of her own rights. Husband and wife were animated by emotions deeper seated and more instinctive than had ever before confronted them. Yet while Amherst's resistance was gathering strength from the conflict, Bessy unexpectedly collapsed in tears and submission. She would do as he wished, of course: give up seeing Blanche, dismiss Beaufort, wash her hands, in short, of the imprudent pair. In such matters a woman needed a man's guidance; a wife must of necessity see with her husband's eyes, and she looked up into his through a mist of penitence and admiration. End of Book 3, Chapter 20. Book 3, Chapter 21 of The Fruit of the Tree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fruit of the Tree by Edith Wharton, Book 3, Chapter 21. In the first reaction from her brief delusion about Stephen Wyant, Justine accepted with a good grace the necessity of staying on at Lynbrook. Though she was now well enough to return to her regular work, her talk with Amherst had made her feel that, for the present, she could be of more use by remaining with Bessy, and she was not sorry to have a further period of delay and reflection before taking the next step in her life. These, at least, were the reasons she gave herself for deciding not to leave, and if any less ostensible lurked beneath, they were not as yet visible even to her searching self-scrutiny. At first she was embarrassed by the obligation of meeting Dr. Wyant, on whom her definite refusal had produced an effect for which she could not hold herself blameless. She had not kept her promise of seeing him on the day after their encounter at the post office, but had written, instead, in terms which obviously made such a meeting unnecessary. But all her efforts to soften the abruptness of her answer could not conceal, from either herself or her suitor, that it was not the one she had led him to expect, and she foresaw that if she remained at Lynbrook she could not escape a scene of recrimination. When the scene took place, Wyant's part in it went far toward justifying her decision, yet his vehement reproaches contained a sufficient core of truth to humble her pride. It was lucky for her somewhat exaggerated sense of fairness that he overshot the mark by charging her with a coquetry of which she knew herself innocent, and laying on her the responsibility for any follies to which her rejection might drive him. Such threats, as a rule, no longer moved the feminine imagination, yet Justine's pity for all forms of weakness made her recognize, in the very heat of her contempt for Wyant, that his reproaches were not the mere cry of wounded vanity, but the appeal of a nature conscious of its lack of recuperative power. It seemed to her as though she had done him irreparable harm, and the feeling might have betrayed her in too great a show of compassion had she not been restrained by a salutary fear of the result. The state of Bessy's nerves necessitated frequent visits from her physician, but Justine, on these occasions, could usually shelter herself behind the professional reserve which kept even Wyant from any open expression of feeling. One day, however, they chanced to find themselves alone before Bessy's return from her ride. The servant had ushered Wyant into the library where Justine was writing, and when she had replied to his inquiries about his patient, they found themselves face to face with an awkward period of waiting. Justine was too proud to cut it short by leaving the room, but Wyant answered her commonplaces at random, stirring uneasily to and fro between window and fireside, and at length halting behind the table at which she sat. "May I ask how much longer you mean to stay here?" he said in a low voice, his eyes darkening under the sullen jut of the brows. As she glanced up in surprise, she noticed for the first time an odd contraction of his pupils, and the discovery, familiar enough in her professional experience, made her disregard the abruptness of his question, and softened the tone in which she answered: "I hardly know. I suppose as long as I am needed." Wyant laughed. "Needed by whom? By John Amherst?" A moment passed before Justine took in the full significance of the retort, then the blood rushed to her face. "Yes, I believe both Mr. and Mrs. Amherst need me," she answered, keeping her eyes on his, and Wyant laughed again. You didn't think so till Amherst came back from Hanaford. His return seems to have changed your plans in several respects." She looked away from him, for even now his eyes moved her to pity and self-reproach. "Dr. Wyant, you are not well. Why do you wait to see Mrs. Amherst?" she said. He stared at her, and then his glance fell. "I'm much obliged. I'm as well as usual," he muttered, pushing the hair from his forehead with a shaking hand, and at that moment the sound of Bessy's voice gave Justine a pretext for escape. In her own room she sank for a moment under a rush of self-disgust, but it soon receded before the saner forces of her nature, leaving only a residue of pity for the poor creature whose secret she had surprised. She had never before suspected Wyant of taking a drug, nor did she now suppose that he did so habitually, but to see him even momentarily under such an influence explained her instinctive sense of his weakness. She felt now that what would have been an insult on other lips was only a cry of distress from his, and once more she blamed herself and forgave him. But if she had been inclined to any morbidness of self-reproach, she would have been saved from it by other cares. For the moment she was more concerned with Bessy's fate than with her own. Her poor friend seemed to have so much more at stake, and so much less strength to bring to the defence of her happiness. Justine was always saved from any excess of self-compassion by the sense, within herself, of abounding forces of growth and self-renewal, as though from every lopped aspiration a fresh shoot of energy must spring; but she felt that Bessy had no such sources of renovation, and that every disappointment left an arid spot in her soul. Even without her friend's confidences, Justine would have had no difficulty in following the successive stages of the Amhersts' inner history. She knew that Amherst had virtually resigned his rule at Westmore, and that his wife, in return for the sacrifice, was trying to conform to the way of life she thought he preferred, and the futility of both attempts was more visible to Justine than to either of the two concerned. She saw that the failure of the Amhersts' marriage lay not in any accident of outward circumstances, but in the lack of all natural points of contact. As she put it to herself, they met neither underfoot nor overhead. Practical necessities united them no more than imaginative joys. There were moments when Justine thought Amherst hard to Bessy, as she suspected that he had once been hard to his mother, as the leader of men must perhaps always be hard to the hampering sex. Yet she did justice to his efforts to accept the irretrievable, and to awaken in his wife some capacity for sharing in his minor interests, since she had none of her own with which to fill their days. Amherst had always been a reader, not, like Justine herself, a flame-like devourer of the page, but a slow absorber of its essence; and in the early days of his marriage he had fancied it would be easy to make Bessy share this taste. Though his mother was not a bookish woman, he had breathed at her side an air rich in illusion and filled with the bright presences of romance, and he had always regarded this commerce of the imagination as one of the normal conditions of life. The discovery that there were no books at Lynbrook save for a few morocco sets imprisoned behind the brass trellisings of the library had been one of the many surprises of his new state. But in his first months with Bessy there was no room for books, and if he thought of the matter it was only in a glancing vision of future evenings, when he and she, in the calm afterglow of happiness, should lean together over some cherished page. Her lack of response to any reference outside the small circle of daily facts had long since dispelled that vision; but now that his own mind felt the need of inner sustenance, he began to ask himself whether he might not have done more to rouse her imagination. During the long evenings over the library fire he tried to lead the talk to books, with a parenthesis now and again from the page beneath his eye, and Bessy met the experiment with conciliatory eagerness. She showed, in especial, a hopeful but misleading preference for poetry, leaning back with dreaming lids and lovely parted lips while he rolled out the immortal measures. but her outward signs of attention never ripened into any expression of opinion, or any after allusion to what she heard, and before long he discovered that Justine Brent was his only listener. It was to her that the words he read began to be unconsciously addressed. Her comments directed him in his choice of subjects, and the ensuing discussions restored him to some semblance of mental activity. Bessy, true to her role of acquiescence, shone silently on this interchange of ideas. Amherst even detected in her a vague admiration for his power of conversing on subjects which she regarded as abstruse, and this childlike approval, combined with her submission to his will, deluded him with a sense of recovered power over her. He could not but note that the new phase in their relations had coincided with his first assertion of mastery, and he rashly concluded that, with the removal of the influences tending to separate them, his wife might gradually be won back to her earlier sympathy with his views. To accept this theory was to apply it, for nothing could long divert Amherst from his main purpose, and all the thwarted strength of his will was only gathering to itself fresh stores of energy. He had never been a skilful lover, for no woman had as yet stirred in him those feelings which call the finer perceptions into play, and there was no instinct to tell him that Bessy's sudden conformity to his wishes was as unreasoning as her surrender to his first kiss. He fancied that he and she were at length reaching some semblance of that moral harmony which should grow out of the physical accord, and that, poor and incomplete as the understanding was, it must lift and strengthen their relation. He waited till early winter had brought solitude to Lynbrook, dispersing the hunting colony to various points of the compass, and sending Mr. Langhope to Egypt and the Riviera, while Mrs. Ansell, as usual, took up her annual tour of a social circuit whose extreme points were marked by Boston and Baltimore, and then he made his final appeal to his wife. His pretext for speaking was a letter from Duplain, definitely announcing his resolve not to remain at Westmore. A year earlier Amherst, deeply moved by the letter, would have given it to his wife in the hope of its producing the same effect on her. He knew better now. He had learned her instinct for detecting business under every serious call on her attention. His only hope, as always, was to reach her through the personal appeal, and he put before her the fact of Duplain's withdrawal as the open victory of his antagonists. But he saw at once that even this could not infuse new life into the question. "If I go back he'll stay. I can hold him, can gain time till things take a turn," he urged. "Another? I thought they were definitely settled," she objected languidly. "No, they're not. They can't be on such a basis," Amherst broke out with sudden emphasis. He walked across the room and came back to her side with a determined face. "It's a delusion, a deception," he exclaimed, "to think that I can stand by any longer and see things going to ruin at Westmore. If I've made you think so, I've unconsciously deceived us both. As long as you're my wife, we've only one honour between us, and that honour is mine to take care of." "Honour? What an odd expression," she said with a forced laugh, and a little tinge of pink in her cheek. "You speak as if I had made myself talked about, when you know I've never even looked at another man." "Another man?" Amherst looked at her in wonder. "Good God! Can't you conceive of any vow to be kept between husband and wife but the primitive one of bodily fidelity? Heaven knows I've never looked at another woman, but, by my reading of our compact, I shouldn't be keeping faith with you if I didn't help you to keep faith with better things. And you owe me the same help, the same chance to rise through you, and not sink by you. Else we've betrayed each other more deeply than any adultery could make us." She had drawn back, turning pale again, and shrinking a little at the sound of words which, except when heard in church, she vaguely associated with oaths, slammed doors, and other evidences of ill-breeding. But Amherst had been swept too far on the flood of his indignation to be checked by such small signs of disapproval. "You'll say that what I'm asking you is to give me back the free use of your money.
"Well, why not? Is it so much for a wife to give? I know you all think that a man who marries a rich woman forfeits his self-respect if he spends a penny without her approval. But that's because money is so sacred to you all. It seems to me the least important thing that a man entrusts to her husband. What of her dreams and her hopes, her belief in justice and goodness and decency? If he takes those and destroys them, he'd better have had a millstone about his neck. But nobody has a word to say till he touches her dividends. Then he's a calculating brute who has married her for her fortune." He had come close again, facing her with outstretched hands, half commanding, half an appeal. "Don't you see that I can't go on in this way, that I've no right to let you keep me from Westmore?" Bessy was looking at him coldly, under the half-dropped lids of indifference. "I hardly know what you mean. You use such peculiar words. But I don't see why you should expect me to give up all the ideas I was brought up in. Our standards are different, but why should yours always be right?" "You believed they were right when you married me. Have they changed since then?" "No, but—" Her face seemed to harden and contract into a small expressionless mask, in which he could no longer read anything but blank opposition to his will. "You trusted my judgment not long ago," he went on, "when I asked you to give up seeing Mrs. Carbury." She flushed, but with anger, not compunction. "It seems to me that should be a reason for your not asking me to make other sacrifices. When I gave up Blanche, I thought you would see that I wanted to please you, and that you would do something for me in return." Amherst interrupted her with a laugh. "Thank you for telling me your real reasons. I was fool enough to think that you acted from conviction, not that you were simply striking a bargain." He broke off, and they looked at each other with a kind of fear, each hearing between them the echo of irreparable words. Amherst's only clear feeling was that he must not speak again till he had beaten down the horrible sensation in his breast, the rage of hate which had him in its grip, and which made him almost afraid, while it lasted, to let his eyes rest on the fair, weak creature before him. Bessy, too, was in the clutch of a mute anger which slowly poured its benumbing current around her heart. Strong waves of passion did not quicken her vitality; she grew inert and cold under their shock. Only one little pulse of self-pity continued to beat in her, trembling out at last on the cry, "Ah, I know it's not because you care so much for Westmore. It's only because you want to get away from me." Amherst stared, as if her words had flashed a light into the darkest windings of his misery. "Yes, I want to get away," he said, and he turned and walked out of the room. He went down to the smoking room, and ringing for a servant, ordered his horse to be saddled. The footman who answered his summons brought the afternoon's mail, and Amherst, throwing himself down on the sofa, began to tear open his letters while he waited. He ran through the first few without knowing what he read, but presently his attention was arrested by the handwriting of a man he had known well in college, and who had lately come into possession of a large cotton mill in the South. He wrote now to ask if Amherst could recommend a good manager. "Not one of your old routine men, but a young fellow with the new ideas. Things have been in pretty bad shape down here," the writer added, "and now that I'm in possession I want to see what can be done to civilize the place." And he went on to urge that Amherst should come down himself to inspect the mills and propose such improvements as his experience suggested. "We've all heard of the great things you're doing at Westmore," the letter ended, and Amherst cast it from him with a groan. It was Duplain's chance, of course; that was his first thought. He took up the letter and read it over. He knew the man who wrote, no sentimentalist seeking emotional variety from vague philanthropic experiments, but a serious student of social conditions, now unexpectedly provided with the opportunity to apply his ideas. Yes, it was Duplain's chance, if indeed it might not be his own. Amherst sat upright, dazzled by the thought. Why Duplain? Why not himself? Bessy had spoken the illuminating word. What he wanted was to get away at any cost. Escape had become his one thought, escape from the bondage of Lynbrook, from the bitter memory of his failure at Westmore, and here was the chance to escape back into life, into independence, activity, and usefulness. Every atrophied faculty in him suddenly started from its torpor, and his brain throbbed with the pain of the awakening. The servant came to tell him that his horse waited, and he sprang up, took his riding whip from the rack, stared a moment absently after the man's retreating back, and then dropped down again on the sofa. What was there to keep him from accepting? His wife's affection was dead, if her sentimental fancy for him had ever deserved the name, and his passing mastery over her was gone too. He smiled to remember that, hardly 2 hours earlier, he had been fatuous enough to think he could still regain it. Now he said to himself that she would sooner desert a friend to please him than sacrifice a fraction of her income, and the discovery cast a stain of sordidness on their whole relation. He could still imagine struggling to win her back from another man, or even to save her from some folly into which mistaken judgment or perverted enthusiasm might have hurried her, but to go on battling against the dull, unimaginative subservience to personal luxury, the slavery to houses and servants and clothes. Ah, no, while he had any fight left in him, it was worth spending in a better cause than that. Through the open window he could hear, in the mild December stillness, his horse's feet coming and going on the gravel. Her horse, led up and down by her servant, at the door of her house. The sound symbolized his whole future, the situation his marriage had made for him, and to which he must henceforth bend, unless he broke with it then and there. He tried to look ahead, to follow up one by one the consequences of such a break. That it would be final he had no doubt. There are natures which seem to be drawn closer by dissension, to depend, for the renewal of understanding, on the spark of generosity and compunction that anger strikes out of both. But Amherst knew that between himself and his wife no such clearing of the moral atmosphere was possible. The indignation which left him with tingling nerves and a burning need of some immediate escape into action crystallized in Bessy into a hard kernel of obstinacy, into which, after each fresh collision, he felt that a little more of herself had been absorbed. No, the break between them would be final. If he went now, he would not come back. And it flashed across him that this solution might have been foreseen by his wife, might even have been deliberately planned and led up to by those about her. His father-in-law had never liked him. The disturbing waves of his activity had rippled even the sheltered surface of Mr. Langhope's existence. He must have been horribly in their way. Well, it was not too late to take himself out of it. In Bessy's circle the severing of such ties was regarded as an expensive but unhazardous piece of surgery. Nobody bled to death of the wound. The footman came back to remind him that his horse was waiting, and Amherst rose to his feet. "Send him back to the stable," he said with a glance at his watch, "and order a trap to take me to the next train." End of chapter 21. Book 3, Chapter 22 of The Fruit of the Tree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fruit of the Tree by Edith Wharton, Book 3, Chapter 22. When Amherst woke the next morning in the hotel to which he had gone up from Lynbrook, he was oppressed by the sense that the hardest step he had to take still lay before him. It had been almost easy to decide that the moment of separation had come, for circumstances seemed to have closed every other issue from his unhappy situation. But how tell his wife of his decision? Amherst, to whom action was the first necessity of being, became a weak procrastinator when he was confronted by the need of writing instead of speaking. To account for his abrupt departure from Lynbrook, he had left word that he was called to town on business,
But since he did not mean to return, some further explanation was now necessary, and he was paralyzed by the difficulty of writing. He had already telegraphed to his friend that he would be at the mills the next day, but the Southern Express did not leave till the afternoon, and he still had several hours in which to consider what he should say to his wife. To postpone the dreaded task, he invented the pretext of some business to be dispatched, and taking the subway to Wall Street, consumed the morning in futile activities. But since the renunciation of his work at Westmore, he had no active concern with the financial world, and by 12 o'clock he had exhausted his imaginary affairs, and was journeying uptown again. He left the train at Union Square and walked along Fourth Avenue, now definitely resolved to go back to the hotel and write his letter before lunching. At 26th Street he had struck into Madison Avenue, and was striding onward with the fixed eye and aimless haste of the man who has empty hours to fill, when a hansom drew up ahead of him and Justine Brent sprang out. She was trimly dressed, as if for travel, with a small bag in her hand, but at sight of him she paused with a cry of pleasure. "Oh, Mr. Amherst, I'm so glad! I was afraid I might not see you for good-bye."
For good-bye? Amherst paused, embarrassed. How had she guessed that he did not mean to return to Lynbrook?
"You know," she reminded him, "I'm going to some friends near Philadelphia for 10 days." And he remembered confusedly that a long time ago, probably yesterday morning, he had heard her speak of her projected visit. "I had no idea," she continued, "that you were coming up to town yesterday, or I should have tried to see you before you left. I wanted to ask you to send me a line if Bessy needs me. I'll come back at once if she does." Amherst continued to listen blankly, as if making a painful effort to regain some consciousness of what was being said to him, and she went on. "She seemed so nervous and poorly yesterday evening that I was sorry I had decided to go." Her intent gaze reminded him that the emotions of the last 24 hours must still be visible in his face, and the thought of what she might detect helped to restore his self-possession. "You must not think of giving up your visit," he began hurriedly. He had meant to add, "on account of Bessy," but he found himself unable to utter his wife's name. Justine was still looking at him. "Oh, I'm sure everything will be all right," she rejoined. "You go back this afternoon, I suppose? I've left you a little note with my address, and I want you to promise—" She paused, for Amherst had made a motion as though to interrupt her. The old confused sense that there must always be truth between them was struggling in him with the strong restraints of habit and character, and suddenly, before he was conscious of having decided to speak, he heard himself say, "I ought to tell you that I'm not going back." "Not going back?" A flash of apprehension crossed Justine's face. "Not till tomorrow, you mean?" she added, recovering herself. Amherst hesitated, glancing vaguely up and down the street. At that noonday hour it was nearly deserted, and Justine's driver dozed on his perch above the hansom. They could speak almost as openly as if they had been in one of the wood paths at Lynbrook. "Not tomorrow," Amherst said in a low voice. There was another pause before he added, "It may be some time before—" He broke off, and then continued with an effort, "The fact is, I'm thinking of going back to my old work." She caught him up with an exclamation of surprise and sympathy. "Your old work? You mean at—" She was checked by the quick contraction of pain in his face. "Not that. I mean that I'm thinking of taking a new job, as manager of a Georgia mill. It's the only thing I know how to do, and I've got to do something." He forced a laugh. "The habit of work is incurable." Justine's face had grown as grave as his. She hesitated a moment, looking down the street toward the angle of Madison Square, which was visible from the corner where they stood. "Will you walk back to the square with me? Then we can sit down a moment." She began to move as she spoke, and he walked beside her in silence,
till they had gained the seat she pointed out. Her hansom trailed after them, drawing up at the corner. As Amherst sat down beside her, Justine turned to him with an air of quiet resolution. "Mr. Amherst, will you let me ask you something? Is this a sudden decision?"
"Yes, I decided yesterday."
"And Bessy?" His glance dropped for the first time, but Justine pressed her point. "Bessy approves?"
She will, I think, when she knows."
"When she knows?" Her emotion sprang into her face. "When she knows, then she does not yet?"
"No, the offer came suddenly. I must go at once."
"Without seeing her?" She cut him short with a quick commanding gesture. "Mr. Amherst, you can't do this. You won't do it. You will not go away without seeing Bessy," she said. Her eyes sought his and drew them upward, constraining them to meet the full beam of her rebuking gaze.
"I must do what seems best under the circumstances," he answered hesitatingly. "She will hear from me, of course. I shall write today and later."
"Not later. Now! You will go back now to Lynbrook. Such things can't be told in writing. If they must be said at all, they must be spoken. Don't tell me that I don't understand, or that I'm meddling in what doesn't concern me. I don't care a fig for that. I've always meddled in what didn't concern me. I always shall, I suppose, till I die. And I understand enough to know that Bessy is very unhappy, and that you're the wiser and stronger of the two. I know what it's been to you to give up your work, to feel yourself useless." She interrupted herself with softening eyes. "And I know you've tried. I've watched you. But Bessy has tried too, and even if you've both failed, if you come to the end of your resources, it's for you to face the fact and help her face it, not to run away from it like this." Amherst sat silent under the assault of her eloquence. He was conscious of no instinctive resentment, no sense that she was, as she confessed, meddling in matters which did not concern her. His ebbing spirit was revived by the shock of an ardour like his own. She had not shrunk from calling him a coward, and it did him good to hear her call him so. Her words put life back into its true perspective, restored their meaning to obsolete terms, to truth and manliness and courage. He had lived so long among equivocations that he had forgotten how to look a fact in the face, but here was a woman who judged life by his own standards, and by those standards she had found him wanting. Still, he could not forget the last bitter hours, or change his opinion as to the futility of attempting to remain at Lynbrook. He felt as strongly as ever the need of moral and mental liberation, the right to begin life again on his own terms. But Justine Brent had made him see that his first step toward self-assertion had been the inconsistent one of trying to evade its results. "You're right. I will go back," he said. She thanked him with her eyes, as she had thanked him on the terrace at Lynbrook, on the autumn evening which had witnessed their first broken exchange of confidences, and he was struck once more with the change that feeling produced in her. Emotions flashed across her face like the sweep of sun-rent clouds over a quiet landscape, bringing out the gleam of hidden waters, the fervour of smouldering colours, all the subtle delicacies of modelling that are lost under the light of an open sky. And it was extraordinary how she could infuse into a principle the warmth and colour of a passion. If conduct to most people seemed a cold matter of social prudence or inherited habit, to her it was always the newly discovered question of her own relation to life. As most women see the great issues only through their own wants and prejudices, so she seemed always to see her personal desires in the light of the larger claims. "But I don't think," Amherst went on, "that anything can be said to convince me that I ought to alter my decision. These months of idleness have shown me that I'm one of the members of society who are a danger to the community if their noses are not kept to the grindstone." Justine lowered her eyes musingly, and he saw she was undergoing the reaction of constraint which always followed on her bursts of unpremeditated frankness. "That is not for me to judge," she answered after a moment. "But if you decide to go away for a time, surely it ought to be in such a way that your going does not seem to cast any reflection on Bessy, or subject her to any unkind criticism." Amherst, reddening slightly, glanced at her in surprise. "I don't think you need fear that. I shall be the only one criticized," he said drily. "Are you sure, if you take such a position as you spoke of? So few people understand the love of hard work for its own sake. They will say that your quarrel with your wife has driven you to support yourself, and that will be cruel to Bessy." Amherst shrugged his shoulders. "They'll be more likely to say I tried to play the gentleman and failed, and wasn't happy till I got back to my own place in life. Which is true enough," he added with a touch of irony. "They may say that too, but they will make Bessy suffer first, and it will be your fault if she is humiliated in that way. If you decide to take up your factory work for a time, can't you do so without accepting a salary? Oh, you see I stick at nothing," she broke in upon herself with a laugh, "and Bessy has said things which make me see that she would suffer horribly if you put such a slight on her." He remained silent, and she went on urgently. "From Bessy's standpoint it would mean a decisive break, the repudiating of your whole past, and it is a question on which you can afford to be generous, because I think it's less important in your eyes than hers." Amherst glanced at her quickly. "That particular form of indebtedness, you mean?" She smiled. "The easiest to cancel, and therefore the least galling. Isn't that the way you regard it?" "I used to, yes, but," he was about to add, "no one at Lynbrook does." But the flash of intelligence in her eyes restrained him, while at the same time it seemed to answer, "There's my point. To see their limitation is to allow for it, since every enlightenment brings a corresponding obligation." She made no attempt to put into words the argument her look conveyed, but rose from her seat with a rapid glance at her watch. "And now I must go, or I shall miss my train." She held out her hand, and as Amherst's met it, he said in a low tone, as if in reply to her unspoken appeal, "I shall remember all you have said." It was a new experience for Amherst to be acting under the pressure of another will, but during his return journey to Lynbrook that afternoon it was pure relief to surrender himself to this pressure. And the surrender brought not a sense of weakness, but of recovered energy. It was not in his nature to analyze his motives, or spend his strength in weighing closely balanced alternatives of conduct; and though, during the last purposeless months, he had grown to brood over every spring of action in himself and others, this tendency disappeared at once in contact with the deed to be done. It was as though a tributary stream, gathering its crystal speed among the hills, had been suddenly poured into the stagnant waters of his will; and he saw now how thick and turbid those waters had become, how full of the slime-bred life that chokes the springs of courage. His whole desire now was to be generous to his wife, to bear the full brunt of whatever pain their parting brought. Justine had said that Bessy seemed nervous and unhappy. It was clear, therefore, that she also suffered from the wounds they had dealt each other, though she kept her unmoved front to the last. Poor child! Perhaps that insensible exterior was the only way she knew of expressing courage. It seemed to Amherst that all means of manifesting the finer impulses must slowly wither in the Lynbrook air. As he approached his destination his thoughts of her were all pitiful. Nothing remained of the personal resentment which had debased their parting. He had telephoned from town to announce the hour of his return, and when he emerged from the station he half expected to find her seated in the brougham whose lamps signalled him through the early dusk. It would be like her to undergo such a reaction of feeling, and to express it, not in words, but by taking up their relation as if there had been no break in it. He had once condemned this facility of renewal as a sign of lightness, a result of that continual evasion of serious issues which made the life of Bessy's world a thin crust of custom above a void of thought. But he now saw that, if she was the product of her environment, that constituted but another claim on his charity, and made the more precious any impulses of natural feeling that had survived the unifying pressure of her life. As he approached the brougham he murmured mentally, "What if I were to try once more?" Bessy had not come to meet him, but he said to himself that he should find her alone at the house, and that he would make his confession at once. As the carriage passed between the lights on the tall stone gate-posts and rolled through the bare shrubberies of the avenue, he felt a momentary tightening of the heart, a sense of stepping back into the trap from which he had just wrenched himself free, a premonition of the way in which the smooth systematized routine of his wife's existence might draw him back into its revolutions, as he had once seen a careless factory hand seized and dragged into a flying belt. But it was only for a moment. Then his thoughts reverted to Bessy. It was she who was to be considered. This time he must be strong enough for both. The butler met him on the threshold, flanked by the usual array of footmen, and as he saw his portmanteau ceremoniously passed from hand to hand, Amherst once more felt the steel of the springe on his neck. "Is Mrs. Amherst in the drawing-room, Knowles?" he asked. "No, sir," said Knowles, who had too high a sense of fitness to volunteer any information beyond the immediate fact required of him. "She has gone up to her sitting-room, then?" Amherst continued, turning toward the broad sweep of the stairway. "No, sir," said the butler slowly. "Mrs. Amherst has gone away." "Gone away?" Amherst stopped short, staring blankly at the man's smooth official mask. "This afternoon, sir, to Mapleside." "To Mapleside?" "Yes, sir, by motor, to stay with Mrs. Carbury." There was a moment's silence. It had all happened so quickly that Amherst, with the dual vision which comes at such moments, noticed that the third footman, or was it the fourth, was just passing his portmanteau on to a shirt-sleeved arm behind the door which led to the servants' wing. He roused himself to look at the tall clock. It was just 6. He had telephoned from town at 2. "At what time did Mrs. Amherst leave?" The butler meditated. "Sharp at 4, sir. The maid took the 3:40 with the luggage." With the luggage! So it was not a mere one-night visit. The blood rose slowly to Amherst's face. The footman had disappeared, but presently the door at the back of the hall reopened, and one of them came out, carrying an elaborately appointed tea-tray toward the smoking-room. The routine of the house was going on as if nothing had happened. The butler looked at Amherst with respectful, too respectful, interrogation, and he was suddenly conscious that he was standing motionless in the middle of the hall, with one last intolerable question on his lips. Well, it had to be spoken. "Did Mrs. Amherst receive my telephone message?" "Yes, sir. I gave it to her myself." It occurred confusedly to Amherst that a well-bred man, as Lynbrook understood the phrase, would, at this point, have made some tardy feint of being in his wife's confidence, of having, on second thoughts, no reason to be surprised at her departure. It was humiliating, he supposed, to be thus laying bare his discomfiture to his dependents. He could see that even Knowles was affected by the manifest impropriety of the situation. But no pretext presented itself to his mind, and after another interval of silence he turned slowly to the door of the smoking-room. "My letters are here, I suppose?" he paused on the threshold to inquire, And on the butler's answering in the affirmative, he said to himself, with a last effort to suspend his judgment, "She has left a line. There will be some explanation." But there was nothing. Neither word nor message. Nothing but the reverberating retort of her departure in the face of his return. Her flight to Blanche Carbury as the final answer to his final appeal. End of Book 3, Chapter 22. Book 3, Chapter 23 of The Fruit of the Tree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fruit of the Tree by Edith Wharton, Book 3, Chapter 23. Justine was coming back to Lynbrook. She had been, after all, unable to stay out the 10 days of her visit. The undefinable sense of being needed, so often the determining motive of her actions, drew her back to Long Island at the end of the week. She had received no word from Amherst or Bessy. Only Cicely had told her, in a big round hand, that mother had been away 3 days, and that it had been very lonely, and that the housekeeper's cat had kittens, and she was to have one, and were kittens christened, or how did they get their names? Because she wanted to call hers Justine, and she had found in her book a bird like the one father had shown them in the swamp, and they were not alone now, because the Telfers were there, and they had all been out sleighing. But it would be much nicer when Justine came back. It was as difficult to extract any sequence of facts from Cicely's letter as from an early chronicle. She made no reference to Amherst's return, which was odd, since she was fond of her stepfather, yet not significant, since the fact of his arrival might have been crowded out by the birth of the kittens, or some incident equally prominent in her perspectiveless grouping of events. Nor did she name the date of her mother's departure, so that Justine could not guess whether it had been contingent on Amherst's return, or wholly unconnected with it. What puzzled her most was Bessy's own silence. Yet that too in a sense was reassuring, for Bessy thought of others chiefly when it was painful to think of herself, and her not writing implied that she had felt no present need of her friend's sympathy. Justine did not expect to find Amherst at Lynbrook. She had felt convinced when they parted that he would persist in his plan of going south, and the fact that the Telfer girls were again in possession made it seem probable that he had already left. Under the circumstances, Justine thought the separation advisable, but she was eager to be assured that it had been effected amicably and without open affront to Bessy's pride. She arrived on a Saturday afternoon, and when she entered the house the sound of voices from the drawing-room, and the prevailing sense of bustle and movement amid which her own coming was evidently an unconsidered detail, showed that the normal life of Lynbrook had resumed its course. The Telfers, as usual, had brought a lively throng in their train, and amid the bursts of merriment about the drawing-room tea-table she caught Westy Gaines's impressive accents, and the screaming laughter of Blanche Carbury. So Blanche Carbury was back at Lynbrook! The discovery gave Justine fresh cause for conjecture. Whatever reciprocal concessions might have resulted from Amherst's return to his wife, it seemed hardly probable that they included a renewal of relations with Mrs. Carbury. Had his mission failed, then? Had he and Bessy parted in anger? And was Mrs. Carbury's presence at Lynbrook Bessy's retort to his assertion of independence? In the schoolroom, where Justine was received with the eager outpouring of Cicely's minutest experiences, she dared not put the question that would have solved these doubts, and she left to dress for dinner without knowing whether Amherst had returned to Lynbrook. In her heart she never questioned that he had done so. All her fears revolved about what had since taken place. She saw Bessy first in the drawing-room, surrounded by her guests, and their brief embrace told her nothing, except that she had never beheld her friend more brilliant, more triumphantly in possession of recovered spirits and health. That Amherst was absent was now made evident by Bessy's requesting Westy Gaines to lead the way to the dining-room with Mrs. Ansell, who was one of the reassembled visitors, and the only one, as Justine presently observed, not in key with the prevailing gaiety.
Mrs. Ansell, usually so tinged with the colours of her environment, preserved on this occasion a grey neutrality of tone which was the only break in the general brightness. It was not in her graceful person to express anything as gross as disapproval, yet that sentiment was manifest to the nice observer in a delicate aloofness which made the waves of laughter fall back from her, and spread a circle of cloudy calm about her end of the table. Justine had never been greatly drawn to Mrs. Ansell. Her own adaptability was not in the least akin to the older woman's studied self-effacement, and the independence of judgment which Justine preserved in spite of her perception of divergent standpoints made her a little contemptuous of an excess of charity that seemed to have been acquired at the cost of all individual convictions. Tonight, for the first time, she felt in Mrs. Ansell a secret sympathy with her own fears, and a sense of this tacit understanding made her examine with sudden interest the face of her unexpected ally. After all, what did she know of Mrs. Ansell's history, of the hidden processes which had gradually subdued her own passions and desires, making of her, as it were, a mere decorative background, a connecting link between other personalities? Perhaps, for a woman alone in the world, without the power and opportunity that money gives, there was no alternative between letting one's individuality harden into a small dry nucleus of egoism, or diffuse itself thus in the interstices of other lives. And there fell upon Justine the chill thought that just such a future might await her if she missed the liberating gift of personal happiness. Neither that night nor the next day had she a private word with Bessy, and it became evident, as the hours passed, that Mrs. Amherst was deliberately postponing the moment when they should find themselves alone. But the Lynbrook party was to disperse on the Monday, and Bessy, who hated early rising and all the details of housekeeping, tapped at Justine's door late on Sunday night to ask her to speed the departing visitors. She pleaded this necessity as an excuse for her intrusion, and the playful haste of her manner showed a nervous shrinking from any renewal of confidence. But as she leaned in the doorway, fingering the diamond chain about her neck, while one satin-tipped foot emerged restlessly from the edge of her lace gown, her face lost the bloom of animation which talk and laughter always produced in it, and she looked so pale and weary that Justine needed no better pretext for drawing her into the room. It was not in Bessy to resist a soothing touch in her moments of nervous reaction. She sank into the chair by the fire, and let her head rest wearily against the cushion which Justine slipped behind it. Justine dropped into the low seat beside her and laid a hand on hers. "You don't look as well as when I went away, Bessy. Are you sure you've done wisely in beginning your house parties so soon?" It always alarmed Bessy to be told that she was not looking her best, and she sat upright, a wave of pink rising under her sensitive skin. "I am quite well, on the contrary, but I was dying of inanition in this big empty house, and I suppose I haven't got the boredom out of my system yet." Justine recognized the echo of Mrs. Carbury's manner. "Even if you were bored," she rejoined, "the inanition was probably good for you. What does Dr. Wyant say to your breaking away from his regime?" She named Wyant purposely, knowing that Bessy had that respect for the medical verdict which is the last trace of reverence for authority in the mind of the modern woman. But Mrs. Amherst laughed with a gentle malice. "Oh, I haven't seen Dr. Wyant lately. His interest in me died out the day you left." Justine forced a laugh to hide her annoyance. She had not yet recovered from the shrinking disgust of her last scene with Wyant. "Don't be a goose, Bessy. If he hasn't come, it must be because you've told him not to, because you're afraid of letting him see that you're disobeying him." Bessy laughed again. "My dear, I'm afraid of nothing. Nothing. Not even of your big eyes when they glare at me like coals. I suppose you must have looked at poor Wyant like that to frighten him away. And yet the last time we talked of him you seemed to like him. You even hinted that it was because of him that Westy had no chance." Justine uttered an impatient exclamation. "If neither of them existed, it wouldn't affect the other's chances in the least.
Their only merit is that they both enhance the charms of celibacy." Bessy's smile dropped, and she turned a grave glance on her friend. "Ah, most men do that. You're so clever to have found it out." It was Justine's turn to smile. "Oh, but I haven't, as a generalization. I mean to marry as soon as I get the chance." "The chance?" "To meet the right man. I'm gambler enough to believe in my luck yet." Mrs. Amherst sighed compassionately. "There is no right man. As Blanche says, matrimony's as uncomfortable as a ready-made shoe. How can one and the same institution fit every individual case? And why should we all have to go lame because marriage was once invented to suit an imaginary case?" Justine gave a slight shrug. "You talk of walking lame. How else do we all walk? It seems to me that life's the tight boot, and marriage the crutch that may help one to hobble along." She drew Bessy's hand into hers with a caressing pressure. "When you philosophize, I always know you're tired. No one who feels well stops to generalize about symptoms. If you won't let your doctor prescribe for you, your nurse is going to carry out his orders. What you want is quiet. Be reasonable and send everybody away before Mr. Amherst comes back." She dropped the last phrase carelessly, glancing away as she spoke, but the stiffening of the fingers in her clasp sent a little tremor through her hand. "Thanks for your advice. It would be excellent for one thing. My husband is not coming back." The mockery in Bessy's voice seemed to pass into her features, hardening and contracting them as frost shrivels a flower. Justine's face, on the contrary, was suddenly illuminated by compassion, as though a light had struck up into it from the cold glitter of her friend's unhappiness. "Bessy, what do you mean by not coming back?" "I mean he's had the tact to see that we shall be more comfortable apart, without putting me to the unpleasant necessity of telling him so." Again the piteous echoes of Blanche Carbury's phrases, the laboured mimicry of her ideas. Justine looked anxiously at her friend. It seemed horribly false not to mention her own talk with Amherst, yet she felt it wiser to feign ignorance, since Bessy could never be trusted to interpret rightly any departure from the conventional. "Please tell me what has happened," she said at length. Bessy, with a smile, released her hand. "John has gone back to the life he prefers, which I take to be a hint to me to do the same." Justine hesitated again, then the pressure of truth overcame every barrier of expediency. "Bessy, I ought to tell you that I saw Mr. Amherst in town the day I went to Philadelphia. He spoke of going away for a time. He seemed unhappy, but he told me he was coming back to see you first." She broke off, her clear eyes on her friend's, and she saw at once that Bessy was too self-engrossed to feel any surprise at her avowal. "Surely he came back," she went on. "Oh, yes, he came back." Bessy sank into the cushions, watching the firelight play on her diamond chain as she repeated the restless gesture of lifting it up and letting it slip through her fingers. "Well, and then?" "Then nothing. I was not here when he came." "You were not here? What had happened?" "I had gone over to Blanche Carbury's for a day or two. I was just leaving when I heard he was coming back, and I couldn't throw her over at the last moment." Justine tried to catch the glance that fluttered evasively under Bessy's lashes. "You knew he was coming, and you chose that time to go to Mrs. Carbury's?" "I didn't choose, my dear. It just happened. And it really happened for the best. I suppose he was annoyed at my going. You know he has a ridiculous prejudice against Blanche. And so the next morning he rushed off to his cotton mill." There was a pause, while the diamonds continued to flow in threads of fire through Mrs. Amherst's fingers. At length Justine said: "Did Mr. Amherst know that you knew he was coming back before you left for Mrs. Carbury's?" Bessy feigned to meditate the question. "Did he know that I knew that he knew?" she mocked. "Yes, I suppose so. He must have known." She stifled a slight yawn as she drew herself languidly to her feet. "Then he took that as your answer?" "My answer?"
to his coming back. So it appears. I told you he had shown unusual tact. Bessie stretched her softly tapering arms above her head, and then dropped them along her sides with another yawn. But it's almost morning. It's wicked of me to have kept you so late, when you must be up to look after all those people. She flung her arms with a light gesture about Justine's shoulders, and laid a dry kiss on her cheek. Don't look at me with those big eyes. They've eaten up the whole of your face. And you needn't think I'm sorry for what I've done, she declared. I'm not the least little atom of a bit. End of Book 3, Chapter 23. Book 3, Chapter 24 of The Fruit of the Tree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fruit of the Tree by Edith Wharton, Book 3, Chapter 24. Justine was pacing the long library at Lynbrook between the caged sets of standard authors. She felt as much caged as they, as much a part of a conventional stage setting totally unrelated to the action going on before it. 2 weeks had passed since her return from Philadelphia, and during that time she had learned that her usefulness at Lynbrook was over. Though not unwelcome, she might almost call herself unwanted. Life swept by, leaving her tethered to the stake of inaction, a bitter lot for one who chose to measure existence by deeds instead of days. She had found Bessie ostensibly busy with a succession of guests. No one in the house needed her but Cicely, and even Cicely at times was caught up into the whirl of her mother's life, swept off on sleighing parties and motor trips, or carried to town for a dancing class or an opera matinee. Mrs. Fenton Carbury was not among the visitors who left Lynbrook on the Monday after Justine's return. Mr. Carbury, with the other breadwinners of the party, had hastened back to his treadmill in Wall Street after a Sunday spent in silently studying the files of the Financial Record, but his wife stayed on, somewhat aggressively in possession, criticizing and rearranging the furniture, ringing for the servants, making sudden demands on the stable, telegraphing, telephoning, ordering fires lighted or windows opened, and leaving everywhere in her wake a trail of cigarette ashes and cocktail glasses. Ned Beaufort had not been included in the house party, but on the day of its dispersal he rode over unannounced for luncheon, put up his horse in the stable, threaded his way familiarly among the dozing dogs in the hall, greeted Mrs. Ansell and Justine with just the right shade of quiet deference, produced from his pocket a new puzzle game for Cicely, and sat down beside her mother with the quiet urbanity of the family friend who knows his privileges but is too discreet to abuse them. After that he came every day, sometimes riding home late to the Hunt Club, sometimes accompanying Bessie and Mrs. Carbury to town for dinner and the theatre, but always with his deprecating air of having dropped in by accident, and modestly hoping that his intrusion was not unwelcome. The following Sunday brought another influx of visitors, and Bessie seemed to fling herself with renewed enthusiasm into the cares of hospitality. She had avoided Justine since their midnight talk, contriving to see her in Cicely's presence, or pleading haste when they found themselves alone. The winter was unusually open, and she spent long hours in the saddle when her time was not taken up with her visitors. For a while she took Cicely on her daily rides, but she soon wearied of adapting her hunter's stride to the pace of the little girl's pony, and Cicely was once more given over to the coachman's care. Then came snow and a long frost, and Bessie grew restless at her imprisonment, and grumbled that there was no way of keeping well in a winter climate which made regular exercise impossible. "Why not build a squash court?" Blanche Carbury proposed, and the two fell instantly to making plans under the guidance of Ned Beaufort and Westy Gaines. As the scheme developed, various advisers suggested that it was a pity not to add a bowling alley, a swimming tank, and a gymnasium. A fashionable architect was summoned from town, measurements were taken, sites discussed, sketches compared, and engineers consulted as to the cost of artesian wells and the best system for heating the tank. Bessy seemed filled with a feverish desire to carry out the plan as quickly as possible, and on as large a scale as even the architect's invention soared to. But it was finally decided that, before signing the contracts, she should run over to New Jersey to see a building of the same kind on which a sporting friend of Mrs. Carbury's had recently lavished a fortune. It was on this errand that the two ladies, in company with Westy Gaines and Beaufort, had departed on the day which found Justine restlessly measuring the length of the library. She and Mrs. Ansell had the house to themselves, and it was hardly a surprise to her when, in the course of the afternoon, Mrs. Ansell, after a discreet pause on the threshold, advanced toward her down the long room. Since the night of her return, Justine had felt sure that Mrs. Ansell would speak, but the elder lady was given to hawk-like circlings about her subject, to hanging over it and contemplating it before her wings dropped for the descent. Now, however, it was plain that she had resolved to strike, and Justine had a sense of relief at the thought. She had been too long isolated in her anxiety, her powerlessness to help, and she had a vague hope that Mrs. Ansell's worldly wisdom might accomplish what her inexperience had failed to achieve. "Shall we sit by the fire? I'm glad to find you alone," Mrs. Ansell began, with the pleasant abruptness that was one of the subtlest instruments of her indirection; and as Justine acquiesced, she added, yielding her slight lines to the luxurious depths of an armchair: "I have been rather suddenly asked by an invalid cousin to go to Europe with her next week, and I can't go contentedly without being at peace about our friends." She paused, but Justine made no answer. In spite of her growing sympathy for Mrs. Ansell, she could not overcome an inherent distrust, not of her methods, but of her ultimate object. What, for instance, was her conception of being at peace about the Amhersts? Justine's own conviction was that, as far as their final welfare was concerned, any terms were better between them than the external harmony which had prevailed during Amherst's stay at Lynbrook. The subtle emanation of her distrust may have been felt by Mrs. Ansell, for the latter presently continued, with a certain nobleness: "I am the more concerned because I believe I must hold myself, in a small degree, responsible for Bessy's marriage." And as Justine looked at her in surprise, she added: "I thought she could never be happy unless her affections were satisfied, and even now I believe so." "I believe so too," Justine said, surprised into assent by the simplicity of Mrs. Ansell's declaration. "Well, then, since we are agreed in our diagnosis," the older woman went on, smiling, "what remedy do you suggest? Or rather, how can we administer it?" "What remedy?" Justine hesitated. "Oh, I believe we are agreed on that too. Mr. Amherst must be brought back. But how to bring him?" She paused, and then added, with a singular effect of appealing frankness: "I ask you because I believe you to be the only one of Bessy's friends who is in the least in her husband's confidence." Justine's embarrassment increased. Would it not be disloyal both to Bessy and Amherst to acknowledge to a third person a fact of which Bessy herself was unaware? Yet to betray embarrassment under Mrs. Ansell's eyes was to risk giving it a dangerous significance. "Bessy has spoken to me once or twice, but I know very little of Mr. Amherst's point of view, except," Justine added, after another moment's weighing of alternatives, "that I believe he suffers most from being cut off from his work at Westmore." "Yes, I think so. But that is a difficulty that time and expediency must adjust. All we can do, their friends I mean, is to get them together again before the breach is too wide." Justine pondered. She was perhaps more ignorant of the situation than Mrs. Ansell imagined, for since her talk with Bessy the latter had not again alluded to Amherst's absence, and Justine could merely conjecture that he had carried out his plan of taking the management of the mill he had spoken of. What she most wished to know was whether he had listened to her entreaty, and taken the position temporarily, without binding himself by the acceptance of a salary, or whether, wounded by the outrage of Bessy's flight, he had freed himself from financial dependence by engaging himself definitely as manager.
"I really know very little of the present situation," Justine said, looking at Mrs. Ansell. "Bessy merely told me that Mr. Amherst had taken up his old work in a cotton mill in the South." As her eyes met Mrs. Ansell's, it flashed across her that the latter did not believe what she said, and the perception made her instantly shrink back into herself. But there was nothing in Mrs. Ansell's tone to confirm the doubt which her look betrayed. I hoped you knew more," she said simply, "for, like you, I have only heard from Bessy that her husband went away suddenly to help a friend who is reorganizing some mills in Georgia. Of course, under the circumstances, such a temporary break is natural enough, perhaps inevitable, only he must not stay away too long." Justine was silent. Mrs. Ansell's momentary self-betrayal had checked all further possibility of frank communion, and the discerning lady had seen her error too late to remedy it. But her hearer's heart gave a leap of joy. It was clear from what Mrs. Ansell said that Amherst had not bound himself definitely, since he would not have done so without informing his wife; and with a secret thrill of happiness Justine recalled his last word to her: "I will remember all you have said." He had kept that word and acted on it; in spite of Bessy's last assault on his pride he had borne with her, and deferred the day of final rupture, and the sense that she had had a part in his decision filled Justine with a glow of hope. The consciousness of Mrs. Ansell's suspicions faded to insignificance. Mrs. Ansell and her kind might think what they chose, since all that mattered now was that she herself should act bravely and circumspectly in her last attempt to save her friends. "I am not sure," Mrs. Ansell continued, gently scrutinizing her companion, "that I think it unwise of him to have gone; but if he stays too long, Bessy may listen to bad advice disastrous to her happiness." She paused and turned her eyes meditatively toward the fire. "As far as I know," she said with the same air of serious candour, "you are the only person who can tell him this." "I?" exclaimed Justine, with a leap of colour to her pale cheeks. Mrs. Ansell's eyes continued to avoid her. "My dear Miss Brent, Bessy has told me something of the wise counsels you have given her. Mr. Amherst is also your friend. As I said just now, you are the only person who might act as a link between them. Surely you will not renounce the rôle." Justine controlled herself. "My only rôle, as you call it, has been to urge Bessy to try to allow for her husband's views." "And have you not given the same advice to Mr. Amherst?" The eyes of the two women met. "Yes," said Justine after a moment. "Then why refuse your help now? The moment is crucial." Justine's thoughts had flown beyond the stage of resenting Mrs. Ansell's gentle pertinacity. All her faculties were absorbed in the question as to how she could most effectually use whatever influence she possessed. "I put it to you as one old friend to another. Will you write to Mr. Amherst to come back?" Mrs. Ansell urged her. Justine was past considering even the strangeness of this request, and the oblique reflection on the kind of power ascribed to her. Through the confused beatings of her heart she merely struggled for a clearer sense of guidance. "No," she said slowly, "I cannot." "You cannot? With a friend's happiness in extremity?" Mrs. Ansell paused a moment before she added, "Unless you believe that Bessy would be happier divorced." "Divorced? Oh, no." Justine shuddered. "That is what it will come to." "No, no, in time. Time is what I am most afraid of, when Blanche Carbury disposes of it." Justine breathed a deep sigh. "You'll write?" Mrs. Ansell murmured, laying a soft touch on her hand. "I have not the influence you think." "Can you do any harm by trying?" "I might," Justine faltered, losing her exact sense of the words she used. "Ah," the other flashed back, "then you have influence. Why will you not use it?" Justine waited a moment; then her resolve gathered itself into words. "If I have any influence, I am not sure it would be well to use it as you suggest." "Not to urge Mr. Amherst's return?" "No, not now."
She caught the same veiled gleam of incredulity under Mrs. Ansell's lids, caught and disregarded it. "It must be now or never," Mrs. Ansell insisted. "I can't think so," Justine held out. "Nevertheless, will you try?" "No, no, it might be fatal." "To whom?" "To both." She considered. "If he came back now, I know he would not stay." Mrs. Ansell was upon her abruptly. "You know? Then you speak with authority?" "No, what authority? I speak as I feel," Justine faltered. The older woman drew herself to her feet. "Ah, then you shoulder a great responsibility." She moved nearer to Justine, and once more laid a fugitive touch upon her. "You won't write to him?" "No, no," the girl flung back; and the voices of the returning party in the hall made Mrs. Ansell, with an almost imperceptible gesture of warning, turn musingly away toward the fire. Bessy came back brimming with the wonders she had seen: a glazed sunroom, mosaic pavements, a marble fountain to feed the marble tank, and outside a water garden descending in successive terraces to take up and utilize, one could see how practically, the overflow from the tank. If one did the thing at all, why not do it decently? She had given up her new motor, had let her town house, had pinched and stinted herself in 100 ways. If ever woman was entitled to a little compensating pleasure, surely she was that woman. The days were crowded with consultations. Architect, contractors, engineers, a landscape gardener, and a dozen minor craftsmen came and went, unrolled plans, moistened pencils, sketched, figured, argued, persuaded, and filled Bessy with the dread of appearing, under Blanche Carbury's eyes, subject to any restraining influences of economy. What? She was a young woman, with an independent fortune, and she was always wavering, considering, secretly referring back to the mute criticism of an invisible judge, of the husband who had been the first to shake himself free of any mutual subjection. The accomplished Blanche did not have to say this; she conveyed it by the raising of painted eyebrows, by a smile of mocking interrogation, a judiciously placed silence, or a resigned glance at the architect. So the estimates poured in, were studied, resisted, then yielded to and signed. Then the hour of advance payments struck, and an imperious appeal was dispatched to Mr. Tredegar, to whom the management of Bessy's affairs had been transferred. Mr. Tredegar, to his client's surprise, answered the appeal in person. He had not been lately to Lynbrook, dreading the cold and damp of the country in winter, and his sudden arrival had therefore an ominous significance. He came for an evening in midweek, when even Blanche Carbury was absent, and Bessy and Justine had the house to themselves. Mrs. Ansell had sailed the week before with her invalid cousin. No further words had passed between herself and Justine, but the latter was conscious that their talk had increased instead of lessened the distance between them. Justine herself meant to leave soon. Her hope of regaining Bessy's confidence had been deceived, and seeing herself definitely superseded, she chafed anew at her purposeless inactivity. She had already written to 1 or 2 doctors in New York, and to the matron of St. Elizabeth's. She had made herself a name in surgical cases, and it could not be long before a summons came. Meanwhile Mr. Tredegar arrived, and the three dined together, the 2 women bending meekly to his discourse, which was never more oracular and authoritative than when he delivered to the gentler sex alone. Amherst's absence in particular seemed to loose the thin current of Mr. Tredegar's eloquence. He was never quite at ease in the presence of an independent mind, and Justine often reflected that, even had the 2 men known nothing of each other's views, there would have been between them an instinctive and irreducible hostility. They would have disliked each other if they had merely jostled elbows in the street. Yet, even freed from Amherst's presence, Mr. Tredegar showed a darkling brow, and as Justine slipped away after dinner, she felt that she left Bessy to something more serious than the usual business conference. How serious she was to learn that very night, when, in the small hours, her friend burst in on her tearfully. Bessy was ruined. Ruined! That was what Mr. Tredegar had come to tell her. She might have known he would not have travelled to Lynbrook for a trifle. She had expected to find herself cramped, restricted, to be warned that she must manage, hateful word. But this was incredible, unendurable. There was no money to build the gymnasium, none at all. And all because it had been swallowed up at Westmore, because the ridiculous changes there, the changes that nobody wanted, nobody approved of, that Truscomb and all the other experts had opposed and derided from the first. These changes, even modified and arrested, had already involved so much of her income that it might be years, yes, he said years, before she could feel herself free again, free of her own fortune, of Cicely's fortune, of the money poor Dick Westmore had meant his wife and child to enjoy. Justine listened anxiously to this confused outpouring of resentments. Bessy's born incapacity for figures made it indeed possible that the facts came on her as a surprise, that she had quite forgotten the temporary reduction of her income, and had begun to imagine that what she had saved in one direction was hers to spend in another. All this was conceivable, but why had Mr. Tredegar drawn so dark a picture of the future? Or was it only that, thwarted of her immediate desire, Bessy's disappointment blackened the furthest verge of her horizon? Justine, though aware of her friend's lack of perspective, suspected that a conniving hand had helped to throw the prospect out of drawing. Could it be possible, then, that Mr. Tredegar was among those who desired a divorce? That the influences at which Mrs. Ansell had hinted proceeded not only from Blanche Carbury and her group? Helpless amid this rush of forebodings, Justine could do no more than soothe and restrain. To reason would have been idle. She had never till now realized how completely she had lost ground with Bessy. The humiliation before my friends! Oh, I was warned. My father, everyone. For Cicely's sake I was warned, but I wouldn't listen. And now! From the first it was all he cared for. In Europe even he was always dragging me to factories. Me? I was only the owner of Westmore. He wanted power. Power, that's all. When he lost it he left me. Oh, I'm glad now my baby is dead. Glad there's nothing between us. Nothing in the world to tie us together any longer. The disproportion between this violent grief and its trivial cause would have struck Justine as simply grotesque, had she not understood that the incident of the gymnasium, which had followed with cumulative pressure on a series of similar episodes, seemed to Bessy like the reaching out of a retaliatory hand, a mocking reminder that she was still imprisoned in the consequences of her unhappy marriage. Such folly seemed past weeping for. It froze Justine's compassion into disdain, till she remembered that the sources of our sorrow are sometimes nobler than their means of expression, and that a baffled, unappeased love was perhaps the real cause of Bessy's anger against her husband. At any rate, the moment was a critical one, and Justine remembered with a pang that Mrs. Ansell had foreseen such a contingency, and implored her to take measures against it. She had refused, from a sincere dread of precipitating a definite estrangement. But had she been right in judging the situation so logically? With a creature of Bessy's emotional uncertainties, the result of contending influences was really incalculable. It might still be that, at this juncture, Amherst's return would bring about a reaction of better feelings. Justine sat and mused on these things after leaving her friend exhausted upon a tearful pillow. She felt that she had perhaps taken too large a survey of the situation, that the question whether there could ever be happiness between this tormented pair was not one to concern those who struggled for their welfare. Most marriages are a patchwork of jarring tastes and ill-assorted ambitions. If here and there for a moment two colours blend, two textures are the same, so much the better for the pattern. Justine certainly could foresee in reunion no positive happiness for either of her friends, but she saw positive disaster for Bessy in separation from her husband. Suddenly she rose from her chair by the falling fire and crossed over to the writing table. She would write to Amherst herself. She would tell him to come. The decision once reached, hope flowed back into her heart. The joy of action so often deceived her into immediate faith in its results. "Dear Mr. Amherst," she wrote, "the last time I saw you, you told me that you would remember what I said. I ask you to do so now, to remember that I urged you not to be away too long. I believe you ought to come back now, though I know Bessy will not ask you to. I am writing without her knowledge, but with the conviction that she needs you, though perhaps without knowing it herself." She paused and laid down her pen. Why did it make her so happy to write to him? Was it merely the sense of recovered helpfulness, or something warmer, more personal, that made it a joy to trace his name, and to remind him of their last intimate exchange of words? Well, perhaps it was that too. There were moments when she was so mortally lonely that any sympathetic contact with another life sent a glow into her veins, that she was thankful to warm herself at any fire. End of chapter 24. Book 3, Chapter 25 of The Fruit of the Tree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fruit of the Tree by Edith Wharton, Book 3, Chapter 25. Bessy, languidly glancing through her midday mail some 5 days later, uttered a slight exclamation as she withdrew her fingertip from the flap of the envelope she had begun to open. It was a black, sleety day, with an east wind bowing the trees beyond the drenched window panes, and the two friends, after luncheon, had withdrawn to the library where Justine sat writing notes for Bessy, while the latter lay back in her armchair, in the state of dreamy listlessness into which she always sunk when not under the stimulus of amusement or exercise. She sat suddenly upright as her eyes fell on the letter. "I beg your pardon, I thought it was for me," she said, holding it out to Justine. The latter reddened as she glanced at the superscription. It had not occurred to her that Amherst would reply to her appeal. She had pictured him springing on the first northbound train, perhaps not even pausing to announce his return to his wife. And to receive his letter under Bessy's eye was undeniably embarrassing, since Justine felt the necessity of keeping her intervention secret. But under Bessy's eye she certainly was. It continued to rest on her curiously, speculatively, with an undergleam of malicious significance. "So stupid of me! I can't imagine why I should have expected my husband to write to me," Bessy went on, leaning back in lazy contemplation of her other letters, but still obliquely including Justine in her angle of vision. The latter, after a moment's pause, broke the seal and read: Millfield, Georgia. My dear Miss Brent, your letter reached me yesterday, and I have thought it over carefully. I appreciate the feeling that prompted it, but I don't know that any friend, however kind and discerning, can give the final advice in such matters. You tell me you are sure my wife will not ask me to return. Well, under present conditions, that seems to me a sufficient reason for staying away. Meanwhile, I assure you that I have remembered all you said to me that day. I have made no binding arrangement here, nothing to involve my future action, and I have done this solely because you asked it. This will tell you better than words how much I value your advice, and what strong reasons I must have for not following it now. I suppose there are no more exploring parties in this weather. I wish I could show Cicely some of the birds down here. Yours faithfully, John Amherst. Please don't let my wife ride impulse. Latent under Justine's acute consciousness of what this letter meant was the sense of Bessy's inferences and conjectures. She could feel them actually piercing the page in her hand, like some hypersensitive visual organ to which matter offers no obstruction.
Or rather, baffled in their endeavour, they were evoking out of the unseen, heaven knew what fantastic structure of intrigue, scrawling over the innocent page with burning evidences of perfidy and collusion. One thing became instantly clear to her: she must show the letter to Bessy. She ran her eyes over it again, trying to disentangle the consequences. There was the allusion to their talk in town. Well, she had told Bessy of that. But the careless reference to their woodland excursions, what might not Bessy, in her present mood, make of it? Justine's uppermost thought was of distress at the failure of her plan. Perhaps she might still have induced Amherst to come back, had it not been for this accident, but now that hope was destroyed. She raised her eyes and met Bessy's. "Will you read it?" she said, holding out the letter. Bessy received it with lifted eyebrows and a protesting murmur, but as she read, Justine saw the blood mount under her clear skin, invade the temples, the nape, even the little flower-like ears. Then it receded as suddenly, ebbing at last from the very lips, so that the smile with which she looked up from her reading was as white as if she had been under the stress of physical pain. "So you have written my husband to come back?" "As you see." Bessy looked her straight in the eyes. "I am very much obliged to you, extremely obliged." Justine met the look quietly. "Which means that you resent my interference." "Oh, I leave you to call it that," Bessy mocked, tossing the letter down on the table at her side. "Bessy, don't take it in that way. If I made a mistake, I did so with the hope of helping you. How can I stand by after all these months together and see you deliberately destroying your life without trying to stop you?" The smile withered on Bessy's lips. "It is very dear and good of you. I know you're never happy unless you're helping people. But in this case I can only repeat what my husband says. He and I don't often look at things in the same light, but I quite agree with him that the management of such matters is best left to the persons concerned." Justine hesitated. "I might answer that, if you take that view, it was inconsistent of you to talk with me so openly. You've certainly made me feel that you wanted help, you've turned to me for it. But perhaps that does not justify my writing to Mr. Amherst without your knowing it." Bessy laughed. "Ah, my dear, you knew that if you asked me the letter would never be sent." "Perhaps I did," said Justine simply. "I was trying to help you against your will." "Well, you see the result." Bessy laid a derisive touch on the letter. "Do you understand now whose fault it is if I am alone?" Justine faced her steadily. "There is nothing in Mr. Amherst's letter to make me change my opinion. I still think it lies with you to bring him back." Bessy raised a glittering face to her, all hardness and laughter. "Such modesty, my dear! As if I had a chance of succeeding where you failed!" She sprang up, brushing the curls from her temples with a petulant gesture. "Don't mind me if I'm cross, but I've had a dose of preaching from Maria Ansell, and I don't know why my friends should treat me like a puppet without any preferences of my own, and press upon me a man who has done his best to show that he doesn't want me. As a matter of fact, he and I are luckily agreed on that point too, and I'm afraid all the good advice in the world won't persuade us to change our opinion." Justine held her ground. "If I believed that of either of you, I shouldn't have written. I should not be pleading with you now. And Mr. Amherst doesn't believe it either," she added, after a pause, conscious of the risk she was taking, but thinking the words might act like a blow in the face of a person sinking under a deadly narcotic. Bessy's smile deepened into a sneer. "I see you've talked me over thoroughly, and on his views I ought perhaps not to have risked an opinion." "We have not talked you over," Justine exclaimed. "Mr. Amherst could never talk of you in the way you think." And under the light staccato of Bessy's laugh she found resolution to add: "It is not in that way that I know what he feels." "Ah? I should be curious to hear, then." Justine turned to the letter, which still lay between them. "Will you read the last sentence again? The postscript, I mean." Bessy, after a surprised glance at her,
took the letter up with the deprecating murmur of one who acts under compulsion rather than dispute about a trifle. The postscript? Let me see. Don't let my wife ride impulse. Et puis? She murmured, dropping the page again. Well, does it tell you nothing? It's a cold letter. At first I thought so. The letter of a man who believes himself deeply hurt. So deeply that he will make no advance, no sign of relenting. That's what I thought when I first read it. But the postscript undoes it all. Justine, as she spoke, had drawn near Bessy, laying a hand on her arm, and shedding on her the radiance of a face all charity and sweet compassion. It was her rare gift, at such moments, to forget her own relation to the person for whose fate she was concerned, to cast aside all consciousness of criticism and distrust in the heart she strove to reach, as pitiful people forget their physical timidity in the attempt to help a wounded animal. For a moment Bessy seemed to waver. The colour flickered faintly up her cheek, her long lashes drooped. She had the tenderest lids, and all her face seemed melting under the beams of Justine's ardour. But the letter was still in her hand. Her eyes, in sinking, fell upon it, and she sounded beneath her breath the fatal phrase, "I have done this solely because you asked it." "After such a tribute to your influence, I don't wonder you feel competent to set everybody's affairs in order. But take my advice, my dear, don't ask me not to ride impulse." The pity froze on Justine's lip. She shrank back, cut to the quick. For a moment the silence between the two women rang with the flight of arrowy, wounding thoughts. Then Bessy's anger flagged, she gave one of her embarrassed half-laughs, and, turning back, laid a deprecating touch on her friend's arm. "I didn't mean that, Justine. But let us not talk now. I can't." Justine did not move. The reaction could not come as quickly in her case. But she turned on Bessy two eyes full of pardon, full of speechless pity, and Bessy received the look silently before she moved to the door and went out. "Oh, poor thing, poor thing," Justine gasped as the door closed. She had already forgotten her own hurt. She was alone again with Bessy's sterile pain. She stood staring before her for a moment, then her eyes fell on Amherst's letter, which had fluttered to the floor between them. The fatal letter! If it had not come at that unlucky moment, perhaps she might still have gained her end. She picked it up and reread it. Yes, there were phrases in it that a wounded, suspicious heart might misconstrue, yet Bessy's last words had absolved her. Why had she not answered them? Why had she stood there dumb? The blow to her pride had been too deep, had been dealt too unexpectedly. For one miserable moment she had thought first of herself. Ah, that importunate, irrepressible self, the moi haïssable of the Christian! If only one could tear it from one's breast! She had missed an opportunity, her last opportunity perhaps. By this time even 100 hostile influences, cold whispers of vanity, of selfishness, of worldly pride might have drawn their freezing ring about Bessy's heart. Justine started up to follow her, then paused, recalling her last words. "Let us not talk now. I can't." She had no right to intrude on that bleeding privacy. If the chance had been hers, she had lost it. She dropped back into her seat at the desk, hiding her face in her hands. Presently she heard the clock strike, and, true to her tireless instinct of activity, she lifted her head, took up her pen, and went on with the correspondence she had dropped. It was hard at first to collect her thoughts, or even to summon to her pen the conventional phrases that sufficed for most of the notes. Groping for a word, she pushed aside her writing and stared out at the sallow frozen landscape framed by the window at which she sat. The sleet had ceased, and hollows of sunless blue showed through the driving wind clouds. A hard sky and a hard ground, frost-bound ringing earth under rigid ice-mailed trees. As Justine looked out, shivering a little, she saw a woman's figure riding down the avenue toward the gate. The figure disappeared behind a clump of evergreens, showed again farther down, through the boughs of a skeleton beech, and revealed itself in the next open space as Bessy. Bessy in the saddle on a day of glaring frost, when no horse could keep his footing out of a walk. Justine went to the window and strained her eyes for a confirming glimpse. Yes, it was Bessy. There was no mistaking that light, flexible figure, every line swaying true to the beat of the horse's stride. But Justine remembered that Bessy had not meant to ride, had countermanded her horse because of the bad going. Well, she was a perfect horsewoman and had no doubt chosen her surest footed mount, probably the brown cob Tony Lumpkin. But when did Tony's sides shine so bright through the leafless branches? And when did he sweep his rider on with such long free play of the hindquarters? Horse and rider shot into sight again, rounding the curve of the avenue near the gates, and in a break of sunlight Justine saw the glitter of chestnut flanks, and remembered that Impulse was the only chestnut in the stables. She went back to her seat and continued writing. Bessy had left a formidable heap of bills and letters, and when this was demolished, Justine had her own correspondence to dispatch. She had heard that morning from the matron of St. Elizabeth's. An interesting case was offered her, but she must come within 2 days. For the first few hours she had wavered, loath to leave Lynbrook without some definite light on her friend's future, but now Amherst's letter had shed that light, or rather had deepened the obscurity, and she had no pretext for lingering on where her uselessness had been so amply demonstrated. She wrote to the matron accepting the engagement, and the acceptance involved the writing of other letters, the general reorganizing of that minute polity, the life of Justine Brent. She smiled a little to think how easily she could be displaced and transplanted, how slender were her material impedimenta, how few her invisible bonds. She was as light and detachable as a dead leaf on the autumn breeze, yet she was in the season of sap and flower, when there is life and song in the trees. But she did not think long of herself, for an undefinable anxiety ran through her thoughts like a black thread. It found expression, now and then, in the long glances she threw through the window, in her rising to consult the clock and compare her watch with it, in a nervous snatch of humming as she paced the room once or twice before going back to her desk. Why was Bessy so late? Dusk was falling already, the early end of the cold slate-hued day. But Bessy always rode late. There was always a rational answer to Justine's irrational conjectures. It was the sight of those chestnut flanks that tormented her. She knew of Bessy's previous struggles with the mare. But the indulging of idle apprehensions was not in her nature, and when the tea-tray came, and with it Cicely, sparkling from a gusty walk, and coral pink in her cloud of crinkled hair, Justine sprang up and cast off her cares. It cost her a pang again to see the lamps lit and the curtains drawn, shutting in the warmth and brightness of the house from that wind-swept frozen twilight through which Bessy rode alone. But the icy touch of the thought slipped from Justine's mind as she bent above the tea-tray, gravely measuring Cicely's milk into a grown-up teacup, hearing the confidential details of the child's day, and capping them with banter and fantastic narrative. She was not sorry to go. Oh, no. The house had become a prison to her, with ghosts walking its dreary floors. But to lose Cicely would be bitter. She had not felt how bitter till the child pressed against her in the firelight, insisting raptly, with little sharp elbows stabbing her knee, "And then what happened, Justine?" The door opened, and someone came in to look at the fire. Justine, through the mazes of her fairy tale, was dimly conscious that it was Knowles, and not one of the footmen. The proud Knowles, who never mended the fires himself. As he passed out again, hovering slowly down the long room, she rose, leaving Cicely on the hearth-rug, and followed him to the door. "Has Mrs. Amherst not come in?" she asked, not knowing why she wished to ask it out of the child's hearing. "No, miss. I looked in myself to see, thinking she might have come by the side door." "She may have gone up to her sitting room."
"She's not upstairs."
They both paused. Then Justine said, "What horse was she riding?"
"Impulse, miss."
The butler looked at his large responsible watch.
"It's not late," he said, more to himself than to her.
"No. Has she been riding Impulse lately?"
"No, miss, not since that day the mare nearly had her off. I understood Mr. Amherst did not wish it."
Justine went back to Cicely and the fairy tale. As she took up the thread of the princess's adventures, she asked herself why she had ever had any hope of helping Bessy. The seeds of disaster were in the poor creature's soul. Even when she appeared to be moved, lifted out of herself, her escaping impulses were always dragged back to the magnetic centre of hard distrust and resistance that sometimes forms the core of soft-fibred natures. As she had answered her husband's previous appeal by her flight to the woman he disliked, so she answered this one by riding the horse he feared. Justine's last illusions crumbled. The distance between two such natures was unspannable. Amherst had done well to remain away, and with a tidal rush her sympathies swept back to his side. The governess came to claim Cicely. One of the footmen came to put another log on the fire. Then the rite of removing the tea-table was majestically performed, the ceremonial that had so often jarred on Amherst's nerves. As she watched it, Justine had a vague sense of the immutability of the household routine, a queer odd feeling that, whatever happened, a machine so perfectly adjusted would work on inexorably, like a natural law. She rose to look out of the window, staring vainly into blackness between the parted curtains. As she turned back, passing the writing table, she noticed that Cicely's eruption had made her forget to post her letters, an unusual oversight. A glance at the clock told her that she was not too late for the mail, reminding her at the same time that it was scarcely 3 hours since Bessy had started on her ride. She saw the foolishness of her fears. Even in winter Bessy often rode for more than 3 hours, and now that the days were growing longer. Suddenly reassured, Justine went out into the hall, intending to carry her batch of letters to the red pillar box by the door. As she did so, a cold blast struck her. Could it be that for once the faultless routine of the house had been relaxed, that one of the servants had left the outer door ajar? She walked over to the vestibule. Yes, both doors were wide. The night rushed in on a vicious wind. As she pushed the vestibule door shut, she heard the dogs sniffing and whining on the threshold. She crossed the vestibule and heard voices and the tramping of feet in the darkness, then saw a lantern gleam. Suddenly Knowles shot out of the night. The lantern struck on his bleached face. Justine, stepping back, pressed the electric button in the wall, and the wide doorstep was abruptly illuminated with its huddled, pushing, heavily breathing group. Black figures writhing out of darkness, strange faces distorted in the glare. "Bessy!" she cried, and sprang forward, but suddenly Wyant was before her, his hand on her arm, and as the dreadful group struggled by into the hall, he froze her to him with a whisper: "The spine." End of chapter 25. Book 3, Chapter 26 of The Fruit of the Tree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fruit of the Tree by Edith Wharton, Book 3, Chapter 26. Within Justine there was a moment's darkness. Then, like terror-struck workers rallying to their tasks, every faculty was again at its post, receiving and transmitting signals, taking observations, anticipating orders, making her brain ring with the hum of a controlled activity. She had known the sensation before, the transmuting of terror and pity into this miraculous lucidity of thought and action, but never had it snatched her from such depths. Oh, thank heaven for her knowledge now, for the trained mind that could take command of her senses and bend them firmly to its service. Wyant seconded her well, after a moment's ague fit of fear. She pitied and pardoned the moment, aware of its cause, and respecting him for the way in which he rose above it into the clear air of professional self-command. Through the first hours they worked shoulder to shoulder, conscious of each other only as of kindred will powers, stretched to the utmost tension of discernment and activity, and hardly needing speech or look to further their swift cooperation. It was thus that she had known him in the hospital, in the heat of his youthful zeal, the doctor she liked best to work with because no other so tempered ardour with judgment. The great surgeon, arriving from town at midnight, confirmed his diagnosis. There was undoubted injury to the spine. Other consultants were summoned in haste, and in the winter dawn the verdict was pronounced: a fractured vertebra and possibly lesion of the cord. Justine got a moment alone when the surgeons returned to the sick room. Other nurses were there now, capped, aproned, quickly and silently unpacking their appliances. She must call a halt, clear her brain again, decide rapidly what was to be done next. Oh, if only the crawling hours could bring Amherst! It was strange that there was no telegram yet. No, not strange, after all, since it was barely 6 in the morning, and her message had not been dispatched till 7 the night before. It was not unlikely that, in that little southern settlement, the telegraph office closed at 6. She stood in Bessy's sitting room, her forehead pressed to the window pane, her eyes straining out into the thin February darkness through which the morning star swam white. As soon as she had yielded her place to the other nurses, her nervous tension relaxed, and she hung again above the deeps of anguish, terrified and weak. In a moment the necessity for action would snatch her back to a firm footing. Her thoughts would clear, her will affirm itself, all the wheels of the complex machine resume their functions. But now she felt only the horror. She knew so well what was going on in the next room. Dr. Garford, the great surgeon, who had known her at St. Elizabeth's, had evidently expected her to take command of the nurses he had brought from town. But there were enough without her, and there were other cares which, for the moment, she only could assume: the dispatching of messages to the scattered family, the incessant telephoning and telegraphing to town, the general guidance of the household swinging rudderless in the tide of disaster. Cicely, above all, must be watched over and guarded from alarm. The little governess, reduced to a twittering heap of fears, had been quarantined in a distant room till reason returned to her, and the child, meanwhile, slept quietly in the old nurse's care. Cicely would wake presently, and Justine must go up to her with a bright face. Other duties would press thick on the heels of this; their feet were already on the threshold. But meanwhile she could only follow in imagination what was going on in the other room. She had often thought with dread of such a contingency. She always sympathized too much with her patients. She knew it was the joint in her armour. Her quick gushing pity lay too near that professional exterior which she had managed to endue with such a bright glaze of insensibility that some sentimental patients, without much the matter, had been known to call her a little hard. How, then, should she steer herself if it fell to her lot to witness a cruel accident to some one she loved, and to have to perform a nurse's duties, steadily, expertly, unflinchingly, while every fibre was torn with inward anguish? She knew the horror of it now, and she knew also that her self-enforced exile from the sick-room was 100 times worse. To stand there knowing, with each tick of the clock, what was being said and done within, how the great luxurious room, with its pale draperies and scented cushions, and the 100 pretty trifles strewing the lace toilet table and the delicate old furniture, was being swept bare, cleared for action like a ship's deck, drearily garnished with rows of instruments, rolls of medicated cotton, oiled silk, bottles, bandages, water pillows, all the grim paraphernalia of the awful rites of pain. To know this, and to be able to call up with torturing vividness that poor pale face on the pillows, vague-eyed, expressionless perhaps as she had last seen it, or, worse yet, stirred already with the first creeping pangs of consciousness, to have these images slowly, deliberately burn themselves into her brain, and to be aware at the same time of that underlying moral disaster of which the accident seemed the monstrous outward symbol. Ah, this was worse than anything she had ever dreamed. She knew that the final verdict could not be pronounced till the operation which was about to take place should reveal the extent of the injury to the spine. Bessy, in falling, must have struck on the back of her head and shoulders, and it was but too probable that the fractured vertebra had caused a bruise, if not a lesion, of the spinal cord. In that case paralysis was certain, and a slow, crawling death the most inevitable outcome. There had been cases, of course, Justine's professional memory evoked them, cases of so-called recovery, where actual death was kept at bay, a semblance of life preserved for years in the poor petrified body. But the mind shrank from such a fate for Bessy, and it might still be that the injury to the spine was not grave, though, here again, the fracturing of the fourth vertebra was ominous. The door opened and someone came in from the inner room. Wyant, in search of an instrument case. Justine turned and they looked at each other. "It will be now?" "Yes. Dr. Garford asked if there was no one you could send for." "No one but Mr. Tredegar and the Halford Gaineses. They'll be here this evening, I suppose." They exchanged a discouraged glance, knowing how little difference the presence of the Halford Gaineses would make. "He wanted to know if there was no telegram from Amherst." "No." "Then they mean to begin." A nursemaid appeared in the doorway. "Miss Cicely," she said, and Justine bounded upstairs. The day's work had begun. From Cicely to the governess, from the governess to the housekeeper, from the telephone to the writing table, Justine vibrated back and forth, quick, noiseless, self-possessed, sobering, guiding, controlling her confused and panic-stricken world. It seemed to her that half the day had elapsed before the telegraph office at Lynbrook opened. She was at the telephone at the stroke of the hour. No telegram? Only one, a message from Halford Gaines. "Arrive at 8 tonight." Amherst was still silent. Was there a difference of time to be allowed for? She tried to remember, to calculate, but her brain was too crowded with other thoughts. She turned away from the instrument, discouraged. Whenever she had time to think, she was overwhelmed by the weight of her solitude. Mr. Langhope was in Egypt, accessible only through a London banker. Mrs. Ansell presumably wandering on the continent. Her cables might not reach them for days, and among the throng of Lynbrook habitués she knew not to whom to turn. To loose the Telfer tribe and Mrs. Carbury upon that stricken house, her thought revolted from it, and she was thankful to know that February had dispersed their migratory flock to southern shores. But if only Amherst would come! Cicely and the tranquillized governess had been dispatched on a walk with the dogs, and Justine was returning upstairs when she met one of the servants with the telegram. She tore it open with a great throb of relief. It was her own message to Amherst, address unknown. Had she misdirected it then? In that first blinding moment her mind might so easily have failed her. But no, there was the name of the town before her, Millfield, Georgia, the same name as in his letter. She had made no mistake, but he was gone. Gone, and without leaving an address. For a moment her tired mind refused to work. Then she roused herself, ran down the stairs again, and rang up the telegraph office. The thing to do, of course, was to telegraph to the owner of the mills, of whose very name she was ignorant, enquiring where Amherst was and asking him to forward the message. Precious hours must be lost meanwhile, but after all they were waiting for no one upstairs. The verdict had been pronounced: dislocation and fracture of the fourth vertebra, with consequent injury to the spinal cord. Dr. Garford and Wyant came out alone to tell her. The surgeon ran over the technical details, her brain instantly at attention as he developed his diagnosis and issued his orders. She asked no questions as to the future. She knew it was impossible to tell. But there were no immediate signs of a fatal ending. The patient had rallied well, and the general conditions were not unfavourable. "You have heard from Mr. Amherst?" Dr. Garford concluded. "Not yet. He may be travelling," Justine faltered, unwilling to say that her telegram had been returned. As she spoke there was a tap on the door, and a folded paper was handed in. A telegram telephoned from the village. "Amherst gone South America to study possibilities cotton growing. Have cabled our correspondent Buenos Aires." Concealment was no longer possible. Justine handed the message to the surgeon. "Ah, and there would be no chance of finding his address among Mr. Amherst's papers?" "I think not, no." "Well, we must keep her alive, Wyant." "Yes, sir." At dusk Justine sat in the library, waiting for Cicely to be brought to her. A lull had descended on the house. A new order developed out of the morning's chaos. With soundless steps, with lowered voices, the machinery of life was carried on; and Justine, caught in one of the pauses of inaction which she had fought off since morning, was reliving for the 100th time her few moments at Bessy's bedside. She had been summoned in the course of the afternoon, and stealing into the darkened room, had bent over the bed while the nurses noiselessly withdrew. There lay the white face which had been burnt into her inward vision, the motionless body, and the head stirring ceaselessly, as though to release the agitation of the imprisoned limbs. Bessy's eyes turned to her, drawing her down. "Am I going to die, Justine?" "No." "The pain is so awful." "It will pass. You will sleep." "Cicely?" "She has gone for a walk. You'll see her presently." The eyes faded, releasing Justine. She stole away, and the nurses came back. Bessy had spoken of Cicely, but not a word of her husband. Perhaps her poor dazed mind groped for him, or perhaps it shrank from his name. Justine was thankful for her silence. For the moment her heart was bitter against Amherst. Why, so soon after her appeal and his answer, had he been false to the spirit of their agreement? This unannounced, unexplained departure was nothing less than a breach of his tacit pledge, the pledge not to break definitely with Lynbrook. And why had he gone to South America? She drew her aching brows together, trying to retrace a vague memory of some allusion to the cotton-growing capabilities of the region. Yes, he had spoken of it once in talking of the world's area of cotton production, but what impulse had sent him off on such an exploration? Mere unrest, perhaps; the intolerable burden of his useless life? The questions spun round and round in her head, weary, profitless, yet persistent. It was a relief when Cicely came, a relief to measure out the cambric tea, to make the terrier beg for gingerbread, even to take up the thread of the interrupted fairy tale; though through it all she was wrung by the thought that just 24 hours earlier she and the child had sat in the same place, listening for the trot of Bessy's horse. The day passed. The hands of the clocks moved. Food was cooked and served. Blinds were drawn up or down, lamps lit, and fires renewed. All these tokens of the passage of time took place before her, while her real consciousness seemed to hang in some dim central void, where nothing happened, nothing would ever happen. And now Cicely was in bed. The last long-distance call was answered. The last orders to kitchen and stable had been dispatched. Wyant had stolen down to her with his hourly report, no change, and she was waiting in the library for the Gaineses. Carriage wheels on the gravel. They were there at last. Justine started up and went into the hall. As she passed out of the library, the outer door opened, and the gusty night swooped in, as, at the same hour the day before, it had swooped in ahead of the dreadful procession, preceding now the carriage full of the Hanaford relations. Mr. Gaines, red-glazed, brief and interrogatory; Westy, small, nervous, ill at ease with his grief; and Mrs. Gaines, supreme in the possession of a consolatory yet funereal manner, and sinking on Justine's breast with a solemn whisper:
Have you sent for the clergyman? End of chapter 26. Book 3, Chapter 27 of The Fruit of the Tree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fruit of the Tree by Edith Wharton, Book 3, Chapter 27. The house was empty again. A week had passed since Bessy's accident, and friends and relations had dispersed. The household had fallen into its routine, the routine of sickness and silence, and once more the perfectly adjusted machine was working on steadily, inexorably, like a natural law. So at least it seemed to Justine's nerves, intolerably stretched at times on the rack of solitude, of suspense, of forebodings. She had been thankful when the Gaineses left, doubly thankful when a telegram from Bermuda declared Mrs. Carbury to be in despair at her inability to fly to Bessy's side, thankful even that Mr. Tredegar's professional engagements made it impossible for him to do more than come down every second or third day for a few hours. Yet, though in some ways it was a relief to be again in sole command, there were moments when the weight of responsibility and the inability to cry out her fears and her uncertainties seemed almost unendurable. Wyant was her chief reliance. He had risen so gallantly above his weakness, become again so completely the indefatigable worker of former days, that she accused herself of injustice in ascribing to physical causes the vague eye and tremulous hand which might merely have betokened a passing access of nervous sensibility. Now at any rate he had his nerves so well under control, and had shown such a grasp of the case and such marked executive capacity, that on the third day after the accident Dr. Garford, withdrawing his own assistant, had left him in control at Lynbrook. At the same time Justine had taken up her attendance in the sick room, replacing one of the subordinate nurses who had been suddenly called away. She had done this the more willingly because Bessy, who was now conscious for the greater part of the time, had asked for her once or twice, and had seemed easier when she was in the room. But she still gave only occasional aid, relieving the other nurses when they dined or rested, but keeping herself partly free in order to have an eye on the household, and give a few hours daily to Cicely. All this had become part of a system that already seemed as old as memory. She could hardly recall what life had been before the accident. The 7 dreadful days seemed as long as the days of creation. Every morning she rose to the same report, no change, and every day passed without a word from Amherst. Minor news, of course, had come. Poor Mr. Langhope, at length overtaken at Wadi Haifa, was hastening back as fast as ship and rail could carry him. Mrs. Ansell, anchored at Algiers with her invalid, cabled anxious enquiries, but still no word from Amherst. The correspondent at Buenos Aires had simply cabled, "Not here, will inquire." And since then, silence. Justine had taken to sitting in a small room beyond Amherst's bedroom, near enough to Bessy to be within call, yet accessible to the rest of the household. The walls were hung with old prints, and with 2 or 3 photographs of early Italian pictures, and in a low bookcase Amherst had put the books he had brought from Hannaford, the English poets, the Greek dramatists, some textbooks of biology and kindred subjects, and a few stray, well-worn volumes: Lecky's European Morals, Carlyle's translation of Wilhelm Meister, Seneca, Epictetus, a German grammar, a pocket of bacon. It was unlike any other room at Lynbrook. Even through her benumbing misery, Justine felt the relief of escaping there from the rest of the great soulless house. Sometimes she took up one of the books and read a page or two, letting the beat of the verse lull her throbbing brain, or the strong words of stoic wisdom sink into her heart. And even when there was no time for these brief flights from reality, it soothed her to feel herself in the presence of great thoughts, to know that in this room, among these books, another restless, baffled mind had sought escape from the dusty answer of life. Her hours there made her think less bitterly of Amherst, but also, alas, made her see more clearly the irreconcilable difference between the two natures she had striven to reunite. That which was the essence of life to one was a meaningless shadow to the other, and the gulf between them was too wide for the imagination of either to bridge. As she sat there on the seventh afternoon, there was a knock on the door, and Wyant entered. She had only time to notice that he was very pale. She had been struck once or twice with his look of sudden exhaustion, which passed as quickly as it came. Then she saw that he carried a telegram, and her mind flew back to its central anxiety. She grew pale herself as she read the message. "He has been found at Corrientes. It will take him at least a month to get here." "A month! Good God!" "And it may take Mr. Langhope longer." Their eyes met. "It's too long?" she asked. "I don't know. I don't know." He shivered slightly, turning away into the window. Justine sat down to dash off messages to Mr. Tredegar and the Gaineses. Amherst's return must be made known at once. When she glanced up, Wyant was standing near her. His air of intense weariness had passed, and he looked calm and ready for action. "Shall I take these down?" "No, ring, please. I want to ask you a few questions." The servant who answered the bell brought in a tea tray, and Justine, having dispatched the telegrams, seated herself and began to pour out her tea. Food had been repugnant to her during the first anguished unsettled days, but with the resumption of the nurse's systematic habits, the nurse's punctual appetite returned. Every drop of energy must be husbanded now, and only sleep and nourishment could fill the empty cisterns. She held out a cup to Wyant, but he drew back with a gesture of aversion. "Thanks, I'm not hungry." "You ought to eat more." No, I'm very well." She lifted her head, revived by the warm draught. The mechanical act of nourishment performed, her mind leapt back to the prospect of Amherst's return. A whole month before he reached Lynbrook. He had instructed her where news might find him on the way, but a whole month to wait! She looked at Wyant, and they read each other's thoughts. "It's a long time," he said. "Yes." "But Garford can do wonders, and she's very strong." Justine shuddered. Just so a skilled agent of the Inquisition might have spoken, calculating how much longer the power of suffering might be artificially preserved in a body broken on the wheel. "How does she seem to you today?" "The general conditions are about the same. The heart keeps up wonderfully, but there is a little more oppression of the diaphragm." "Yes, her breathing is harder. Last night she suffered horribly at times." "Oh, she'll suffer," Wyant murmured. "Of course the hypodermics can be increased." "Just what did Dr. Garford say this morning?" "He is astonished at her strength." "But there's no hope? I don't know why I ask." "Hope?" Wyant looked at her. "You mean of what's called recovery, of deferring death indefinitely?" She nodded. "How can Garford tell, or anyone? We all know there have been cases where such an injury to the cord has not caused death. This may be one of those cases, but the biggest man couldn't say now." Justine hid her eyes. What a fate! "Recovery? Yes. Keeping people alive in such cases is one of the refinements of cruelty that it was left for Christianity to invent." "And yet?" "And yet it's got to be. Science herself says so. Not for the patient, of course, but for herself. For unborn generations, rather. Queer, isn't it? The two creeds are at one." Justine murmured through her clasped hands, "I wish she were not so strong." "Yes. It's wonderful what those frail, petted bodies can stand. The fight is going to be a hard one." She rose with a shiver. "I must go to Cicely." The rector of St. Anne's had called again. Justine, in obedience to Mrs. Gaines's suggestion, had summoned him from Clifton the day after the accident, but, supported by the surgeons and Wyant, she had resisted his admission to the sick room. Bessy's religious practices had been purely mechanical. Her faith had never been associated with the graver moments of her life, and the apparition of a clerical figure at her bedside would portend not consolation but calamity. Since it was all important that her nervous strength should be sustained, and the gravity of the situation kept from her, Mrs. Gaines yielded to the medical commands, consoled by the ready acquiescence of the rector. But before she left she extracted a promise that he would call frequently at Lynbrook, and wait his opportunity to say an uplifting word to Mrs. Amherst. The Reverend Ernest Lynde, who was a young man, with more zeal than experience, deemed it his duty to obey this injunction to the letter, but hitherto he had had to content himself with a talk with the housekeeper, or a brief word on the doorstep from Wyant. To-day, however, he had asked somewhat insistently for Miss Brent, and Justine, who was free at the moment, felt that she could not refuse to go down. She had seen him only in the pulpit, when, once or twice, in Bessy's absence, she had taken Cicely to church. He struck her as a grave young man, with a fine voice but halting speech. His sermons were earnest but ineffective. As he rose to meet her, she felt that she should like him better out of church. His glance was clear and honest, and there was a sweetness in his hesitating smile. "I am sorry to seem persistent, but I heard you had news of Mr. Langhope, and I was anxious to know the particulars," he explained. Justine replied that her message had overtaken Mr. Langhope at Wady Haifa, and that he had hoped to reach Alexandria in time to catch a steamer to Brindisi at the end of the week. "Not till then? So it will be almost 3 weeks?" "As nearly as I can calculate, a month." The rector hesitated. "And Mr. Amherst?" "He is coming back too." "Ah, you have heard? I'm glad of that. He will be here soon?" "No. He is in South America, at Buenos Aires. There will be no steamer for some days, and he may not get here till after Mr. Langhope." Mr. Lynde looked at her kindly, with grave eyes that proffered help. "This is terrible for you, Miss Brent." "Yes," Justine answered simply. "And Mrs. Amherst's condition?" "It is about the same." "The doctors are hopeful?" "They have not lost hope." "She seems to keep her strength wonderfully." "Yes, wonderfully." Mr. Lynde paused, looking downward, and awkwardly turning his soft clerical hat in his large kind-looking hands. "One might almost see in it a dispensation. We should see one, Miss Brent." "We?" She glanced up apologetically, not quite sure that her tired mind had followed his meaning. "We, I mean, who believe that not one sparrow falls to the ground." He flushed, and went on in a more mundane tone. "I am glad you have the hope of Mr. Langhope's arrival to keep you up. Modern science, thank heaven, can do such wonders in sustaining and prolonging life that, even if there is little chance of recovery, the faint spark may be nursed until—" He paused again, conscious that the dusky-browed young woman, slenderly erect in her dark blue linen and nurse's cap, was examining him with an intentness which contrasted curiously with the absent-minded glance she had dropped on him in entering. "In such cases," she said in a low tone, "there is practically no chance of recovery." "So I understand." "Even if there were, it would probably be death in life, complete paralysis of the lower body." He shuddered. A dreadful fate. She was so gay and active. "Yes, and the struggle with death for the next few weeks must involve incessant suffering, frightful suffering, perhaps vainly." "I feared so," he murmured, his kind face paling. "Then why do you thank heaven that modern science has found such wonderful ways of prolonging life?" He raised his head with a start, and their eyes met. He saw that the nurse's face was pale and calm, almost judicial in its composure, and his self-possession returned to him. "As a Christian," he answered with his slow smile, "I can hardly do otherwise." Justine continued to consider him thoughtfully. "The men of the older generation, clergymen I mean," she went on in a low controlled voice, "would of course take that view. must take it. But the conditions are so changed, so many undreamed of means of prolonging life, prolonging suffering, have been discovered and applied in the last few years, that I wondered. In my profession, one often wonders." "I understand," he rejoined sympathetically, forgetting his youth and his inexperience in the simple desire to bring solace to a troubled mind. "I understand your feeling, but you need have no doubt. Human life is sacred, and the fact that, even in this materialistic age, science is continually struggling to preserve and prolong it, shows, very beautifully, I think, how all things work together to fulfill the divine will." "Then you believe that the divine will delights in mere pain, mere meaningless animal suffering for its own sake?" "Surely not, but for the sake of the spiritual life that may be mysteriously wrung out of it." Justine bent her puzzled brows on him. "I could understand that view of moral suffering, or even of physical pain, moderate enough to leave the mind clear, and to call forth qualities of endurance and renunciation. But where the body has been crushed to a pulp, and the mind is no more than a machine for the registering of sense impressions, of physical anguish, of what use can such suffering be to its owner, or to the divine will?" The young rector looked at her sadly, almost severely. "There, Miss Brent, we touch on inscrutable things, and human reason must leave the answer to faith." Justine pondered. "So that one may say Christianity recognizes no exceptions?" "None. None," its authorized exponent pronounced emphatically. "Then Christianity and science are agreed." She rose, and the young rector, with visible reluctance, stood up also. "That again is one of the most striking evidences," he began, and then, as the necessity of taking leave was forced upon him, he added appealingly: "I understand your uncertainties, your questionings, and I wish I could have made my point clearer." "Thank you, it is quite clear. The reasons, of course, are different, but the result is exactly the same." She held out her hand, smiling sadly on him, and with a sudden return of youth and self-consciousness, he murmured shyly: "I feel for you." The man in him yearning over her loneliness, though the pastor dared not press his help. End of chapter 27. Book 3, Chapter 28 of The Fruit of the Tree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fruit of the Tree by Edith Wharton, Book 3, Chapter 28. That evening, when Justine took her place at the bedside and the other two nurses had gone down to supper, Bessy turned her head slightly, resting her eyes on her friend. The rose-shaded lamp cast a tint of light on her face, and the dark circles of pain made her eyes look deeper and brighter. Justine was almost deceived by the delusive semblance of vitality, and a hope that was half anguish stirred in her. She sat down by the bed, clasping the hand on the sheet. "You feel better tonight?" "I breathe better." The words came brokenly, between long pauses, but without the hard, agonized gasps of the previous night. "That's a good sign." Justine paused, and then, letting her fingers glide once or twice over the back of Bessy's hand, "You know, dear, Mr. Amherst is coming," she leaned down to say. Bessy's eyes moved again, slowly, inscrutably. She had never asked for her husband. "Soon?" she whispered. He had started on a long journey to out-of-the-way places, to study something about cotton growing. "My message has just overtaken him," Justine explained. Bessy lay still, her breast straining for breath. She remained so long without speaking that Justine began to think she was falling back into the somnolent state that intervened between her moments of complete consciousness. But at length she lifted her lids again, and her lips stirred. "He will be long coming?" "Some days." "How many?" "We can't tell yet." Silence again.
Bessy's features seemed to shrink into a kind of waxen quietude, as though her face were seen under clear water a long way down. And then, as she lay thus, without sound or movement, 2 tears forced themselves through her lashes and rolled down her cheeks. Justine, bending close, wiped them away. Bessy. The wet lashes were raised. An anguished look met her gaze. I can't bear it." "What, dear?" "The pain. Shan't I die before? You may get well, Bessy." Justine felt her hand quiver. "Walk again?" "Perhaps not that." "This I can't bear it." Her head drooped sideways, turning away toward the wall. Justine that night kept her vigil with an aching heart. The news of Amherst's return had produced no sign of happiness in his wife. The tears had been forced from her merely by the dread of being kept alive during the long days of pain before he came. The medical explanation might have been that repeated crises of intense physical anguish, and the deep lassitude succeeding them, had so overlaid all other feelings, or at least so benumbed their expression, that it was impossible to conjecture how Bessy's little half-smothered spark of soul had really been affected by the news. But Justine did not believe in this argument. Her experience among the sick had convinced her, on the contrary, that the shafts of grief or joy will find a crack in the heaviest armour of physical pain, that the tiniest gleam of hope will light up depths of mental inanition and somehow send a ray to the surface. It was true that Bessy had never known how to bear pain, and that her own sensations had always formed the centre of her universe. Yet, for that very reason, if the thought of seeing Amherst had made her happier, it would have lifted, at least momentarily, the weight of death from her body. Justine at first had almost feared the contrary effect, feared that the moral depression might show itself in a lowering of physical resistance. But the body kept up its obstinate struggle against death, drawing strength from sources of vitality unsuspected in that frail envelope. The surgeon's report the next day was more favourable, and every day won from death pointed now to a faint chance of recovery. Such at least was Wyant's view. Dr. Garford and the consulting surgeons had not yet declared themselves, but the young doctor, strung to the highest point of watchfulness, and constantly in attendance on the patient, was tending toward a hopeful prognosis. The growing conviction spurred him to fresh efforts. At Dr. Garford's request, he had temporarily handed over his Clifton practice to a young New York doctor in need of a change, and having installed himself at Lynbrook, he gave up his days and nights to Mrs. Amherst's case. "If anyone can save her, Wyant will," Dr. Garford had declared to Justine, when, on the 10th day after the accident, the surgeons held their third consultation. Dr. Garford reserved his own judgment. He had seen cases, they had all seen cases, but just at present the signs might point either way. Meanwhile, Wyant's confidence was an invaluable asset toward the patient's chances of recovery. Hopefulness in the physician was almost as necessary as in the patient. Contact with such faith had been known to work miracles. Justine listened in silence, wishing that she too could hope. But whichever way the prognosis pointed, she felt only a dull despair. She believed no more than Dr. Garford in the chance of recovery. That conviction seemed to her a mirage of Wyant's imagination, of his boyish ambition to achieve the impossible, and every hopeful symptom pointed, in her mind, only to a longer period of useless suffering. Her hours at Bessy's side deepened her revolt against the energies spent in the fight with death. Since Bessy had learned that her husband was returning, she had never, by sign or word, reverted to the fact. Except for a gleam of tenderness now and then, when Cicely was brought to her, she seemed to have sunk back into herself, as though her poor little flicker of consciousness were wholly centred in the contemplation of its pain. It was not that her mind was clouded, only that it was immersed, absorbed, in that dread mystery of disproportionate anguish which a capricious fate had laid on it. And what if she recovered, as they called it? If the flood tide of pain should ebb, leaving her stranded, a helpless wreck on the desert shores of inactivity? What would life be to Bessy without movement? Thought would never set her blood flowing. Motion in her could only take the form of physical processes. Her love for Amherst was dead. Even if it flickered into life again, it could but put the spark to smouldering discords and resentments, and would her one uncontaminated sentiment, her affection for Cicely, suffice to reconcile her to the desolate half-life which was the utmost that science could hold out? Here again Justine's experience answered no. She did not believe in Bessy's powers of moral recuperation. Her body seemed less near death than her spirit. Life had been poured out to her in generous measure, and she had spilled the precious draught. The few drops remaining in the cup could no longer renew her strength. Pity, not condemnation, profound, illimitable pity, flowed from this conclusion of Justine's. To a compassionate heart there could be no sadder instance of the wastefulness of life than this struggle of the small half-formed soul with a destiny too heavy for its strength. If Bessy had had any moral hope to fight for, every pang of suffering would have been worth enduring, but it was intolerable to witness the spectacle of her useless pain. Incessant commerce with such thoughts made Justine, as the days passed, crave any escape from solitude, any contact with other ideas. Even the reappearance of Westy Gaines, bringing a breath of commonplace conventional grief into the haunted silence of the house, was a respite from her questionings. If it was hard to talk to him, to answer his enquiries, to assent to his platitudes, it was harder 1,000 times to go on talking to herself. Mr. Tredegar's coming was a distinct relief. His dryness was like cautery to her wound. Mr. Tredegar undoubtedly grieved for Bessy, but his grief struck inward, exuding only now and then, through the fissures of his hard manner, in a touch of extra solemnity, the more laboured rounding of a period. Yet on the whole it was his feeling that Justine felt her own to be most akin. If his stoic acceptance of the inevitable proceeded from the resolve to spare himself pain, that at least was a form of strength, an indication of character. She had never cared for the fluencies of invertebrate sentiment. Now, on the evening of the day after her talk with Bessy, it was more than ever a solace to escape from the torment of her thoughts into the rarefied air of Mr. Tredegar's presence. The day had been a bad one for the patient, and Justine's distress had been increased by the receipt of a cable from Mr. Langhope, announcing that, owing to delay in reaching Brindisi, he had missed the fast steamer from Cherbourg, and would not arrive till 4 or 5 days later than he had expected. Mr. Tredegar, in response to her report, had announced his intention of coming down by a late train, and now he and Justine and Dr. Wyant, after dining together, were seated before the fire in the smoking-room. "I take it, then," Mr. Tredegar said, turning to Wyant, "that the chances of her living to see her father are very slight?" The young doctor raised his head eagerly. "Not in my opinion, sir. Unless unforeseen complications arise, I can almost promise to keep her alive for another month. I'm not afraid to call it 6 weeks." Garford doesn't say so." "No, Dr. Garford argues from precedent." "And you?" Mr. Tredegar's thin lips were visited by the ghost of a smile. "Oh, I don't argue. I just feel my way," said Wyant imperturbably. "And yet you don't hesitate to predict." "No, I don't, sir, because the case, as I see it, presents certain definite indications." He began to enumerate them, cleverly avoiding the use of technicalities and trying to make his point clear by the use of simple illustration and analogy. It sickened Justine to listen to his passionate exposition. She had heard it so often, she believed in it so little. Mr. Tredegar turned a probing glance on him as he ended.
Then today even, you believe not only in the possibility of prolonging life, but of ultimate recovery?"
Wyant hesitated. "I won't call it recovery today. Say life indefinitely prolonged."
"And the paralysis?"
"It might disappear after a few months or a few years."
"Such an outcome would be unusual?"
"Exceptional. But then there are exceptions, and I'm straining every nerve to make this one."
"And the suffering, such as today's for instance, is unavoidable?"
"Unhappily."
"And bound to increase?"
"Well, as the anesthetics lose their effect." There was a tap on the door, and one of the nurses entered to report to Wyant. He went out with her, and Justine was left with Mr. Tredegar. He turned to her thoughtfully.
"That young fellow seems sure of himself. You believe in him?"
Justine hesitated. "Not in his expectation of recovery. No one does."
"But you think they can keep the poor child alive till Langhope and her husband get back?"
There was a moment's pause, then Justine murmured: "It can be done, I think."
"Yes, it's horrible," said Mr. Tredegar suddenly, as if in answer to her thought.
She looked up in surprise, and saw his eye resting on her with what seemed like a mist of sympathy on its vitreous surface. Her lips trembled, parting as if for speech, but she looked away without answering.
"These new devices for keeping people alive," Mr. Tredegar continued, "they increase the suffering besides prolonging it?"
"Yes, in some cases."
"In this case?"
"I am afraid so." The lawyer drew out his fine cambric handkerchief, and furtively wiped a slight dampness from his forehead.
"I wish to God she had been killed," he said.
Justine lifted her head again, with an answering exclamation. "Oh, yes."
"It's infernal, the time they can make it last."
"It's useless," Justine broke out.
"Useless?" He turned his critical glance on her. "Well, that's beside the point, since it's inevitable."
She wavered a moment, but his words had loosened the bonds about her heart, and she could not check herself so suddenly. "Why inevitable?" Mr. Tredegar looked at her in surprise, as though wondering at so unprofessional an utterance from one who, under ordinary circumstances, showed the absolute self-control and submission of the well-disciplined nurse.
"Human life is sacred," he said sententiously.
"Ah, that must have been decreed by someone who had never suffered!" Justine exclaimed. Mr. Tredegar smiled compassionately. He evidently knew how to make allowances for the fact that she was overwrought by the sight of her friend's suffering.
"Society decreed it, not one person," he corrected.
"Society, science, religion?" she murmured, as if to herself.
"Precisely. It's the universal consensus, the result of the world's accumulated experience. Cruel in individual instances, necessary for the general welfare. Of course your training has taught you all this, but I can understand that at such a time—" "Yes," she said, rising wearily as Wyant came in. Her worst misery now was to have to discuss Bessy's condition with Wyant. To the young physician, Bessy was no longer a suffering, agonizing creature; she was a case, a beautiful case. As the problem developed new intricacies, becoming more and more of a challenge to his faculties of observation and inference, Justine saw the abstract scientific passion supersede his personal feeling of pity. Though his professional skill made him exquisitely tender to the patient under his hands, he seemed hardly conscious that she was a woman who had befriended him, and whom he had so lately seen in the brightness of health and enjoyment. This view was normal enough. It was, as Justine knew, the ideal state of mind for the successful physician, in whom sympathy for the patient as an individual must often impede swift choice and unfaltering action. But what she shrank from was his resolve to save Bessy's life, a resolve fortified to the point of exasperation by the skepticism of the consulting surgeons, who saw in it only the youngster's natural desire to distinguish him by performing a feat which his elders deemed impossible. As the days dragged on and Bessy's sufferings increased,
Justine longed for a protesting word from Dr. Garford or one of his colleagues. In her hospital experience she encountered cases where the useless agonies of death were mercifully shortened by the physician. Why was not this a case for such treatment? The answer was simple enough. In the first place, it was the duty of the surgeons to keep their patient alive till her husband and her father could reach her, and secondly, there was the faint elusive hope of so-called recovery, in which none of them believed, yet which they could not ignore in their treatment. The evening after Mr. Tredegar's departure, Wyant was setting this forth at great length to Justine. Bessy had had a bad morning. The bronchial symptoms which had developed a day or two before had greatly increased her distress, and there had been at dawn a moment of weakness when it seemed that some pitiful power was about to defeat the relentless efforts of science. But Wyant had fought off the peril. By the prompt and audacious use of stimulants, by a rapid marshalling of resources, a display of self-reliance and authority, which Justine could not but admire as she mechanically seconded his efforts, the spark of life had been revived, and Bessy won back for fresh suffering. "Yes, I say it can be done. Tonight I say it more than ever," Wyant exclaimed, pushing the disordered hair from his forehead, and leaning toward Justine across the table on which their brief evening meal had been served. "I say the way the heart has rallied proves that we've got more strength to draw on than any of them have been willing to admit. The breathing's better too. If we can fight off the degenerative processes, and by George I believe we can," he looked up suddenly at Justine, "with you to work with, I believe I could do anything. How you do back a man up! You think with your hands, with every individual finger." Justine turned her eyes away. She felt a shudder of repulsion steal over her tired body. It was not that she detected any note of personal admiration in his praise. He had commended her as the surgeon might commend a fine instrument fashioned for his use. But that she should be the instrument to serve such a purpose, that her skill, her promptness, her gift of divining and interpreting the will she worked with, should be at the service of this implacable scientific passion. Ah, no, she could be silent no longer. She looked up at Wyant, and their eyes met. "Why do you do it?" she asked. He stared, as if thinking that she referred to some special point in his treatment. "Do what?" "It's so useless. You all know she must die." "I know nothing of the kind, and even the others are not so sure today." He began to go over it all again, repeating his arguments, developing new theories, trying to force into her reluctant mind his own faith in the possibility of success. Justine sat resting her chin on her clasped hands, her eyes gazing straight before her under dark tormented brows. When he paused she remained silent. "Well, don't you believe me?" he broke out with sudden asperity. "I don't know. I can't tell." "But as long as there's a doubt even, a doubt my way, and I'll show you there is, if you'll give me time." "How much time?" she murmured, without shifting her gaze. That depends on ourselves, on you and me chiefly. That's what Garford admits. They can't do much now. They've got to leave the game to us. It's a question of incessant vigilance, of utilizing every hour, every moment. Time's all I ask, and you can give it to me if anyone can." Under the challenge of his tone, Justine rose to her feet with a low murmur of fear. "Ah, don't ask me." "Don't ask you?" "I can't. I can't." Wyant stood up also, turning on her an astonished glance. "You can't what?" Their eyes met, and she thought she read in his a sudden divination of her inmost thoughts. The discovery electrified her flagging strength, restoring her to immediate clearness of brain. She saw the gulf of self-betrayal over which she had hung, and the nearness of the peril nerved her to a last effort of dissimulation. "I can't talk of it any longer," she faltered, letting her tears flow, and turning on him a face of pure womanly weakness. Wyant looked at her without answering. Did he distrust even these plain physical evidences of exhaustion? Or was he merely disappointed in her, as in one whom he had believed to be above the emotional failings of her sex? "You're overtired," he said coldly. "Take tonight to rest. Miss Mace can replace you for the next few hours, and I may need you more tomorrow." Chapter 28